on what the federal government has said and need to point fingers at them. What are the criteria for someone to get a pardon? Right? As a person served some time in prison, I'm talking about some time, this capital punishment like murder, as a person spent about 10 to 15 to 20 years, and that's okay, let us pardon the person to reduce, and give reason. So there are a lot that surrounds this. However, some people are now saying that there's a political undertone to it. Is the reason why, that pardon came through.
Of course.
There are
a lot of things that, would have made that to happen. But let's not even muddle up into that so much, because there are a lot of pressing issues to still banter on. Now, banks moderate the NGX rally as 9-month deals double. Oh, wow. I think it's also looking... I know you have something good to say about it.
It's good to see that, banks can actually say, look, as things double, we are seeing some light at the end of the tunnel. And then we can now say young businesses and entrepreneurs who want to bank with those certain banks cannot trust the banks. Remember, one of the things that could be an issue for banks or anyone who's into the financial aspect is trust and honor. Say what you do and do what you will say. And a bank cannot work properly, or banks cannot work properly if people don't put their money in those banks, right? So if we keep seeing things like this, it will not only strengthen, but at the same time, cement trust between the public and those private sectors.
True. So that here says Nigeria begins exports of locally made solar panels to Ghana. This is also a good one. If, things like this keep happening, and then we have people that are actually bringing, putting these things together, and they are starting with, sending it to Ghana. And we in Nigeria, we're not already aware of the fact that we have, these things coupled here that we can use that will also be cheaper for us. I've not heard of anything of sort that, we're supposed to enjoy it before, other nations. But then again, there are so many products that are of exportable values that we do not know about as patriotic Nigerians that are actually being appreciated in other realms. Right.
So truth be told, there's what we call local content.
Yeah.
And local content is key. That's what drives the economy of every nation.
True.
You cannot just be an import nation.
Import nation.
Right? The more you import, the more your currency loses its value. And of course, hardship will be there. But when you become a proper exporting nation because you produce some certain things, right? You begin to gain the respect of the international world. So I think it's a welcome idea. If Nigeria can keep having young people come together and say they want to put together things like solar panels or
then exporting it,
other manufacturable goods, and have
very good engineers in Nigeria, and I'm sure that it will be very productive, and
it's
very good. So before we leave the Business Day newspaper, I think we should also talk about the Business Day to launch Tax Aid, Nigeria's first tax intelligence hub. That struck as a very, very good development.
Right.
Business Day being a very renowned, business platform is making a lot easier, for the business world. And in this tax matter, a lot of people are not aware, about the whole tax thing. And now for Business Day to bring up this in their subscription plan, I think it's a 10 over 10.
It is a 10 over 10.
It is, actually.
I can't take any mark out of it. In fact, there's a detailed one here. It says the launch of the tax aid is a direct response to the complexity introduced by the new tax reforms set to gain in 2026, designed as an exclusive offering within the Business Day Premium subscription service. The hub is a one-stop shop for transforming all tax issues into actionable insight.
Well, kudos to Business Day for this development, because a lot of people do not know about this tax laws.
Very true.
And in this era where it is very prominent, it is obvious that there's no going back on it. A lot of people have to be educated on it, and all they need to do is just to subscribe to the Business Day platform and get to know the different ones that they can delve into that will actually be productive for them.
And again, we can't say this without giving the flowers and the kudos to the editor, Lola Day, most
Lola
definitely.
Day,
Great stuff. And of course,
more grease, so editor.
You see that it's working very hard regarding that. So
yes. It's a follow no road.
You know what I'm saying. All right. So,
all right. Then moving on to Punch newspaper. I very well there. The Cook controversy. Military tracks of 45 billion naira in NDDC. Whoa. And from the far end of the far right, says that Tinubu revokes pardon for Sanda 140 high-profile inmates. And the Senate screening CDS eyes a foreign partnership to crush insurgency. Now, in this coup controversy, military tracks 45 billion naira in NDDC. Alternate says detained soldiers linked in NDDC top shots probes Silva out of country, denies links with alleged coup. Silva. I do not understand.
So,
are they linking him into the coup situation? And is the coup situation coming to limelight eventually and not being suppressed anymore?
So let's be honest, first and foremost, when things happen in the dark, right? Yeah. It's only a matter of time. That happens in the dark comes out to the light.
True.
Like they always say, there's this popular saying in English, pregnancy in the hide.
At all.
You know, so if you look at it carefully, whether or not he was involved, the fact that they've indicted you, the fact that their fingers are pointed towards you, you have a case to answer. And for a matter as this sensitive coup plot, right? It's not a joke.
No, but no government takes it lightly. No government takes it. It's a threat to the incumbent.
I know, and a matter that has taken, I won't say taken, but again, giving room for some generals to be forced into, retirement. Some will say, no, that wasn't the issue, that they were already due for retirement. Whichever it is, right? Whichever it is. I mean, it came amid the situation regarding that news of the coup.
My shock is seeing Silva.
However, again,
being intertwined in the whole situation.
However, he's not a military fellow. He was never a military guy. But the fact that he's part of it, which means, the fact that fingers are pointed allegedly. So people get to know allegedly. There is, room for him to be heard too. So let's see how that story unfolds. But more importantly, I like the fact that the military is now up and doing, tracking down funds in different areas that are hiding, especially like they said, the one they're tracking right there in the end of the season.
Exactly.
It's good that we are seeing things like this happen, which means that not only are we on the track to make Nigeria better, our armed forces will be far more effective, our armed forces will be far more equipped and more ready, ever ready to tackle bandits and put terrorism behind us as a nation. So kudos Nigerian Army and our forces. And with the new
I want to also say Punch is actually giving kudos to Teacher Security Services Nigeria Limited and saying that they're congratulating the new service chiefs. That's the Chief of Defense Staff, Lieutenant General Obafemi Oluyede. I think he's the immediate past and Chief of Army Staff. And then we also have here the Chief of Air Staff, Chief of Naval Staff, Rear Admiral Abbas, right?
Idi Abbas,
okay. And I'm also seeing that the Chief of the Air Staff and the new Chief of Army Staff, we also heard that he's a no-nonsense person. Well, let's just see what this man will definitely do to the security situation in Nigeria, because a lot of expectations, people are hoping that they would do what others haven't done. They will put a stop to kidnapping. They will put a stop, to headers clash. They'll put a stop to the total terrorism that Nigeria is being bedeviled with right now.
Speaking of terrorism, there's a part in the news that even caught my eye even more. Look, I like the fact that without wasting time, right, that Tinubu has decided to exclude convicts who are kidnappers, drug addicts, firearm offenders, and
away from that
pardon. Yeah. So which means that Nigerians, hearing their voice was heard immediately. So that we don't get the wrong message about it. So just a clarity, it says Tinubu excludes convicts of kidnapping, drugs, firearm offenses from clemency lists.
So some people will still judge this whole thing to even start complaining to say what we're defining in the pardon list in the first instance. But then the mistake was made, corrections are now here. So we're wishing and hoping that, such things or such mistakes, will not happen again publicly, for people to think that they can eat their cake and have it, entering into crime, doing the unthinkable and coming out free. Those kind of people can come out to still do more things and still believe definitely that that things will be swept under the carpet again, and give them a freedom. So let's see, my Valentine, talk about what we have there. The Vanguard newspaper.
So the Vanguard we have, it says how to fix Nigeria's security challenges, service chiefs. So just a follow-up story to the fact that we have new service chiefs. We have them already lined up there. You already mentioned them. Lieutenant General Obafemi Oluyede, of course, he is now the new Chief of Defense Staff. Of course, we also do have Chief of Army Staff, Major General Waidi, right? Shuaibu, we have him right there. Again, we have the Chief of Naval Staff, Rear Admiral ADM Idi Abbas, most definitely. And of course, on that lineup, we have Chief of Air Staff, AVM Sunday, Vice Marshal, that's him. And of course, we have the Chief of Defense Intelligence, Major General Emmanuel, right there. So they all have said, look, great things will come, which is good. So the question now is the statement now with the Vanguard, and they said, look, how to fix Nigeria's security challenges, service chief. So we're waiting to really hear from them.
Sure.
I'm sure they have something, they know something that we don't know, that previous ones were not able to tackle. Hopefully, this new service chief.
And they look young to me, and I feel like they'll be able to tackle a lot, and not just being young, being able to do the needful, being able to hit the nail on the head and get the job done. That is what Nigerians are yearning for, if you ask me. So, things making the rounds on the papers this morning are actually, still talking about security. And we believe, and, even revoking the high-profile inmates and revoking some names, that were pardoned is also a very good thing that is making the rounds on the newspaper this morning. I think
there's a part that we're not even seeing. On the top right here in the Vanguard, it says, while we are backing Soludo's re-election. It says here, Anambra Showdown 2025, it says, why we are backing Soludo's re-election on Onitsha residents. You can see that on in page 23. Maybe we should even check and see. Okay, the
Onitsha residents are actually...
Exactly. It says...
they are backing Soludo's re-election.
Yeah, they say, look, they're going to back him for some certain reasons, which some people might not agree with, but other people will say, look, it is what it is. So it says here, why we are backing Soludo's re-election on Onitsha residents. It says thousands of residents from the 15 wards in Onitsha North local government area have expressed their support for the rejection of Governor Chukwuma Soludo.
Is this the second tenure?
Well, it says for the re-election, of Governor Chukwuma Soludo. So re-election. So
but
why?
2027.
Yes. Why? No, 2025. It says 2025 showdown. Anambra showdown.
Okay.
So again, this has been back and forth in Anambra State, right? And with the new INEC chairman in office right now, that most definitely will be something that will have his office really, be tested, put to the test, So that's it. It's why we are backing Soludo's re-election. Again, re-election on Onitsha residents.
Wow, so, I'm seeing. We've said, gone back and forth in the newspapers, and it is very clear that, some matters making the rounds are obviously supposed to be there. And there's something that we didn't actually talk about on the Punch newspaper, which is about the drug party by the NDLEA filing for feature case for Pretty Mike. This drug drug things happening in our society really has to stop. And then NDLEA has to really be at the top of their game, because a lot of you were telling me about someone that was a bank manager that right now lives on the street. It has taken people off their normalcy and place them where they do not belong. And don't also forget that Yaba left, that is the government-owned psychiatric hospital, is full. There is no space. So I think we should talk to the youth out there to take it easy with the intake of the substance.
Drug abuse has always been an issue, and then there are a lot of reasons why young people are pushed into this. So it is time to now say, instead of trying to cure the sickness, can we prevent it in the first place?
How do you prevent it when you have these little boys everywhere selling this substance, and they're now cheap?
So that's what I'm saying.
The one they call colos is now cheap.
So what am I trying to say is that, yes, when we get these people who have lost their mind and they're all on the streets and they're being sent to psychiatric homes, it's good that we have those homes that can take care of them, that can treat them. But can we also be proactive? And for that to happen, the way these illicit drugs come to the nation needs to be checked.
Who is allowing these containers into the port?
And then another thing we should understand is most of these hard drugs, they are being used for other good purposes to produce some other things. But when these criminals get a hold of all these hard drugs, they begin to abuse it.
The substance.
So I mean, you're like they say, some little painkillers that you buy off the proper
pharmacy
over the counter drugs,
tramadol and the rest of them.
But most of them have hard substances, but at controlled quantity.
Okay.
So, but where these criminals get these very hard ones, right, and then misuse it and then abuse it, becomes a big issue.
Our youths are wasting. Productive people that are supposed to be doing productive things, leaders of tomorrow, are wasting. It's a matter that holds a very important aspect in our society that the government has to constantly look into. They have to clear. NDLEA has a lot to do clearing these people away from the streets, because a lot of families are distressed right now, spending so much to bring up a child, spending so much, investing so much, and at the end of the day, these people are not useful to them. They can't even find them, and then they find themselves in rehabs. When you find yourself in a rehab more than once, and there's no more solution
to it. Also, just to add to that, it is a social responsibility.
Exactly.
It's not just for the government, because government can't do everything.
No, the government can't.
If we must speak frankly and be honest,
awareness of this thing should be enough.
From the home, schools, right? The religious leaders, clerics, in the mosques and in the churches, we need to have a cohesive conversation. This is where, of course, again, government has played a major role by saying, come, let's have consistent town hall meetings.
Campaigns.
An NOA, that stands for National Orientation Agency, put out more documentaries. They're doing some great stuff. You see all those things that they put up, short clips and documentary that is labeled, war against drug abuse.
Exactly.
They're doing something, but it's not enough.
It is not enough.
Because the more we get to nip this problem on time, the better for us. Send out more documentaries, send out more information, sensitize
a lot of
so people get to know.
A lot of sensitization needs to happen in this regard.
There are triggers. I will explain to you. There are triggers. The triggers that you see when you see your child, parents back home watching, when you see your child begin to have some friends that they cannot explain, go out odd hours, get involved in some certain kind of activities, and come back behaving a certain way, you don't need a suicide to tell you. This is time for you to sit your child down, if he's an adolescent, sit him or her down and say, look, who are your friends? What do you do? Ask those questions that you are shying away from.
Exactly.
Because the first superhero, really, that can either lead the child astray or lead the child towards the right direction are the parents.
Okay.
Are the parents.
Okay.
If a parent is not putting his or her child in check, you're allowing your child to be led astray.
Exactly.
And there's the issue of peer pressure again. So all these indicators comes into play. And like they say, charity begins
at home. Oh, wow. Now, these the issues that we've talked about on the newspaper review this morning, and I want to thank you for joining us in the studio this morning.
I think we have a cartoon of the day.
Oh, wow.
I think we do. Let's
All right, for the cartoon of the day, let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day, as always.
Why it's coming up, I know there is... So Asupo does some great stuff. So that's it over there, right? You see, it's interesting. So you see rats, right?
I'm seeing traps of rats, and I'm seeing money attached to the traps, and I'm seeing umbrellas signifying PDP. Oh, and I'm seeing the broom also, the sign for APC, right?
So what this means, right? Without even we pinpointing the parties.
But don't forget how the umbrellas are flying away.
So there's something else we want to see here now. What this depicts, from where I stand, would simply mean we set the trap for them. While they go for the money, let us sweep them away. So it simply means we have created chaos within a certain camp, right, of a party.
Yeah.
And so while they're busy clamoring and scrambling for those little peanuts, let's distract them, sweep them away, and focus on what we want to focus. Whichever party is doing that to the other, we don't know. Let's leave it at that. What do you think?
Wow, you've just said it all, because just looking at it, I won't be able to give the much analysis that you just, gave in this regard. So you're still watching the Business Day and Television Breakfast Show. Coming up next is Business Morning, and will be anchored by yours truly. Stay tuned.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Good morning. You're still watching The Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. This is a Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. Now let's bring to you news in details. Business Day Media Limited, Nigeria's leading provider of business intelligence and analysis, is set to launch the Business Day Tax Aid on Monday, 3rd November. This digital platform is set to become the definitive resource for businesses, investors, and professionals seeking clarity and strategic guidance on Nigeria's rapidly evolving tax and fiscal policies. The launch of the tax aid is a direct response to the complexity introduced by the new tax reforms set to begin in 2026. Designed as an exclusive offering within the Business Day Premium subscription service, the hub is a one-stop shop for transforming all tax jargon into actionable insights. The Business Day Tax Aid will be housed on a dedicated microsite, premium businessday.ng/category/tax aid, offering comprehensive products and services daily, subscriber-only reports, and expert commentary on new tax laws, policy amendments, and even regulatory pronouncements, including changes to companies' income tax, VAT, and capital gains tax. And now moving on, the House of Representatives has approved President Bola Tinubu's request to borrow $2.35 billion to help finance part of Nigeria's 2025 budget deficit. The House during Wednesday's plenary also endorsed the President's plan to issue a $500 million debut sovereign sukuk and the international capital market to fund infrastructure projects and diversify the country's financing sources. The approvals followed the consideration and adoption of a report presented by the House Committee on Aid, Loans and Debt Management. According to the resolution, the Chamber approved the implementation of a new external borrowing of 1.84 trillion naira at a budget exchange rate of 1,500 naira to a dollar, as provided for in the 2025 Appropriation Act, to partially finance the federal deficit projected at 9.28 trillion naira. On the proposed $500 million sovereign sukuk, Tinubu said the issuance would help attract new classes of investors and also deepen Nigeria's government securities markets. And still, Nigerians have reacted with outrage following reports that the House of Representatives has launched a probe into the Nigerian Football Federation over the alleged misappropriation of more than $25 million in development grants received from FIFA and the Confederation of African Football between 2015 and 2025. The investigation, initiated during Tuesday's plenary session, followed a motion sponsored by Adedayo Adeshola and Weke Uche, who expressed concern over the alleged poor utilization of funds meant for grassroots football development. The lawmakers noted that despite receiving over $25 million in grants, the Nigerian Football Federation had little to show in terms of infrastructure or youth development programs, citing a $1.2 million allocation reportedly used to construct the Benin Kebbi mini stadium, which many described as substandard and far below international standard. Additionally, compared the project to Senegalese star Sadio Mane's privately funded $150,000 Bombali mini stadium, noting that the disparity highlighted mismanagement within the Nigerian Football Federation. And to end the news, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, has expressed optimism that ongoing talks between Washington and Beijing will lead to what he described as a good deal for both sides. Trump made the remarks while addressing a gathering of chief executives at the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit in Seoul, South Korea, where he said he believed the United States was going to have a deal with China soon. The president is expected to meet Xi Jinping, Chinese leader, on Thursday for what analysts have also described as a crucial step towards resolving trade tensions that have strained relations between the world's two largest economies. And before his meeting with Xi, Trump also held talks with Lee Jae-myung, South Korean president, who faces a growing domestic pressure to finalize a long-pending trade agreement with the United States. And during the visit, Trump was accorded a lavish state welcome to the Blue House, where President Lee presented him with the Grand Order of Mungunghwa, South Korea's highest civilian honor, in recognition of what was described as his contribution to peace on the Korean Peninsula. And now let's go on a quick break. When we are back, we will be discussing our first topic on the Business Morning. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
You're welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning here on the Breakfast Show. Now let's go straight to the first conversation for today. Talking about Nigeria's money supply drops 1.5% to 117.8 trillion naira. Now, Nigeria's money supply recorded a slight contraction in September, falling by 1.5% to 117.8 trillion naira, according to the latest figures released by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. The decline marks one of the few pullbacks in liquidity since the start of 2024, reflecting the impact of recent monetary tightening measures by the Apex Bank aimed at stabilizing the naira and curbing inflationary pressures. Analysts attribute the drop to a combination of reduced government spending, lower credit expansion, and even the central bank's aggressive open market operations designed to mop up excess liquidity from the financial system. Now, the CBN had earlier raised the monetary policy rate to contain rising prices, with inflation still hovering about 30%. But the latest contraction in money supply suggests that the tightening stance may be beginning to moderate liquidity flows within the economy. However, economists warn that the slowdown could also signal weaker economic activity if credit to the private sector continues to shrink. They emphasize the need for a balanced policy approach that supports growth while maintaining macroeconomic stability. And now joining us is Mr. Mukhtar Mohammed, CEO Finance by Mukhtar, and an award-winning financial analyst. Good morning, Mr. Mukhtar. A short break. Do we have you, Mr. Mukhtar?
Good morning.
Good morning. So good to have you once again on Business Morning this morning. So now very quickly, on policy and economic context, What key factors contributed to the 1.5% drop in Nigeria's money supply to 117.8 trillion naira?
Of course, definitely. You just said that during your opening remark. I think it's largely driven by the tightening of the economy. You saw that in terms of money supply, because the tightening of the economy also was a monetary policy tool that the CBN was using to control inflation. Sure. And so those tightening also affected the economy, especially small businesses. And like I keep saying, the informal sector in the Nigerian economy is the key driver of the Nigerian economy, the informal sector, and that sector is largely driven by liquidity. So once there is no liquidity, you are strangling that sector, and then you can see that in terms of money supply. I think it's all about the tightening that we have been experiencing since 2023, until the last monetary policy committee meeting.
So then how does this construction actually align with the central bank's current monetary tightening policy?
Of course, it does. They also could attribute their tightening to the reduction in terms of inflationary pressure. But you know that inflationary pressure currently that we are seeing easing is largely driven by exchange rate stability and or exchange rate stability. But they could also say that tightening also is helping to drive down inflation. But if you go further to that report, it's the currency in circulation. I mean, currency outside the banking sector is still high. So that is why you see that it's conflicting. If they say tightening of liquidity is definitely helping in terms of driving down inflation. But again, you could also use that as help them in terms of attracting foreign portfolio investors, because of the tightening has also helped in increasing rates in terms of rate in returns in investment, especially in the fixed income space. So you could say that was their major achievement with the tightening.
Oh wow! Now, do you think this decline is an intentional outcome of the CBN's liquidity management strategy, or even a reflection of slowing economic activity?
They are both. It's both. You cannot I think it is both. Like I just mentioned, when you look at the informal sector of the Nigerian economy, it's largely driven by cash. And when I talk about the informal sector, I'm talking about road transport. You rarely see road transport being done, though they are going there, but it's always through cash. Especially interstate, you don't see maybe, within, the metropolitan of the state, that is within the state, but maybe interstate, you are beginning to see where they have cashless transfer. So that also, you could look at that and say, okay, is it really here? But when you look at the metropolitans transportation, it's largely driven by cash. You look at the market women in the market, all these, they also is largely driven by cash. So definitely, when you look at that has slow activities. When there's no cash, then there's slowdown of activities in that sector. And then what has that helped was that, yes, the tightening was intentional, like I said. It was towards reducing inflationary pressure and also giving them high returns to investors, so that we can be able to attract that inflow of FX to be able to stabilize the exchange rate. And if you look at what is happening now, you could say that they've been able to achieve that.
So now, how significant is this drop when compared to like previous quarters or years?
I think it's when you continue, get maybe the policy by stepping it, the more you do it, more instead of more businesses. So you could say this is more compared to where we are coming the previous years from 2023. But this current report, I think it tells more about the tightening, because again, it has been on for a very long time. And so businesses were really suffering as a result of the tightening. So if you look at far back at 2023, when this tightening started to where it is now, you realize that it's high at this point.
So now, concerning implications for inflation and growth, could this decline in money supply actually help ease inflationary pressures in the short and possible term?
It didn't, and Destiny, it will not. Like I've mentioned to you, the informal sector is largely driven by liquidity.
Okay.
So it has not eased inflation in any way. Look, the CBN looked at what they had. They had an option: is one, to tame inflation, stabilize exchange rates, or grow the economy. I think what they have done was to tame inflation and stabilize exchange rate. And in taming inflation, the physical side helped them in terms of coming up with a rebasing that helped them drive down inflation. And then the stability in the fuel price due to this naira to dollar deal that also helped drive down inflation. But when you look at in terms of growth, definitely there was no growth in the economy in terms of, especially with smaller businesses. When you talk about growth, you are not talking about expansion. Yeah, with expansion, because of the opening of many sectors, you could see those expansion that lead to the GDP. But when you are talking of growth, you are talking about how much impact has those businesses been able to expand and create jobs. You and I know that that didn't happen. So yes, they looked at it. They were more concerned in creating stability, dragging inflow, especially when you look at the exchange. I mean, the oil benchmark was in terms of oil benchmark was $75, and then what we're getting was about $65 per barrel. So they needed to tighten so that they will attract inflow to stabilize the currency, and that is exactly what has happened in the long term. And that shows that they did listen to know that what is really the key driver of inflation in Nigeria is not necessarily the reduction of liquidity in the system. That's why you still have liquidity outside the system. So what is the key driver of inflation in Nigeria is largely driven by exchange rate stability. And immediately that stability started coming in, you can now see that the inflation naturally went down. And so with that achieved now, I think it's now they will begin to look at growth. And in terms of growth is largely driven by microeconomic policy, not necessarily by monetary policies.
So now what balance should the CBN strike between inflation control and economic expansion?
I think first you need to look at what is really affecting the generality of Nigerians. You realize that inflation was key, because in what happens is that with inflation, that means what you are earning is it's not what you are really earning again, because inflation's eating up your income. So what they decide to do, I think they've looked at that, and they really have to deal with inflation rather than expansion. And I think that is what they have done. They look at, I think the two things the CBN looked at dealing with was to deal with inflation, like I said, and also to deal with stability in terms of exchange rate, and also look at the area of price stability. And they know that for price stability to be achieved, then they must also deal with the exchange rate. So we could look at that they looked at it and realized that inflation is more than the expansion. So when we're able to deal with inflation, that will create exchange rate stability. And what would I say like this? We're able to deal with exchange rate that will create stability and bring down inflation. Then we'll now begin to think of expansion. So they really had to look at what needed to be done. And in dealing with all this, they've been able to come up with what they think is the best for them.
So now concerning a market and fiscal impact, right? How does a reduced money supply actually affect the performance of the banking and capital markets?
Of course, you can see that in terms of the banking sector. If you look at the result that we've gotten thus far from the banking sector, half-year results, you realize that the imperial charges have gone up. What it means that a lot of businesses are borrowed and are not able to pay, and so the banks were making a very large provision for those borrowing that they've never been. Businesses are not able to pay, especially in the oil and gas sector. So you can see that with those results. So definitely that is the impact for the stock market investors. What you've seen that you have a lot of retail investors playing the market rather than long-term investors, because also they are also looking at they were looking at a short-term investment too. So you didn't see those extensive bullish run that you normally see that might run for the next 1 to 1 month, 2 months or thereabouts. So because of this tightening that has happened.
So now could this signal a shift in the broader monetary outlook going into like 2026?
Of course, we're already seeing that shift in destiny. If you look at what the CBN is doing now, they've started cutting rate. It has become a global thing that a lot of countries are cutting rate, and so the CBN also is involved in that cutting of rate. So it will create expansion and growth in the economy, especially in terms of with the cutting of rate. I think a lot of business will be able to pay off their loans, and customers also will have advancement. Because if you look at the books of some of these banks, realize that also throughout during this period, we've seen a lot of loan advancement to customers and also loans to businesses, and also that also helped their bottom line. But when you look at that if you look at that via the imperial charge, the non-performing loan, you see that more businesses couldn't pay because of the macroeconomic environment, and also the monetary tightening too that the CBN was applying at that time. But with now going forward with that cutting of rate, we'll see that lending will come cheaper. And then again, you mustn't forget Nigeria being also removed from that dirty money list. That also will help inflow for businesses. That means cost of funding for businesses will be cheaper.
All right. So lastly, what role does government fiscal discipline or even spending pattern play in this monetary trend?
Definitely, you know that the current government spending pattern has not been in correlation with what the monetary policy are doing. Okay. Why do I say that? You see a lot of government expenditure, government spending has gone up because let's just look at the cabinet. We have 48, that's the largest we've ever had. That seems that there's more recurrent expenditure in the part of government. You realize government also were giving out palliative to citizens worth billions. That also is part of not being financial discipline. You also look at even if funding have improved in terms of remittance to the local government, to state government, and even to the federal government, is not commensurate with development on ground. When I mean development, fiscal development in the area of healthcare, in the area of education, or in the area of transportation. So definitely government spending has not helped. Because I think from where I'm looking for with all the data I have, I think government have not been prudent fiscally. There've been a lot of physical expenditure that need not to be there. And so I think they've not been able to back that. If government is disciplined with their fiscal spending, if first and foremost reduce cost of governance by reducing your cabinet, or by also looking at what we thought before President Buhari was about to do, the unnecessary report, but nobody tend to look at that report to see how you can bring in some of these ministries so that it will reduce overhead costs. For me, I think that has not
happened. Wow, you've said it all. You've said it all, Mr. Mokhtar. Mr. Mokhtar, do we still have you? You've actually said it all.
Yes,
when we come back,
I can hear you.
Yes. You've said it all. You've talked about the prudence of the government, which has not met your criteria, and you've just said it all in this regard. Business Morning will be right back, and we like talking finance with you, Mr. Mokhtar. Please don't go anywhere, so you can help us analyze how First Bank demonstrates effective assets and liability management with Eurobond redemption. We'll be right back. Business Morning. We'll be right back.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back to Business Morning on the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. Now moving on to our second conversation, talking about First Bank demonstrates effective asset and liability management with Eurobond redemption. Now, in a clear demonstration of financial discipline and sound risk management, First Bank of Nigeria Limited has successfully redeemed its $300 million Eurobond, underscoring its strength in assets and liability management. Nigeria's premier financial institution, has once again proven its resilience and prudent financial strategy by completing the redemption of its 300 million naira Eurobond issued in 2018. Now, the redemption, which was concluded on schedule, reflects the bank's strong liquidity position and robust balance sheet, a significant indicator of investor confidence and operational efficiency. Now, industry analysts say the move highlights First Bank's commitment to meeting its financial obligations without external refinancing, a feat that showcases the bank's effective assets and liability management framework. Now, with this milestone, the bank continues to strengthen its reputation as a dependable financial institution, setting a benchmark for proactive risk management and operational excellence in Nigeria's banking industry. Still with us is Mr. Mokhtar, the award-winning financial analyst and CEO, Finance by Mokhtar, to help us analyze this very important topic. Thank you for staying with us, Mr. Mokhtar.
Yeah, thank you.
We appreciate your presence as always. Now, on financial strategy and stability, can you tell us what key factors enabled First Bank to successfully redeem its $300 million Eurobond without external refinancing?
One, I think risk management was key. We have to give it to to the central bank. To First Bank. I think risk management was key. They really manage the risks, especially in the area of currency volatility, knowing fully well that this funding actually were FX funding. And that showed that there was prudent management and proper risk management. I think that is what was responsible for what they have just achieved.
So now, how does this redemption reflect the bank's overall assets and even liability management strategy?
You see, if you look at the bank itself, where we're talking about First Bank itself, you realize that they've also been going through a lot of challenges. If you look at the results from First Bank half-year results, you realize that a lot was done in the area of provisions for non-performing loans, especially loans that were not being serviced. And that was the main reason why you had the change in terms of management of First Bank, a new owners coming in. And what you've seen thus far for First Bank, you've seen where they have gone after recovering of all these non-performing loans. And I think that has been their strategy, and that has boosted their return. But again, it's still high. And what definitely is helping the First Bank itself is the holding structure and nature of the bank. Also, other key financial subsidiaries are also helping to maintain stability going forward. So I think that has given them those advantages, and that's why people like us are very, very excited with what they've been able to do, especially in the area of prudency, and also in the area of risk management of these Euro bonds that they collected.
Oh, wow. Kudos anyway to them. Now, so how does this move align with the bank's medium to long-term funding and even capital optimization goals?
You can see that it's not coming. It's coming at a more better time than they will ever want it to come. Remember that the bank will also soon be. The bank are having recapitalization, and First Bank is one of those banks that have not fully recapitalized yet. They have done their right issue. It was not fully captured in terms of meeting a CBN recapitalization. So with this now, I think will definitely help them in earning investors' confidence to want to be part of the First Bank brand going forward, especially in the long term. And this also could also help them drive foreign inflow when these issues are released, maybe attracting more funding from foreign investors, and like just not necessarily like the way the GTCO did theirs, where they were listed in the London Stock Exchange. Theirs might just be different to attract real key investors in terms of funding into the banking subsidiaries.
So, hello, are you still with us, Mr. Mokhtar?
With what they've been able to do, that is the key.
Okay. All right. Now, I know that you have lots of lessons that other financial institutions can actually learn from First Bank's approach to debt and even asset management, right? So what are those approaches that you think you can dish out to other banks?
One, I talked about prudence, financial discipline. You could see that in them. I mean, they met up. And don't forget that this is the 5th time that First Bank have been doing this in terms of going to the market for Eurobond. And in each of these times, they've been able to meet investors' deadline. And for me, that is key to every bank to look at financial prudency, integrity in terms of earning investors' confidence in the long and in the short term. Then proper risk management. Like I said, if you look at this fund was largely driven by FX. And again, that also helped it in the short term, because you could also say that contributed the kind of FX gain that we saw in First Bank results in especially last year. But again, we'll see how that plan out now that this FX gain will no more be there. And we have seen how that has been affecting some of these banking sectors when they release their results. But the good thing about it, like I said, we'll learn that prudency and risk management is key to maintaining a very variable, stable financial system, especially a financial institution like First Bank, which is one of the oldest banks in Nigeria. So to be able to move with the time and still be able to achieve what they've done, I think kudos to the management team.
Oh, wow. So now, how is First Bank balancing domestic and international funding sources to actually sustain investor trust?
For domestic, I have not seen them do what other banks have done in the area of coming for commercial paper or but what we've seen them do is also investing in securities, especially federal government securities. That has been what we've seen them do in terms of the bond market and the treasury bill market, if you look at their results. Outside of that, I think international funding has been the key driver for them. Local funding has largely been driven by what I just said, through the fixed income market, treasury bill bonds, and especially federal government bonds and investment in treasury bills. But internationally, I think what they've been able to do was to attract inflow, like what you just mentioned in the Eurobond. I think that's what they've done. I think locally they've been able to manage funding. And you also mustn't forget that First Bank is one of the key players in terms of giving loans to the agricultural sector, because of their robust branches that are located virtually in every crook and cranny of this country. So you could also see that also helping them. Most of these fundings that came in, both domestic and foreign, was used towards giving advance to customers and also loans to the agricultural sector especially.
Now, concerning risk and even regulatory environment. How does the bank manage risk associated with foreign currency obligations and even interest rate fluctuations? And what should other banks learn from
You
it?
have to, yeah, you have to give it to them again. Then also you have to also comment the CBN also in this, because again, CBN did not allow the banks to remember when these FX gains came in, and a lot of investors, shareholders, even people like me, was saying, look, that money belongs to the bank. Why can't they share it with their shareholders? And CBN in turn said, no, they will not, they shouldn't use those money in any way. And today we are seeing that because of the stability in the exchange rate, the banks are beginning to suffer from that FS gain. You've seen those FS gain come to practically zero in some stage, less than what in some stage below, very, very much below what they were last. So you have to say that is a kudos to the Central Bank of Nigeria for doing that. For they also, I think, again, you've just talked about a high interest rate. I don't think Nigerian banks, the only way they have been able to manage most of this interest rate, not only First Bank, is to invest in the fixed income space. They try to manage their risks in terms of giving loans to smaller businesses, and you could also see that play in the non-performing loans. Like I said, First Bank was keen in driving in agricultural loans advancement, but again, you see them suffer in the area of oil and gas, where most of their loan facility were not, some of these companies were not able to pay them. They are in court. They just got judgment over some oil servicing companies some days ago. So that again, it's a big challenge for them because of the high interest rate environment. But like I said, it's not only driven by First Bank. You could see that also in other banks, especially in the area of impairment charges in terms of non-performing loans. So very, very high for virtually all the banks, and this is largely driven because of the high interest rate environment. So you can really see the only way they have been able to manage that was to be invest in treasury bill securities, especially federal government bonds.
So now, what regulatory or policy frameworks supported the smooth redemption process?
Like I said, the CBN was very, very clear in terms of how you have to manage FX. That for me was key. Like I just made mention of the FS gains that the CBN told the banks not to use. I think that was key in managing that, and that is why you have those inflow in terms of liquidity of FX that has in turn now helped in stabilizing the exchange rate, especially in the retail side of the market. So definitely, I think that is one key area that the CBN regulators were able to help this bank really settle down. So for me, I think in as much as we commend the banks also for their prudency, we also have to commend the regulators where they've done well in terms of managing this bank FX, especially knowing that this was something that was exposed to a lot of volatility.
Very correct in that. Now, how is First Bank adapting its risk management systems to current global market uncertainties?
You can see that that is, I think, one of those key areas is to pay off this Eurobond oil on time, because again, if you look at the FX market in Nigeria, I think First Bank took advantage of that because the exchange rate are stable. We are having more inflow. We are having a lot of stability in the FX market. It will not be a major challenge. So they were able to address that, especially what you just mentioned in terms of risk management of these foreign assets, because you could also call those Eurobond more or less like a foreign asset. Okay. So they were able to manage it very well, looking at the environment, the global risk environment, and especially when you look at those Eurobond, you look at the current trend between the naira and the euro. Also, I think they capitalize on that also, because the euro and the dollar, they capitalize on that also, knowing fully well that the dollar is weak at this point in time, so they have to take advantage of it. And also were able to do that. Those are proper taking advantage of the global uncertainty in the financial space.
Okay, now moving closer to the end now, on broader economic implications, what does this Eurobond redemption actually signal for Nigerians' broader banking sector and even economy?
You can see the rating. The rating is high, even for First Bank.
Yeah.
And like I said, now that Nigeria is trying to build $1 trillion economy, and this $1 trillion economy is largely going to be driven by the financial sector. And then for that to be driven by the financial sector have to be a global player. And so that is what we are seeing with what First Bank have just done. It also give good rating to the Nigerian financial institution, and that also is key. So for me, I think especially in times like this, where a lot of these financial institutions will be going out to look for funding for recapitalization. So those things have not come in a better time than what we have seen coming, what has happened from what First Bank have been able to achieve. I think it brings a lot of positivity to the financial space, both for the government and the private sector.
Yeah, you just said something both for the government and the private sector. I'm sure you know what First Bank has done actually has, I mean, they can do so much for the government to help rectify a lot of imbalance in terms of prudence, like you earlier stated. But then again, how can successful debt management actually contribute to macroeconomic stability in emerging markets?
It's key, Destiny. You see, if you follow closely the current World Bank Spring Summit in the United States, realized that 90% of the emerging economy were looking for debt forgiveness, were looking for debt repayment, rescheduling of debt repayment. So definitely debt management is key. Look at our country, Nigeria, how much of our resources goes to debt servicing. You can imagine what that can do if it is put into other key areas of the economy. So yes, I said debt management is key in terms of emerging market, because again, not just debt management in terms of looking for debt forgiveness, debt repayment, but in terms of meeting up with your payment schedule at when due, like what First Bank has been able to achieve. Remember that even before now, we have those challenges, even in Ghana, where if the government of Ghana was not able to meet up with their sovereign bond, so they have to reschedule payment. So what First Bank have done is to let the world know that Africa can, as well, emerging economy can manage debts, and that is key to drive investors into your economy, because the investors are looking at a two-way exchange system, and a two-way exchange system, when it comes to FX, normally deals with debt management, because you are sure that they have the liquidity when you are exiting, if they have so much of this liquidity to exit or to service their debt. So that also gives confidence to international investors, and in turn have a broader picture in attracting foreign direct investors that will be in your economy for the long haul.
Quickly, my last question for you this morning is, what role do Nigerian banks actually play in strengthening confidence in the country's financial markets through such actions?
That's the most successful story in Nigeria economy is the financial sector.
Yeah.
And the most successful story in the financial sector is the banks. Nigerian banks are, maybe they are all over Africa. There's no continent in Africa that you don't have a Nigerian bank. Okay. For me, that is the most successful story.
Exactly.
And so they've been able to build confidence in the Nigerian economy. Every reform is started and sustained by the financial sector. If you have a weak financial sector, then your reforms will be very weak and will not attract the kind of investors that you want. Because reforms start and reforms end with the financial sector. Once the financial sector is stable in terms of reform, you begin to see it move to other sectors of the economy. And that is what is playing out in Nigeria today. You have seen the stability in the financial sector. We are beginning to see it have a snowball effect into all other sectors of the Nigerian economy. So for me, the financial sector is the key driver, is the life wire of any economy of any nation. So you must make sure that your financial sector are very stable. Stability of the financial sector is key to any economy. So once a reform starts, like I said, it's driven by the financial sector in the area of prudency, in the area of debt management, like what we have just seen, in the area of risk management also. So we need to commend Nigerian financial sector. Is the most successful story, successful economic story that we have from the inception of the civilian administration to date, from 1999, how the banks have evolved through various type of recapitalization, even the current recapitalization. So they have earned more, giving Nigeria as a nation more positivity, especially with their expansion drive into other continents. And don't forget also that most of these banks are in major economic cities of the world. They are in Hong Kong, they are in Paris, they are in the United States, they are in the United Kingdom. This also is part of what I mean, that they have been one of the most successful story, and that is why it will be good for the country, the country to continue to support them, especially regulators, to continue to make the right to have a proper risk management to manage this bank, especially now that they will have so much liquidity, so that what happened the other time that we have a flow of liquidity, which led to some falls of some bank, does not repeat itself again.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. I want to thank you so much, Mr. Mokhtar Mohammed, for having stayed with us to trash these two very important topics this morning on our Business Morning. We've been talking to the CEO, Finance by Mokhtar, Mr. Mokhtar Mohammed. Thank you so much for your time this morning, sir.
Thank you for having me, Destiny. Always a pleasure to be on your program.
We always do appreciate your presence here. Thank you and have a great day ahead.
You too.
And that's it for Business Morning today. Thank you for staying with us as we track the latest trends shaping markets and the economy. Remember, business decisions are stronger when backed by the right information. I am Destiny Momo. Do stay tuned for more updates on Big Story and join us again tomorrow for another edition of Business Morning on The Breakfast Show. Good morning.
Lagos is a city surrounded by water, a place where roads meet rivers and people move across bridges every day. From the lagoon to the Atlantic, water is part of Lagos' story. But for years, much of this potential has been untapped. Lagos inland waterways offer a huge opportunity to move people and goods safely, easily, and faster. That's why the Lagos state government has launched the Omi-Eko project, a €410 million plan to transform the city's waterways into a clean, safe, and smart transport system. Backed by the French Development Agency, the European Union, and the European Investment Bank, the Omi-Eko project would reduce road traffic, promote the use of electric ferries, and make daily movement across Lagos faster and more comfortable. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu described the project as a new era for transportation.
Omi-Eko, a blueprint for the future. Omi-Eko's project is a comprehensive, future-oriented blueprint for a sustainable mobility in Lagos. It merges technology, it pushes environmental stewardship, it creates a smart design for the waterways that is not just navigated, but is optimized. Under our Teams Plus agenda, we identify water transportation as a critical level for transforming urban mobility. And step by step, we have laid the foundation for today's leap. We expanded our Omi bus fleet into very modern ferries We had to save ferries that were designed with comfort and efficiency. It was used at easing the pressure on our congested roads. We established Africa's first waterways monitoring and data center. Is behind here somewhere, ensuring real-time visibility and enhanced safety across our waterways.
25 terminals and 75 electric ferries expected to move about 25 million passengers every year. The project will make water transport a real part of daily life in Lagos. The Lagos state government says the project will create jobs, improve safety, and open new business opportunities for people who walk around the waterways. International partners say Omi-Eko shows how Lagos can lead Africa in green and modern mobility. The Omi-Eko project is not just about transport, it's about reconnecting Lagos with its waters and building a city that moves better, cleaner, and smarter. Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television. Lagos is a city surrounded by water, a place where roads meet rivers and people move across bridges every day. From the lagoon to the Atlantic, water is part of Lagos' story. But for years, much of this potential has been untapped. Lagos inland waterways offer a huge opportunity to move people and goods safely, easily, and faster. That's why the Lagos state government has launched the Omi-Eko project, a 410 million euro plan to transform the city's waterways into a clean, safe, and smart transport system. Backed by the French Development Agency, the European Union, and the European Investment Bank, the Omi-Eko project would reduce road traffic, promote the use of electric ferries, and make daily movement across Lagos faster and more comfortable. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu described the project as a new era for transportation.
Omi-Eko, a blueprint for the future. Omi-Eko's project is a comprehensive, future-oriented blueprint for a sustainable mobility in Lagos. It merges technology, it pushes environmental stewardship, it creates a smart design for the waterways that is not just navigated, but is optimized. Under our Teams Plus agenda, we identify water transportation as a critical level for transforming urban mobility. And step by step, we have laid the foundation for today's leap. We expanded our Omi bus fleet into very modern ferries. We had to save ferries that were designed with comfort and efficiency. It was used at easing the pressure on our congested roads. We established Africa's first waterways monitoring and data center. Is behind here somewhere, ensuring real-time visibility and enhanced safety across our waterways.
25 terminals and 75 electric ferries expected to move about 25 million passengers every year. The project will make water transport a real part of daily life in Lagos. The Lagos state government says the project will create jobs, improve safety, and open new business opportunities for people who walk around the waterways. International partners say Omi-Eko shows how Lagos can lead Africa in green and modern mobility. The Omi-Eko project is not just about transport, it's about reconnecting Lagos with its waters and building a city that moves better, cleaner, and smarter. Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get for Nigeria, we dey suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
And you're watching the big story on Business Day Television Breakfast Show. I am Destiny Momo. Now, talking about the Securities and Exchange Commission, they say that over $50 billion worth of cryptocurrency transactions flowed through Nigeria between July 2023 and June 2024. And yet, despite this massive activity, only about 4% of Nigerians are active investors in the traditional capital market. And SEC Director General Momotimi Agama calls it a paradox. Millions are taking financial risk every day through crypto and gambling, but very few are actually channeling that energy into productive investments that drive real growth. Nigeria's market capitalization to GDP ratio stands at just 30% compared to South Africa's 320% and India's 92%. Now, it's a striking gap that points to deep issues of trust, access, and even confidence. So what's behind this pattern, and what does it mean for Nigerians' financial future? And now, joining us this morning, unpack it all, is Emmanuel Sohe. He is the CEO of Card Tonic. Good morning, Emmanuel. We'll be right back to...
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you, Mr. Emmanuel.
All right. Yeah, good morning, Destiny.
Good morning. Thank you for joining Big Story this morning. Emmanuel, $50 billion in crypto transactions is actually a huge figure, if you ask me. So now what does it tell? Does it tell us about how Nigerians are engaging with money as of today?
All right. Thank you once again, Destiny. You know, the 50 billion worth of cryptocurrency transaction milestone, like you said, is huge. And it's, by the way, happened between the period of July 2023 and June 2024. It shows just one thing: the growing interest in digital assets. You know, Nigerians are increasingly embracing cryptocurrency, and they are showcasing a shift towards digital financial transactions. So you've seen Nigerians beginning to adopt cryptocurrency. Many citizens are using it for various purposes, including remittances. Crypto by itself offers a faster and cheaper way to send and receive money across borders. So you expect more Nigerians to use it for remittances. Some Nigerians see crypto as maybe an attractive investment option. You get given the potential for high returns, which could also go south, by the way. Even financial institutions are using it to provide financial services for the unbanked and underbanked population. And maybe people feel that there is somewhat a lack of regulation, so they're able to keep all their money to themselves, right? But I think what the milestone portends is growing interest in digital assets, and also it shows that Nigerians are willing to take risk, right? The significant volume of crypto transaction indicates that Nigerians are willing to take risk and explore alternative investment options. And personally, I think this is only the beginning, because, we've been ranked as the #2 country globally for cryptocurrency adoption in the Global Crypto Adoption Index. And I had mentioned this during my interview on another platform, that the digital asset space is bullish. And maybe we just have to wait till we get the values for the 2024 25 to 30, which could take us to maybe $70 billion, right, in crypto transaction. And to put this in context, total remittance reported by CBN in 2024 was 20.93 billion. So imagine recording almost times 4 of that in cryptocurrency transaction. You understand? So I just think there is significant growing interest in digital assets. And like I always say, crypto is here to stay, right? And it has become maybe not just an alternative means of moving money from here to there, but it has become another means or channel of moving money.
You've just said it all, that the whole crypto thing is exploring new financial options or investment options, as it were. I like the way you you talk about crypto. I'm sure I'm going to learn a lot from you on how to, do investments in crypto. The way you say it sounds so easy and sounds, very good. Now, the sector is only 4% of adults invest in the capital market. Why do you think participation is that low despite rising financial awareness?
Well, maybe for one, Nigerians don't just understand what's going on in the capital market, and maybe we'll get to that during the course of this interview. But for maybe some of the reasons that we can say accounts for this, maybe 4% adults investing in the capital market would be mistrust in the financial institution. A number of people, I for one, there was a time that a list was flying around about some stock and all of those things. So I looked through and I saw some familiar names. So we reached out to them and they were just like, the stress of having to go to your broker to get your money, even if it's 1,000 naira or 2,000 naira. So I think a history of scams, Ponzi schemes, and weak regulatory oversight has eroded trust in some financial institutions, discouraging people from investing. Then, there's a strong preference for quick returns and tangible assets in this part of the world. So people would rather prefer to maybe, let me just invest 20,000 naira in a Ponzi scheme, hoping to get 30,000 in a month, right? So there is that preference for quick returns. Then with the economic challenges we have in Nigeria, high inflation, rising living costs, and maybe low disposable income, you don't expect individuals to allocate funds for investment from the little that they have to eat and save. Then the one that is maybe really important to me, because you'd find that you have the funds, you really want to invest, but the barriers to entry and exit is kind of high. You'd see some, maybe now with some apps trying to make everything easy, but before now, you would always assume that you need to have a minimum investment threshold. You need to think about the brokerage fees. You need to think about transaction costs. So all of those factors can make it prohibitive for individuals with limited financial resources. Then, Nigeria's population is largely youthful. So, and I would say we young people, we are focused on, I would say we like things to move quickly. So you'd see everyone focused on short-term gains, while older adults, right, may also be cautious due to their past experiences. I know of my maybe older adults in my family that bought stocks of some banks then, and it is worth next to nothing now. So I think there is largely mistrust for financial institutions or for some of those in the capital market. But I believe the bodies concerned with that are trying to bring back trust into the system. So maybe when that happens, we expect to see some investments in our capital markets.
Now, from your experience at the Captonic, what drives Nigerians, especially the youth, toward crypto rather than the stock market? I know you've said something like this. You just even said something like this. But in strong terms, in more understandable terms, how can you, explain how the youths, are delving towards crypto rather than the stock market?
Well, I won't say from my experience at Captonic, because Captonic is not a crypto application, right? But personally, I'm bullish on crypto as a person. And for some reasons, number one, I'm bullish on crypto largely due to the ease of entry and exit. I had mentioned it that maybe sometimes you have funds that you like to invest, but the barrier is to enter and exit makes it. So with crypto, you have ease of entry. Anyone could download any app, right? Do your own research, put in some money into a token or a coin, and whenever you think you want to get your money back, you get it back with just a click. So the ease of entry makes it can drive Nigerians, especially the youth, towards crypto rather than the stock market. Then, like I said, this is a personal experience. I understand to a large extent how it works, and people like to put their money where their, I won't say mouths, now maybe where their heart is. If you really understand a system, you would be willing to go to the full extent, right? So maybe with more financial literacy, or with SEC and other bodies concerned with this, trying to educate people on the need to invest in the stock market, you would see maybe it will change. But for now, maybe some people understand it. I, for one, I understand it, so I would prefer it compared to the stock, which doesn't necessarily mean that I don't also invest in the stock market. Then personally too, and this is a personal feeling, not backed by any research, because while the stock market should operate on economic fundamentals such as performance of the company, industry trends, and macroeconomic indicators, you see some things that make you feel like the Nigerian stock market operates on vibes. and I'll give you some instances. For instance, you would see a news breakout about a product or an organization, and you'll be expecting maybe corresponding increase or a downward trend in the company stock, but it won't react. Nigerian stock, they don't necessarily react to anything, macroeconomic indicators, news, and the likes. So maybe largely due to speculative trading, right? Which is why some people will just try to just chill on this and try to understand what's really happening. So maybe once the market starts running on fundamental analysis, which can lead to price movements reflecting economic conditions, right? You'd see more people embracing it as a viable means of investment rather than crypto. But for now, like I said, this is my own personal experience, and the ease of entry, knowing how it works, and some other personal feelings can drive Nigerians, especially the youth, towards crypto rather than the stock markets.
All right then. Now, how much of this shift is also about access, like the ease and speed of digital trading compared to the bureaucracy in traditional finance?
Yeah, there's no way we want to put this, and we won't go back to talking about the ease, right, of enter and exit, and the speed. For instance, if I need to move money to crypto and maybe back to Naira, maybe it won't take me 4 or 5 minutes to do that, right? But imagine if I'm to move my money to stock, then maybe when I'm done, I want to move it back. I believe it's going to take longer. So, and like I said, we are in a fast-paced world now. Everyone is moving fast. So ease and speed, I think they play a major factor in all of these shifts, right? The bureaucracy in traditional finance would always be a stumbling block towards adoption.
A rise in gambling activity with over 60 million Nigerians betting on a daily. Okay, now do you think the same appetite for quick returns fuels both gambling and crypto trading? It's really funny, but it's true.
For one, I don't have the statistics for the betting industry, right? I don't follow the industry. But because our product or solution helps users pay bills, I know for a fact that people fund their betting wallets heavily. I'm not sure about the numbers, like I said, but I know for a fact that people fund, and it's the trajectory is upwards. It increases month on month. But I also don't think that gambling and crypto should be put in the same context, right? Because gambling by itself has no use case. It's an end. You win, you're happy. You lose, you maybe cry, right? But there are several use cases for crypto, and that's what we also try to do whenever we get the opportunity to jump on platforms like this. I don't see crypto as a gambling scheme because, like I said, there are several use cases for crypto. In fact, the use cases are unlimited. That said, right, maybe the appetite for quick returns is really not the sole factor fueling the rise in gambling activities. Several studies have shown a relationship between socioeconomic indicators and gambling. For instance, poverty rates. We've seen generally countries with higher poverty rates may experience more significant problems like gambling, because with poverty you tend to look for a quick way to get out of this endemic poverty. So what do? You resort to gambling and other social vices. Then income inequality too. People see, especially now that everywhere you turn to, maybe with social media, you can see people balling literally. So people feel that they should also drive big cars, they should also do big things, they should also live in big mansions. So, and for a fact that even if you work from now till 2070 or 2080, you won't get that fund. So you want to resort to activities that would give you that quick money, which, like you said, quick returns can also fuel gambling. But the socioeconomic factors, the underlying socioeconomic factors, is what maybe we should really pay attention to. Like I said, poverty, income equality. Then studies have also shown that with high cases of mental health, you get to see increase in gambling activities, right? Because you'd wonder, maybe if you take a research, one out of, and I don't know these numbers, so I'm just trying to maybe paint a scenario. Maybe 1 out of 100 gamblers are losers, right? But they keep going back to it. It's a combination of maybe poverty, inequality, like I've said, and mental health challenges. And then with increase in crime rates, you also expect to see gambling because they work hand in hand. So these are some of the other underlying factors other than just the appetite for quick wealth or quick returns.
Okay.
Like I mentioned.
All right, quickly, Emmanuel, please just give some brief answers to this question so that you'll be able to trash it all right?
All right.
Now, some argue that crypto is helping financial inclusion where traditional systems actually fail. I want to know if you agree with this.
Absolutely, I do. And to keep it quick, short, right? Like you asked.
Yeah.
Individuals and businesses are using crypto to facilitate international payments and purchases. So it's helping financial inclusion.
Very good. I like the fact that you said it the way you said it, which means that's what you actually believe in, and you feel that's what others should adopt as well. Now, on the flip side, how can regulators like the SEC engage the crypto industry without stifling innovation?
Well, for one, I think it's important to maybe commend the current leadership of the SEC under the leadership of Dr. Pagama, because I for one, I feel for once that they clearly understand the need for innovation, right? SEC and even the leadership, they've been publishing several articles about the need for this innovation, which is here to stay. So I believe they understand some of these problems better than I do, but I can only suggest that there should be more collaborative engagements with the key stakeholders. I know SEC has granted some 2 licenses to some crypto products, but there are several others. So we need to do more in collaborating with the stakeholders, right? There should be clear guidance and frameworks for others to work with. And some of these crypto products, they are willing to abide by some of those frameworks and guidance, right? We just need to bring them on board, and this can include giving them clear and concise guidance on their requirements, their framework, their digital assets, FAQs, and stuff like that. Then I know SEC has been doing it, but they should continue with industry input and feedback. You want to encourage feedback via various channels, such as public comment period, industry associations, direct engagement with regulators. This can help ensure that the regulators are informed by what is really happening in the market or in the industry, right? And I believe with all of this, we are going to provide a clear framework, and we won't stay for this innovation because, like I said, it's here to stay.
Right about that when you said it's here to stay. So my very last question, I just need to answer in like 30 seconds, please. Because the SEC talks about a reimagined regulatory approach, right? Okay, now, so what would a forward-thinking pro-innovation policy look like in your view? Just give me like a 30 seconds answer.
Well, I think a forward-thinking policy would be a policy that provides clear guidelines and frameworks, a policy that engages the industry, right, and a policy that uses principle-based regulation, if that's okay by you.
That's good. Well, thank you so much. Now we've been talking to Emmanuel, and he has actually, given us insights, how the crypto works and how Nigerians can actually take advantage of it to rebuild trust and confidence in its financial market so that risk-taking and energy turns into real economic growth. I want to thank you so much for joining us on The Big Story this morning. Thank you so much, Emmanuel.
Thank you, Destiny.
All right, then. So that's all we have on The Big Story this morning. Up next is social listening. Stay tuned. Still on The Breakfast Show on Business Day Television.
watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to Social Listening on Business Day Television, where we break down trending stories and how people are reacting online. I am Destiny Momo, joined by
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine. Onyeka Valentine, it's so good to always, have you on board, unveil things that happened or that is happening or that is actually trending online, because your tone on these issues are very, very good. I just like it. I just like the way you go about it. Oh, now very quickly, let's talk about the University of Lagos has stopped skit makers, filmmakers, and online creators from using the campus for videos without official approval. I know you have so much to say about this, Valentine. We will come back to it. Let's also see what Social Listening still wants us to talk about. And the management says people now film inside classrooms and hostels without permission, and it is disrupting academic activities and exposing students' privacy. UNILAG says anyone who wants to film must follow the rules and get clearance from the communications unit before bringing it or even bringing out a camera. Before we see tweets, right? Valentine, what do you have to say on this? Because, of a truth, if they are, like making it this way now, right, it shows that a lot of times students, because they know how profitable content is right now these days, they just want to do it, and thereby disrupting people, especially maybe the theater art students or mass communication students when they'll be in their open air theaters doing, a lot of research, or even the medical students, engineering. People will get distracted, definitely.
So normally, right, when there is a key focus on a particular, academia or a particular topic in a classroom or in a lecture room, once there's a bit of skirmish because of some recording outside, it will definitely disturb the concentration and the lecturer, most definitely. I know how these skit makers, how they do this thing. Sometimes what is content to them is when there is unplanned reaction from people who are
exactly
not aware of the skit that is going on.
Yes.
We see the skits every now and then on social media in different places. But you see, I will totally agree with the officials and of course the
regulators
in UNILAG there. Reasons given is, so it is a place of learning, right? So high concentration is needed. Now, this makers basically might not even be aware of the time and place, and reason why they shouldn't, carry out those skits in some certain areas. And because everybody has a phone now, and all phones do have cameras, unlike back in the days, the old 3310 that don't really have cameras.
Motorola.
Exactly. At that time, skit making was almost limited, although we had people like Charlie Boy way back in the early 90s doing skits. It was more or less the father of skits. People don't know.
Exactly.
But anyways, fast forward to this. The reason why I think I will agree with University of Lagos is, look, skit making has now become a point of distraction. Right? Maybe they are coming from the angle of, we don't know if it is criminal activity going on.
Exactly.
We don't know if
security
some
undertone.
security issue. Maybe they come from that angle. But I might not see them come from the angle of, oh, you know what, we have people who don't have activities or don't have things to do. So
I like the fact that it's been regulated, because in an environment like that, anything can happen.
So my point here is, let us look at why are they moving for a ban on unauthorized skit making. When they tell us this, which they've mentioned a bit of it, then another thing will now be, is the skit making really causing trouble such a way that most people don't see?
Don't see.
Let's see.
Let's see tweets to know if what you've just said is also being agreed with by
and there's a monetary aspect of it.
I agree.
I also seen that maybe because they found out that it is now becoming so
profitable,
and so students are no longer focusing
on their academics.
Exactly.
Let's see tweets to this effect. Okay, and from Wells of X Street said, this is just another avenue for extortion. People will now have to pay for approval and permits. And Ola says, once they discover that you are making money off them, just like what Valentine says, without getting anything from you, they'll try to restrict you from doing it. And from Naimika says, institutions in Nigeria, whether government or academic, often fear what they cannot control. Youth with cameras and voices are unpredictable, and that unpredictability threatens rigid systems that thrive on silence and obedience. And Bitcoin says, good. Discipline and morality are very important in any society. I think in anything that happens, people always have, different views, different opinions. This last person is actually agreeing with the system, just like what I said, that, some things need to be regulated in some location. Now, University of Lagos is actually an academic ground where people go to gain knowledge. And now, if content is coming in the form of skits making and causing the rancor of distraction, it should be regulated. Most definitely should be regulated. And I also agree with everything you said, especially about the security undertone. They're trying to prevent, because when these things want to happen, you never know. It comes like a skit as well, and before you know, whatever happens already.
So again, I just saw 3 of the contributions, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And I disagree with 2.
Okay.
Right? And I agree with 1. However, with the givens in front of us, I would say it would make sense if they actually seek whoever wants to carry out a skit or record a skit or produce a skit, as case may be. Let us know who they are, which is why they are pushing for that, get that authorization thing.
Exactly.
Which is why they're pushing for that. So that if you come on campus, right, we can be able to say, are you a skit maker? Let's get your details.
Let's get your details.
Let's know your name. In doing that, they'll get ID cards, they'll get NI, in which you will photocopy, and then they'll file it in. So in an event where something's going on, and whoever it is sees the opportunity to actually commit a crime under the guise of doing skit, they can track that person. Remember, it's a university ground,
exactly, so that they can just what you said is very valid, so that they just get their names and track them now. All right, moving forward, a disturbing allegation is coming from Plateau State, where a popular cleric, Reverend Ezekiel Dakuno, says armed bandits invaded a hospital in Barakan at night, kidnapped a female patient, and raped only the Christian girls. He claims the attackers separated them from their Muslim counterparts and abused them for hours before letting them go. Health workers say the victims returned severely injured and had to be treated immediately. Whoa. What is this menace in our society?
So, it's unfortunate to see that while some certain politicians are aiming for 2027, they have not thought about the fact that you need human beings to be able to govern. You cannot govern over grass, can't govern over, animals. You need human beings. Why am I saying so? It is, some will say unbecoming. Others will say it is unheard of.
It's pathetic.
I think so far it is inhumane to not look at the immediate problems we have, which is security.
Yes.
And we are thinking about 2027. I think it is very, very insensitive. But however, be the case. In this kind of situation where you have these terrorists, I call them terrorists, move in, kidnap some certain girls, and then differentiate whoever is this religion or whatever it is, right? And ask us target this particular people.
Valentine, I'm very pained right now.
What this means is that one thing I want to know is that we are proving the international bodies right when they say they are massive target of Christians in a particular area in Nigeria. That is bad for business.
No. This is painful to me. You know why? I've stayed a little bit in Plateau State. As a matter of fact, as a student from the University of Jos, that is a peaceful state. So when things like this keep happening in that, tourists, very, very attractive. I mean, tourists, very, very, beautiful state like the Plateau, it's so painful because this insecurity started since like 2001 or even if I'm not mistaken, and whether we like it or not, now this is a very bad religious case, right? Separating the Christian girls from the Muslim girls in a hospital where everybody have come for treatment and then inflicting more pains on them by raping them. I do not know the undertone with which to describe this. It is really, really painful. It is painful.
Again, I'll always say this. It's important that we use tech to make our security even better.
It's not like our security do not know about the forensics in these things. I do not know why this is thriving in the Plateau.
So I mean, our job is to look at what it is and then deep into the minds of our.
Okay, now let's see what the tweets have to say about this, because this is very painful. Trust me. Let's see what the tweets have concerning this issue. I think Faval said, Nigeria has become one of the most dangerous places for Christians. Christians in northern Nigeria are facing extreme hardships, and imagine the pain and trauma of a Christian girl raped for several hours by 8 Muslim jihadists while they held AK-47 rifles to her head. Oh my God. And then you don't say worst parts, Christians who can make a difference to change that are busy doing conversions elsewhere. Conversations, I beg your pardon. And the crusade says that Muslim tickets gave these terrorists a newfound authority over other tribes and religion. What other Christians or what other countries would such happen and everybody would look away?
Right. So this kind of tweet really,
yeah.
Go back. This kind of contributor, really is only trying to incite
religious. Okay.
All right. I think. Sorry to cut you. I think it has nothing to do with Muslim
ticket. Yeah.
If you're a bad person, you're a bad person. Whether you're a Christian or a Muslim,
we're all humans.
Unfortunately, look. Let's don't forget in the horror there was a case of the so-called Temilen or whatever guy.
Okay.
He was more or less like a gospel artist who killed
exactly
his girlfriend, and dismembered her body.
Exactly.
Let's not forget that too.
Exactly.
So it has nothing to do with whether you're Muslim or Christian.
Yes. Yes, we should not, make such things a trend. Now, the crusade said, Al-Kabula Historyville said Christian women are raped every day in the northern part of Nigeria, and some people have the effrontery to deny the genocide terrorist attacks on Christians. And another, I think that's all we have on the tweets in that particular topic. And trust me, Valentine, when I say that this is really pathetic. Imagine a girl in pain, maybe undergoing a form of surgery or just underwent a form of surgery. Just check out that scenario. And then it's getting recuperated, taking drips, and being dragged with AK-47 rifle, and being raped in such reckless manner in that pain.
So again,
what can be worse than that?
Let's not allow our emotions not to even see clearly.
It's very, very, very painful. Trust me.
There's work to be done. There's work to be done. And so in looking at it from that angle of how would they even come in without anybody raising any eyebrow, right? There's a point where we need to ask ourselves the question.
Exactly.
Are we investing a lot in, preemptive measures?
Preemptive measures.
When I mention tech, we can have cameras.
I agree with you. Forensics. We have forensics investigators, and these people, they know what to do. They are very intelligent. They know how to bring these things to fore. All right, now, at the National Assembly, lawmakers say terrorists have threatened to bomb the complex. Wow. Now, the House Committee on Internal Security says there have been messages of the threats, cases of infiltration, fake IDs, theft and suspicious visitors inside parliament buildings. Now, lawmakers are now pushing for stronger protection and a new security unit so they can work without fear of an attack. Wow. Before tweets, this is a very serious matter also. If when you see strange people walking in and around the National Assembly, and then, all this kind of, threats are coming to them, they should have something to worry about.
Well, it is what it is. We didn't just start today and say, look, that threats just started today. No, it has been there. Again, are we taking it seriously? Now, when threats like this come in, like I mentioned before, it's all in the answer. The answer is all in tech, really. Why have I mentioned that? Look, they have phones, right? You can track these phones. If we really know what we're doing, these people who hold these phones, before they use those apps, right? It will ask for locations. Okay, so
every phone have that.
Exactly.
So it's very easy to track locations.
Exactly. So locations can be tracked. 1, 2. If
arrests can be made.
If the rest of the numbers, there's NIN to those things. If they have documentation that had those particular phones when they bought them, they can follow through. So they know what to do. Unfortunately, when you need to be in the news, even bad news, it's important to keep it out there.
Sure.
However, I don't think anybody should take any threats.
I think we should just see tweets regarding this and take it up from there. All right, from Kenel Lisa Emeka says, what a welcome development. I can't wait to hear the breaking news, really. And from Joe Mazi says, that will be an excellent move by the terrorists to bomb the shrine of injustice called National Assembly. Why are they hiding the identity of the terrorist group? Whoa. And from Holland,
Nigeria, should respond to that. I think that is very insensitive.
Yes.
Such contributions should not even hit our platform, really, because such a person is already inciting, saying that people should be bombed because they're trying to hide anything. Nobody should die in any case.
I understand.
So hold on. And matters like this are quite sensitive. That people who just go on social media could either be a bot that's even contributing to that, not necessarily in real human being.
Okay.
Because you can't tell me that they should remove or wipe. Come on. We're talking about terrorism, zero tolerance, and you're talking about it's good, let them attack.
When some people make such instances out of like maybe hearsay or out of assumptions, sometimes it actually incites a lot of insecurity, pain, and religious differences, ethnicity, and all of that one. I agree with you when you say that maybe not real people would have made such contributions, but at the same time, such people, when they pour out their growls, is as a result of the pain they would have experienced in the past, judging by maybe how maybe the National Assembly treated some issues, or maybe out of hearsay of what they think is actually happening, under the covers. We might not even know about it. So because of time, actually, that's all on social listening today. We will keep following the Campbell's filming ban, the Plateau tragedy, and the security concern at the National Assembly, to bring more updates. I am Destiny Momo. With me, as always. See you next time on Business Day Television for more trending conversations. And thank you for being with us, throughout today on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show, hearing everything that we had from the headlines to the newspaper review, to Business Morning, to the big story, and now social listening. Thank you for staying with us. And don't forget to join us same time tomorrow for yet another interesting episode. I am Destiny Mama once again. Have a good night.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Business News Hour. I am Glory Brown. Let's take a look at the key business headlines driving today's agenda. World Bank projects commodity prices to hit 6-year low on oil surplus. CBN urged to introduce 10,000 naira and 20,000 naira single notes. Naira hit 10-month high as investors caught dollars holdings. FGN bond records 307% over subscription in October auction. Now let's begin the news where global commodity prices are projected to fall to their lowest level in 6 years in 2026. Marking the fourth consecutive year of decline, the World Bank Group said on Wednesday. According to the lender, prices are forecast to drop by 7% in both 2025 and 2026, driven by weak and global economic growth, a growing oil surplus, and persistent policy uncertainty. Falling energy prices are helping to ease global inflation, while lower rice and wheat prices have improved affordability in some developing countries. Despite recent declines, commodity prices remain above pre-pandemic levels, with 2025 and 2026 prices projected to be 23% and 40% higher respectively than in 2019. Intermit Gill, Chief Communist and Senior Vice President for Development Economies, said commodity markets are playing a key role in stabilizing the global economic. Food prices are also easing, with projected declines of 6.1% in 2025 and 0.3% in 2026. Soybeans prices are falling due to record production and trade tensions, but are expected to stabilize over the next 2 years. Moving on, a new economic review by Quarters Economics have urged the Central Bank of Nigeria to introduce high-level currency notes such as 10,000 naira and 20,000 naira bills to restore the naira's portability and reduce the rising cost of cash transactions. A new report by Quarters Economics titled "Is Africans Ego Stuck or Soaring Back to Life?" has suggested that to restore the naira's portability and ease of use, the country may need to introduce higher value notes such as 10,000 naira and 20,000 naira, or consider a full currency redenomination. Analysts noted that a 5,000 naira note proposed in 2012 would now be equivalent to 50,000 naira, reflecting a 94% decline in currency's real value over the past 2 decades. The report dismissed the widespread beliefs that introducing high-value notes could worsen inflation, calling it a misconception or supported by evidence. It explained that inflation is typically driven by supply and demand pressures, not by currency denominations. Meanwhile, the naira hit a 10-month high of 1,444.4 naira per dollar in the exchange market on Wednesday, as dollar holders continued selling down their positions and increasing exposure to naira denomination assets. Analysts say this sharp move comes amid the surge of foreign exchange inflows, driven by improved oil receipts, stronger remittances, and higher portfolio investment, pushing Nigerians' external reserves above $42.5 billion. The chief suggests investors are gaining confidence in the country's monetary policy and foreign exchange regime, cutting back on dollars holdings in favor of the local currency. Market watchers note the improved liquidity and reduced speculations have helped stabilize the naira. Officials caution that sustaining the rally will require continued reforms, boosting non-oil exports, maintaining macroeconomic discipline, and fully liberalizing the FX market remain key. And now in the banking sector, Guaranteed Trust Holding Company PLC has released its unaudited, consolidated, and separate financial statement as of September 30th, 2025 to the Nigerian Exchange Group and London Stock Exchange. The group posted profit before tax of 900.8 billion naira on the back of strong performance on the core earnings lines of interest incomes and fee income, which grew year-on-year by 25.6% and 16.8% respectively. The strong core earning performance continued to narrow the year-on-year dip in PBT to 26%, thereby cushioning the impact of 523.2 billion naira fair value gains recognized in the third quarter of 2024, which did not recall in the third quarter of 2025. The group recorded growth across all its asset lines and continued to maintain a well-structured, healthy, liquid, and diversified balance sheet in all the jurisdictions wherein it operates a banking franchise, as well as across its payment, pension, and fund management business verticals. Meanwhile, Debt Management Office yesterday said that the federal government bond auction for October recorded 307.6% oversubscription, reflecting a surge in investors' demand. The Debt Management Office disclosed this in its 2025 FGN bond auction results, which showed subscriptions of 1.6 trillion naira against the 260 billion naira offered, with allotments declining by 45.5% to 313.7 billion naira in October, from 576.6 billion naira in September. The results show that DMO offered two instruments in October, the 17.9% FGN OC 2030 and the 17.95% federal government June 2032, with an offer of 130 billion naira respectively. In October, investors priced the 5-year within the range of 15% to 16.5% compared to September, when the range was within 15% to 17.9%. Similarly, the 7-year range eased to 14.5% to 17.5% in October, in which it represents same value in September. Joining me for more discussion on the FG bond records 307% oversubscription in October auction is Eniola Olatunji, which is the BusinessDay Capital Market Correspondent. Eniola, you're welcome to the Business News Hour.
Thank you so much for having me. Good afternoon. Good morning, rather.
Yeah, you're welcome, Eniola. Quickly, what key factors drove the strong investors' demand, resulting in a 307% oversubscription at the October federal government bond auction?
So, there are a couple of factors that drove this demand. But one of them is liquidity. And when we say liquidity, that means partakers of like the bond auction had a lot of money. There's a lot of money in the market, which is estimated to be about 4 trillion on Monday when the bond auction took place. And when there's so much liquidity in the market, that means there would be there's money to buy more. That means the investors taking part in the auction had a lot of money to buy the auction. So that's the first factor. The second factor was that the DMO offered way lesser than it offered the previous month. It offered about over 500 billion the previous month, and then it offered less than that this month, about 260 billion. 260 billion. So there is a lot of money that was going to buy a much lesser amount, to put it simple, to a much lesser amount of bonds that the DMO was asking for. And generally now, yields and stop rates of bonds, short-term securities, generally bonds, treasury bill, commercial papers, are all dropping. So investors are first of all trying to lock in on longer yields. So the yields, they're trying to lock in on long-dated bonds, so that even when yields go down eventually, much later, after another rate cut later during the year, they're already locked down on yields. So yesterday, the DMO offered two bonds. That is the August 2030 bond and the June 2032 bond. The June 2032 bond is a 7-year bond, I think. And that means that, and most of the investors, the DMO saw a larger subscription on the June 2032 bond, meaning that investors are really trying to lock in that yield before yields go down to very drastically low levels. And there was a lot of money for that. I already mentioned that there was about 4 trillion in liquidity, and then the DMO offered lesser than they would normally offer. So that made like there to be oversubscription on those bonds. And then that's why we saw that there was over a 300% subscription than they offered.
So regarding the percentage, does this level of oversubscription signal renewed investors' confidence in Nigerian debt market, or are investors simply seeking safer alternative amid economic uncertainties?
Oh, so currently I don't think it's an issue of economic uncertainties, because we've literally seen things stabilize to a very good extent. You mentioned earlier that the naira is at a 10-month high. Even the stock market is about 50% thereabouts, although it has been bearish this week. So there are other options. Do you understand? So the oversubscription we are seeing is just investors trying to, there's, like I've explained earlier, there's the fear, not even a fear, it's going to happen. Yields are going to trend lower. And even despite this subscription, despite this oversubscription, these yields were actually even lower in the last two auctions. So people are just trying to lock in on these yields. That's the returns they get on these yields before things get worse. And when I mean things get worse, it's not like any economic problem, but before the yields on bonds and fixed income generally go lower. So they're just trying to lock on longer term yields before yields gets lower. That's what's happening. It's not an issue of, and it's also, yes, it's also we've seen a lot of renewed interest in the economy generally, both in terms of the stock market, the bond market, everywhere, but most especially it's just people trying to lock in on longer term yields.
How might this oversubscription affect future government borrowing costs and the broader directions of monetary policy in the coming month?
Okay, so concerning the future, there's already a calendar as to which the DMO is issuing bonds, and we are with the oversubscription now. We saw that there was with the oversubscription, we saw that yields trended downwards. So definitely, I think the DMO has already, or the federal government, so to speak, has already done most of its domestic borrowing. And if you see even the amount they are borrowing is reduced. And so I think now in the last quarter of the year, they are really trying to close in on their foreign borrowings, that is euro bonds, sukuk bonds. There was news yesterday that the Senate or the House of Reps have passed they are allowing for like the federal government to be able to borrow to issue the sukuk and the euro bond. So going forward, we should see more of like international borrowings, foreign borrowings, than domestic borrowing, because earlier during the year we've done a lot of domestic borrowing, and in terms of yield, we should also see yields continue to trend lower. And in fact, yield trending lower is also signaling that there's likely to be a rate cut. In fact, it's obvious that it's going to be a rate cut, but maybe more significant rate cut later in November when the MPC meets.
Thank you, Eniola, for your time and for sharing your insight on the topic. Thank you so much. Now, moving on to the next story we have on the Business News Hour. The country has reached a historic milestone poised to redefine its economic future on October 24, 2025. At the Financial Action Task Force plenary in Paris, France, Nigeria was officially removed from the grey list, a designation that had constrained our financial system and limited opportunities for ordinary Nigerians since February 2023. While on the grey list, Nigeria's financial system was viewed with caution by international partners. Foreign banks were reluctant to process transactions, businesses struggled with higher trade costs, and investors hesitated to commit capital. With this exit, those barriers are beginning to lift. Nigerian companies can now trade more smoothly across borders. Banks can strengthen ties with global financial institutions, and investors are expected to regain confidence in the country's economic outlook. The Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of Economy, Wale Edun, led the coordinated efforts that brought Nigeria off the FATF grey list, a process that required collaboration across multiple agencies. And still on, the federal government has signed a $400 strategic cooperation agreement with Stella Steel Company Limited, a subsidiary of China's Inner Galaxy Group, to establish an integrated steel plant in Ekokoro, Ogun State. The announcement was contained in a statement posted on the official handle of the Presidency of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on Wednesday. The agreement signed by the Minister of Steel Development, Prince Abubakar, on behalf of the federal government of Nigeria, marked a major step towards reviving Nigeria's steel industry. Once completed, the Ewekoro plant will enable Nigerians to produce up to 10 million tons of crude steel annually, positioning the country as a key regional hub for steel manufacturing in the West Africa. When operational, the plant is expected to create over 2,000 direct jobs and 20,000 indirect jobs, while Stella Steel plans to collaborate with Nigerian universities and technical institutions to train engineers and technicians, ensuring local skills development and knowledge transfer. In another major development, with over 34 weekly frequencies to and fro from Nigeria, Ethiopia Airlines has become the largest international carrier operating in the country as the airline launched additional passenger flights between Abuja and Addis Ababa. With the launch of the additional flights, the airline offers travelers smoother connections across its global network, spanning 5 years continent, making international travel more convenient. Speaking during the launch event on Wednesday in Abuja, the area manager at Ethiopia Airlines Nigeria said the airline was not only adding another flight but celebrating a deeper partnership, a stronger connection, and a shared journey between two great nations, Ethiopia and Nigeria. According to her, the airline has grown alongside this great nation, expanding its network to Lagos, Abuja, Enugu, and Kanu, and serving millions of Nigerian passengers with pride, safety, and excellence. To end the business news hour, manufacturers have called for stronger and more consistent policy support to sustain Nigerians' fragile industrial recovery, as the manufacturers' confidence index rose marginally to 50.7 points in the third quarter of 2025, from 50 to 3 points in the previous quarter, reflecting cautious optimism among industry leaders. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria disclosed this yesterday in Lagos during the presentation of its third quarter 2025 CEO's Confidence Index, a quarterly gauge for CEOs' perception of the manufacturing sector and the overall economy. Speaking at the event, MAN Director General Shegun Ajayi Kadiri said the modest 0.4 point rise marks the second consecutive quarterly increase, signaling a gradual improving outlook. He added that the real output growth slowed slightly to 1.6% in the second quarter of 2025, contributing 7.81% to GDP, down from 9.6% in the previous period. And this is where we wrap it up this morning on the Business Day Television Business News Hour. I am Glory Brown. Thank you, and keep watching the Business Day Television for more stories driving Africa's business landscape.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
In late 2025, some of the brightest minds in finance, banking, investment, and innovation gathered for a night of celebration and recognition. The occasion was the prestigious Banks and Other Financial Institution Awards, the BAFI Awards, organized by BusinessDay Media to honor the visionaries shaping Nigeria's economic future. From the red carpet to the main stage, the ambience was vibrant, filled with anticipation, applause, and the aroma of success. The evening celebrated those who had turned bold ideas into thriving enterprises and innovation into inclusion for millions of Nigerians. The awards highlighted one key message: leadership drives progress. Honorees and nominees were praised for transforming challenges into opportunities, financing small dreams, and redefining excellence through community empowerment and sustainability. OPay emerged a standout winner, bagging 3 awards, including Mobile Payment Solutions Provider of the Year.
I'm indeed excited to be here this evening and to have won 3 awards today. It just reflects that what we do is being seen, and we also appreciate our millions of customers out there who we strive to serve. We listen to them and we come up with innovative solutions and products to serve our customers. And that is what we try to do as a fintech in solving the gap that we've noticed in the environment we find ourselves. And of course, trust and safety of funds is key. And that is why we invested so much in coming up with several security features that will give our customers a lot of trust that they can go to bed, that their funds are safe in OPay. And we have done that very well, and the feedback we get is quite impressive. And we, like, even getting this award today is indeed shows that we've done so well. So we thank Business Day, and we also thank our customers who we listen to. We thank our partners, and it's all about collaboration and partnership. OPay is always open to collaboration and partnership, and we are also open to work with other players in the financial services industry to see how we can jointly come up with more innovations to drive financial inclusion.
Coronation was named Best Registrars Company, while Zenith Bank took home the top honor as Bank of the Year.
Well, I feel good, very good actually. Business Day, an award from Business Day is a very good one. You know, this isn't the first time we've been here. We've received awards from Business Day several times in the past, and we're happy to see that we're very well recognized in the financial services industry.
So what are some of the steps that you think brought you to this juncture, receiving the BAFI Awards?
Service. We prioritize our clients. We always make sure our services are top-notch. Operationally, in the area of customer services overall, we serve the customers, so we always do everything we need to do to make sure we're at the forefront of that, and that's what brought us here today.
The awardees also applauded other winners and commended Business Day Media for recognizing excellence and driving growth in Nigeria's financial sector.
On behalf of my team, I want to say thank you once again for recognizing us. Because it's a lot of hard work that has been put into this. And I can confirm to you that we feel rewarded for that work that has been done you know, in terms of our mobile application and in advancement of our digital payment technology. So we feel very great, really, and we're excited.
So what are some of the steps that have helped you to arrive at this title that you were given today?
Okay, it's been an interesting journey. We moved from our mobile application 2.0 to 2.1. We've been able to add over 200 features to that, and it took us a lot of work to get there because we needed to involve customer experience, gather data. We had a lot of tests done across different devices, different strata, different level of customers and users, before we were able to revamp, and until we got to this stage. So it's been a lot of sleepless nights, really, if you understand, but it's rewarding today because we feel elated to have done this, and we give glory to God Almighty.
We at Lotus Bank continue to do the best that we can. Last year at the same event, we were honored with the award for Best Ethical Banking Leadership Award, and this year, you know, we're honored with the Best Ethical and Financial Inclusion Bank of the Year. So it's actually an honor. We are very grateful. We continue everything we try to do. We continue to do it for our customers and continue to ensure that all of our processes and customer experience services are always top notch. So it's an honor, and we really appreciate Business Day for this award.
Well, it feels surreal because we've put in a lot of work. A lot of hard work, grunt work, especially the people at the tech department, the marketers, the product development officers and managers. It's been a lot of work. Everybody, the board itself has been very supportive. So just even getting nominated, it was a gratifying moment. It showed that people could see. We thought we were working in silence. We thought that, well, let's keep working in the next 2-3 years. And then the recognition came, and the recognition is disruptor, digital payments disruptor. And somebody said, disruptor, isn't that negative? I said, no, it's not negative. What it's saying is, watch out for these people. So it's humbling, it's gratifying, it's satisfying, and it simply says there's a lot more work to do. So we cannot rest.
Any recognition just makes us want to do more, so we feel good about it.
So Borough Bank came in and changed the game. You're going to agree with that. For SMEs especially, and for people who want to just find a bank that they trust. So what are some of the steps that you took that led you to, receiving this award this night?
Okay, so we had a deliberate strategy. We start by accepting the fact that the SMEs are very important for economic growth, and we have to find a way to support them. We have deliberate strategy to support them. We have 4 areas that we look into. The first one, we do capacity development, where we bring them together, train them, do their working, and then we also give them access to finance. We also introduce them to opportunity to get funding, equity funding, so other than finance, which is bank loan, just people who are happy to put equity investment to help them grow. And then we give them access to markets as well. So these are the 4 areas that we help them. But that's in addition to the various products that we give them, like POS, what we call VPS. This is just make it easy for them to collect payments all the time.
I feel recognized, I feel honored, and I'm very happy.
So what are some of the steps that helped you to get to this moment where you're receiving this award this night?
I believe this is all about leadership, and leadership isn't about doing it entirely on your own. Leadership is being able to harness the powers, the talents within the team, and ensuring everybody pulls their weight. And at the end of the day, we all get the results, and well, maybe someone takes the shine on behalf of everybody. But it all speaks to the fact that at the end of the day, we all win, and we all get something done. So
we are very excited. I'm very, very proud of the award, because this is a result of hard work, resilience, and professionalism in the market. Iron Global, what we are set for is to distinguish ourselves as one of the best issuing houses offering financial advisory services in Nigeria and across Africa. And in the last 4 years, at least, we've proved to the world that we have the competence, we have the capacity and the capability to do a very good job. And that has shown in over 20 transactions that we've done in the last 4 years.
What are some of the steps that you took to arrive at this juncture of receiving this award?
Well, kudos to our board, who comprises of men of distinct professionalism and high level when it comes to competence and understanding of the market. And what we stand for is quality, right away from the board to the management. And that has shown in everything we have done. We've been able to offer the best of services to our customers. And that has led to, deals upon deals, and here we are today. This is one of the rewards of good job.
I'm glad it meant that we're doing something good in the industry. I would say thank you and shout out to our clients that really believe in us and believe in our expertise, what we have to deliver. As a private wealth and trust service firm, it's important that at the forefront of our business, we keep our customers in mind, how to support them, set up structures that can, be formidable to warehouse their asset, manage it, and then help them distribute when the time comes to their beneficiaries seamlessly. So yes, to our clients, thank you.
Well, my article titled Nigeria at 65, From Political Freedom to Creative Economy. The article, focuses on not just the independence, which is an annual event, but seeing how independence affects the creative economy, the creative industry. As Nigeria marked their 65th independence anniversary last week on the 1st of October, the familiar symbols of celebration returned, except of course the cancellation of the parade that normally holds in Abuja. Interestingly, this was replaced with the commissioning of the refurbished National Theatre in Ikomu, which was sponsored by the Central Bank in collaboration with the Bankers Committee. Of course, the Independence Anniversary is a symbolic reminder of the moment in 1960 when the Union Jack was lowered and Nigeria's green-white green was raised for the first time, signaling the end of colonial rule and beginning of self-governance. So my article looks at beyond the pageantry lies a sobering question. What does independence truly mean in 2025? Is it enough to celebrate the memory of political sovereignty won 6.5 decades ago? Or must we now broaden its meaning to encompass economic resilience, cultural identity, and creative innovation? This is what my article attempts to do as part of the Wise Thought contribution to the Independence Anniversary of Nigeria, the 65th Independence Anniversary. You know, we've had 65 years. I mean, we have made some progress in certain areas. There are still challenges in other areas. And my own area of specialization is in theater, culture, and the creative economy. And I try to look at how far have we gone in respect of these areas of our creative economy. I mean, we realized that political sovereignty was just the foundation of independence, but it is only a first layer. For me, the independence requires more than the absence of colonial rule. It demands accountability, governance, strong institutions, and the ability to define one's destiny on the global stage. In this sense, Nigeria's journey has been uneven, if you like. While political sovereignty has been preserved, the promise of independence to secure prosperity, justice, opportunity for citizens remains, in my view, only partially, fulfilled. This is where the creative economy becomes crucial, because over the past 2 decades, Nigeria's cultural industries, film, music, literature, fashion, the digital media have grown into global powerhouses. Nollywood is said to rank among one of the highest producing film issues in the world after Bollywood and Hollywood. Afrobeat is dominating the music scene in Nigeria. Nigerian musicians are getting global attention. Nigerian fashion is also making waves. These and artists are celebrated on prestigious platforms. So these achievements, for me, represent more than cultural pride. They are evidence that Nigeria possesses the capacity to lead with ideas, stories, and innovation, especially given our young population and the creative mind of the average Nigerian. So for me, the creative industry is not simply entertainment, it is an economic engine. For Nigeria, with its youthful entrepreneurial population, the sector is both an opportunity and a responsibility. Independence must now be understood not only as political sovereignty, but as the ability to harness talent and transform creativity into sustainable wealth. So that's my own motivation for getting involved in this article. Because I always believe that, you know, a country has their own strengths, and some of those strengths are what we can give back in a way to the world. If we look at the issue of the Nobel Prize, I mean, in almost 40 years, you know, or in the last 40 years, the only Nobel Prize that we have won for Nigeria is Wole Soyinka's Nobel in literature. So we have some comparative advantage there. We look at, you know, Achebe's Things Fall Apart, that have been translated into so many languages. We look at the poets, Niyo Shundare, Tanure Ojaide. We look at the playwrights, J.P. Clark, Wale Oguyemi, Gabriel Okara, and quite a number that we have, in my view, comparative advantage in this creative sector. I mean, quite a number of people are also making waves in the scientific world, in agriculture and stuff like that. But our creative area is just really taking the world by storm. I mean, Afrobeat. I mean, look at Ashake. You know, the music just trends all over the world. So I believe that while we have made some progress in other areas, we do have some comparative advantage in the creative economy. And I'm also happy that the celebration of the independence anniversary today happened at the refurbished National Theatre, drawing attention. And a major aspect of what transpired that day was that the National Endowment for the Arts would be provided for. And this is something that has been on the table for quite some time. And I believe that the president, in fact, promised to be a contributor to it. And this even started way before the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, that some percentage of profit from the industry, from commerce and all of that should be set aside for the National Endowment for the Arts. And I believe that this is now something that is coming up very strongly. I believe it is the spirit of the Nigerian. You know, I mean, not many people who are in Nollywood have access to funding. You know, in some instances, the banks and the borrowing houses think that they are all risky business. But this is an area where we have comparative advantage. So something like the endowment for the arts, at least it will provide some initial seed money for the people in the creative industry, in fashion, in music, in design, to at least get things going within the framework of their own areas of specialization. And Nigerian fashion, I mean, on the wrong way. People are moving, people are doing things, and I think that there's a need to harness from the government and from the industries, from the commercial houses, how these can be provided for, can be supported, because a lot of what is going on is in spite of or despite not getting that much of government or commercial support, that they are still going on. I mean, Nollywood literally started all by itself, and now it's become a global phenomenon. And of course, there's a lot of improvement in what is going on. There's streaming, pay TV, and the rest of them. And these are things that I believe that are good for our own economy and we must tap on it. The Indian Bollywood is very well supported by the economic areas of India. You know, the banks, the government, the industries. There are people that are supporting these, and so Bollywood keeps growing in leaps and bounds. And I think that it's important for us also in Nigeria to get these commercial enterprises. I'm aware of a gentleman, Ladi Boss, some very many years back, who got some subscription. You know, they floated some idea. Also with Ladi, Francis Oladile, you know, and they tried to raise money from subscription. It was oversubscribed, you know, but then that was like one off. And now you still need some of those areas to support the creative industry. And from everything from making carvings, calabashes, writing plays, writing scripts, and all of that. And if you look at the internet now, you know, you see there are so many Nigerians that are involved in making skits. Of course, some of them just funny 1 minute skits, some of them 2-3 minutes. So we are growing, and there is a need for government support and the support of industries to be able to back these things that are going on. The policy is important. Of course, there are a couple of federal government parastatals. There is the Nigerian Film Corporation. There is the National Film Video Boards, you know, and then they've got the National Council for Arts and Culture. But how much support does the government give for these parastatals, these establishments, for them to really impact and influence, you know, what is going on in the industry? So policy guidelines are important. Finance is a very major one. And then the infrastructure. I think at the point we had some film village. Now the individuals are, I think there is a Kunle Afolayan who has a film village somewhere in Oyo. You know, so there's a need to have more of this because some of this can be capital intensive, and it's very difficult for individuals to start looking for location shooting. The cost of transportation, the cost of payment of artists and stuff like that. So there's a need for all of this to be under some umbrella. Citizens must also embrace a culture of supporting local content. Look at all the adire that's made in Abeokuta. Look at all the pits, dye pits in Kano. Look at all the Okene cloths and the rest of them. How much are we as citizens patronizing this? Instead, what you do is that you see a novel that has been written and is, you know, very well written, and the next thing you see people that have gone to print their own copies of the work and they start selling it. You see video films that are pirated and sold on the streets. You see music CDs. You know, all of this, it's important. These are citizens must also see themselves as custodians of these works of art. You know, the global rise that we are witnessing of Afrobeats, you know, those things are not driven purely by state policy. Nigerians must also consume in a similar way of consuming what we produce agriculturally. You know, they must wear Nigerian outfits, Nigerian designs. They must promote Nigeria. They must see Nigeria as their own. It's not a question of saying, oh, this outfit came from the UK or the US or from Singapore or from China. How much of our own are we consuming? And for me, each citizen must have that kind of civic responsibility, which means amplifying and protecting what is ours rather than undermining it through piracy or apathy, not seeing yourself as a part of what is currently going on. So we can't leave it all to government. Each citizen must also see these things as being important in respect of what they do and how they do the things that they do. Well, independence ultimately is not a single event to be celebrated with flags and parades each October. For me, it is a continuous responsibility, renewed across generations and measured not by rhetoric, but by results. When Nigeria matches its political sovereignty with the economic power of its creative industries, supported by strong institutions, visionary leadership, and active citizenship, then independence will no longer be only a date in history. It will be a shared responsibility by government, the citizens, and all of those who are involved in the creative industry, the creative economy. I believe that we are on the right track, and in another 5 years, 10 years, we should not be discussing all these issues again. We should be deeply and firmly rooted in producing and consuming what is ours, and also exporting all these things. I'm happy to read that we are not spending as much money on servicing debts as we used to, but we must continue to do more and use what we have to earn more in respect of the foreign exchange and all of that. And the creative economy, the creative industries are a strong way of things that we ourselves create that we can then bring up and use in earning more respect and fundamentally more revenue for the Nigerian state, which of course makes individuals that are involved also become better off and well off.
great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Amanda Imasibu. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. Tinubu approves 15% import duty on petrol, diesel. Manufacturers record fragile growth as credit drops 7.72 trillion naira. Federal government releases 2.3 billion naira to clear university union salary arrears. Trump shaves China tariffs after amazing Xi meeting. El Clasico, Vinicius Jr. apologizes to Real Madrid fans. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where President Bola Tinubu has approved the introduction of a 15% ad valorem import duty on petrol and diesel imports into Nigeria to protect local refineries and stabilize the downstream markets. Tinubu, in a public letter addressed to the Federal Inland Revenue Service and the Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, directed immediate implementation of the tariff as part of what the government described as a market-responsive import tariff framework. The latest, signed by his private secretary, Damilotu Aderemi, conveyed the president's approval following a proposal by the executive chairman of the FIRS, Zach Adedeji. The proposal reportedly sought the application of a 15% duty on the cost, insurance, and freight value of imported petrol and diesel to align import costs with domestic market realities. Adedeji, in his memo to the president, explained that the measure was part of ongoing reforms to boost local refining, ensure price stability, and strengthen the Naira-based oil economy in line with the administration's Renew Hope agenda for energy security and fiscal sustainability. Moving on, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria has revealed that credit to the manufacturing sector decreased by 9.5% to 7.72 trillion naira as of March 2025, down from 8.53 trillion naira in December 2024, amid a fragile recovery that requires urgent policy intervention to sustain. The association, which released its findings in the third quarter 2025 Manufacturer CEO's Confidence Index report in Lagos on Tuesday, said the decline in credit, high energy costs, and foreign exchange liquidity constraints continue to weigh on the performance of the real sector despite modern gains in output and business confidence. Director General of MAN, Segun Ajayi Kadi, says the sector's reliance remained fragile as key constraints persisted. In his words, high lending rates averaging 36.6%, declining credit access of 7.72 trillion naira, and rising unsold inventories of 1.04 trillion naira continue to limit manufacturing performance. Ajayi Kadi added that though capacity utilization improved to 61.3% in the first half of 2025 from 57.6% in the second half of 2024, the gains were modest and could easily be eroded without decisive policy action. According to MAN, manufacturing value fell sharply to $25.36 billion in 2024 from $55.9 billion in 2023 as competitiveness weakened under soaring exchange rates, inflation, and interest rates, with the association revealing that manufactured exports rose to 803.8 billion naira in Q2 2025, up from 294.4 billion naira in Q1, showing some resilience despite macroeconomic headwinds. Still on, the federal government has released 2.3 billion naira to university-based unions to offset outstanding arrears and improve staff welfare. Tunji Alausa, Minister of Education, announced the release on Wednesday in Abuja while providing updates on ongoing engagements with the Academic Staff Union of Universities and other tertiary education unions. Alausa says the intervention underscores the government's commitment to resolving long-standing welfare and funding challenges through fiscal support, reforms, and sustained dialogue. In his words, the Ministry of Finance and the Accountant General's Office are finalizing the release of the third-party non-statutory deductions and pension remittances. The minister also says the federal government plans to integrate the earned academic allowance into university staff salaries beginning in 2026 to ensure more predictable and sustainable payments, adding that funds have been released under the needs assessment of Nigerian university project with the additional budgetary provisions to sustain the program. Also, President Bola Tinubu on Wednesday revealed that the federal government has secured a $2.5 billion investment commitment to establish 6 modern meat processing factories, including 3 poultry facilities, 2 beef facilities, and 1 pork facility across Nigeria within the next 5 years. The president, who noted that Nigeria has huge untapped potential in milk and dairy production, wondered why the country spends about $1.5 billion annually on importing such products, describing it as a paradox that we must correct. Tinubu says the investment will also provide technical support for local producers through a partnership with JBS, the world's largest meat processing company. The president described Nigeria's annual milk production of 0.7 million litres as grossly inadequate, falling far below the amount required to meet the nutritional needs of its population. To end the local news, the federal government on Wednesday announced the signing of a $400 million cooperation agreement with the Stella Company Limited, a Chinese-backed firm to establish a major steel plant in Ewekoro, Ogun State. The deal signed in Abuja between the Federal Ministry of Steel Development and Stella Steel marks one of the biggest foreign direct investment commitments in Nigeria's steel sector in nearly a decade. Backed by Chinese parent group Galaxy Group and RSRN Group, both headquartered in Fuzhou, Fujian Province, the new plant is expected to commence operations by mid-2026. A statement issued by the ministry's public information officer, Ijoma Opia, revealed the agreement was signed by the Minister of Steel Development, Prince Shaibu Abubakar Audu, and the president of Ina Galaxy Group, Lee, on behalf of Stella Steel. The Minister of Steel Development, Shaibu Audu, signed the agreement when he hosted Lee, president of Ina Galaxy Group, and other members of the Stella Steel Company Limited at the ministry's headquarters in Abuja. We're going on a quick break now, and we'll bring you the foreign news in detail.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Attention biz, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
And we're back. Thank you for staying with us. On the foreign scene, US President Donald Trump revealed on Thursday that he had agreed with President Xi Jinping to trim tariffs on China in exchange for Beijing cracking down on the illicit fentanyl trade, resuming US soybean purchases, and keeping rare earth exports flowing. Trump's face-to-face talks with Xi in the South Korean city of Busan, their first since 2019, marked the finale of a whirlwind Asia trip on which he also touted trade breakthroughs with South Korea, Japan, and Southeast Asian nations. China agreed to pause exports controlled unveiled this month on rare earth elements with vital roles in cars, planes, and weapons that have become Beijing's most potent source of leverage in its trade war with the United States. China's Commerce Ministry revealed that the pause would last for a year, adding that the two sides had also reached consensus on expanding agricultural trade and would work to resolve issues around TikTok, which Trump seeks to bring under US-controlled ownership. The reaction to the dent was muted in global stocks markets, with major Asian indexes and European futures swinging between gains and losses, while China's Shanghai Composite Index opens a new top, slipping from 10-year high, while US soybean futures were weaker. Also, Trump has called on US military leaders to resume testing US nuclear weapons in order to keep pace with other countries such as Russia and China. Trump revealed that the US has more nuclear weapons than any other country, followed by Russia and China, a distant third, noting that it has not conducted nuclear weapon testing since 1992. This comes just days after Trump denounced Russia for testing a nuclear-powered missile, which reportedly has an unlimited range. Trump's post on Wednesday night acknowledges the tremendous destructive power of nuclear weapons, but said he had no choice but to update and renovate the U.S. arsenal during his first term in office. This reportedly marks an apparent reversal of a long-standing U.S. policy, as the last U.S. nuclear weapons test was in 1992 before former President George Bush issued a moratorium as the Cold War ended. Trump's post came just before Xi landed in South Korea for the first face-to-face meeting between the two since 2019, as he was aboard a helicopter, Marine One, while en route to meet Xi in Jimhae International Airport. Now to sports. Real Madrid winger Vinicius Jr. has apologized to his supporters for his reaction to being substituted in Sunday's fiery El Clasico win against Barcelona. The Brazilian was taken off in the 72nd minute and expressed his frustration by going straight down the tunnel. Vinicius later returned to the pitch and, after his side's 2-1 win, tried to confront Barcelona's Lamine Yamal during unsavory post-match scene. Vinicius joined Real from Flamengo in 2018 for £38.7 million and has scored 111 goals in 335 appearances. Vinicius' statement, however, did not directly mention Real Madrid's manager Xabi Alonso amid reports that the pair had fallen out. To end the news, President of the Nigeria Football Federation, Ibrahim Gusau, has expressed strong confidence that the Super Eagles would claim Africa's ticket in the intercontinental playoff for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Gusau revealed that both the National Sports Commission and the NFF are working tirelessly to ensure the three-time African champions are fully prepared for the crucial encounters against Gabon on Thursday, November 13th, and potentially Cameroon or DR Congo in the final on Sunday, November 16th. The NFF boss confirmed that the Super Eagles training camp will open in Rabat, Morocco on Sunday, November 9th, with players already contacted and aligned with the team's objectives. The Super Eagles will face Gabon at either the El Barid Stadium or the Prince Moulay El Hassan Sports Complex, both in Rabat, while the final of the CAF playoffs will be held at the Stade Prince Héritier Moulay El Hassan. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. I am Amanda Emosibue. Stay tuned for more updates.
asking hard questions about the coastal road, talking about the amount that is going into this very good development, 7 to 8 billion naira per kilometer. Nigerians are worried, and they're saying that transparency is not an attack. That Nigerians deserve to know the breakdown going into this project, because there are a lot of roads, Nigerian roads, federal roads, that also need attention. And they're asking, why will such an amount go into just one project when other roads that lead to economic value in the nation keep suffering?
Basically, when we got winds of the fact that the coastal road is going to be worked upon, we're all excited and all, because we know the economic impact it will bring to this part of the country and also to the south region. But with the comment of the Minister for Works, when he made mention of the 7 billion naira per kilometer, I was a bit astonished, because I believe that transparency should be the key, should be our watchword, because I believe 7 billion naira in a road of that magnitude, I think, is a bit bogus. But still, we shouldn't downplay the economic importance it's going to bring to the people of Cross River, to that corridor. So I think the figure on ground, I think, is outrageous. I believe if such money is even being put into other roads, major roads in the country that needs to be looked into, I believe our roads will work better. I believe that the spate of accident and things like going on the road will be minimal because of the bogus sum.
Anything that adds to the infrastructure of the country is a benefit to the country, so it's good. Yes, there are many other roads that need work, but this one too is needed. I mean, we're a country of this size, and for me to get to Calabar, to get to Port Harcourt, to get to the east where we're from, it takes hours turning from one road to that. This will make life so much easier for millions and millions. Lagos is still the center of this country, whether we like it or not. So no people that move, like Christmas will come, people that move out of Lagos to their hometowns is enormous. Millions of people move. So this road is needed. As far as the money being wasted, I believe strongly that the most important thing is to do the project well. I don't know anything about the costing. I will not lie to you. I haven't followed it. I've tried not to. I've tried to ignore it, because, as I always say, hey, it's our money, yes, but as long as they're spending our money for our project, we can live with it. And that's all we should do. As long as they're spending our money for our project, we're fine. But they should spend it for our project. But I'm okay. It's a good thing as long as it's done well.
This issue of coastal road, to me, they should allow sleeping dog to lie. Honestly, when you talk about road construction, most of the people that complain about these roads, some of them are not professionals. When you look at the terrain, to me personally, and as a citizen of this country, there's nothing big about the cost. When you look at that terrain, yes, Nigeria is so big, so vast, so large, that infrastructure decay is a problem now. When we look at the issue of abandoned facility infrastructure, yes, but something has to be done on that corridor. I'm not fighting for government. I'm not fighting representing the Honorable Minister for the works, for works. But at the same time, let's be realistic with ourselves. There's no big deal about that road. It's a simple arithmetic. You sit down a structural engineer who will give you every cost of that terrain. That terrain is different to ordinary road, where there's no mud, where there's no water. I mean, there's no way. Just simple arithmetic. Tell me, in any civilized country, where did you want to construct road that will not be cost, that will not be variation? So as far as I'm concerned, it's not a big deal.
Here in Lagos, Nigeria, Destiny Momo reporting for Business Day Television News. Nigerians are asking hard questions about the coastal road, talking about the amount that is going into this very good development, 7 to 8 billion naira per kilometer. Nigerians are worried, and they're saying that transparency is not an attack. That Nigerians deserve to know the breakdown going into this project, because there are a lot of roads, Nigerian roads, federal roads, that also need attention. And they're asking, why will such an amount go into just one project when other roads that lead to economic value in the nation keep suffering?
Basically, when we got winds of the fact that the coastal road is going to be worked upon, we're all excited, because we know the economic impact it will bring to this part of the country, and also to the south region. But with the comment of the Minister for Works, when he made mention of the 7 billion naira per kilometer, I was a bit astonished, because I believe that transparency should be the key, should be our watchword. Because I believe 7 billion naira in a road of that magnitude, I think, is a bit bogus. But still, we shouldn't downplay the economic importance it is going to bring to the people of Cross River, to that corridor. So I think the figure on ground, I think, is outrageous. I believe if such money is even being put into other roads, major roads in the country that needs to be looked into, I believe our roads will work better. I believe that the spate of accident and things like going on the road will be minimal because of the bogus sum.
Anything that adds to the infrastructure of the country is a benefit to the country, so it's good. Yes, there are many other roads that need work, but this one too is needed. I mean, we're a country of this size, and for me to get to Calabar, to get to Port Harcourt, to get to the east where we're from, it takes hours turning from one road to that. This will make life so much easier for millions and millions. Lagos is still the center of this country, whether we like it or not. So no matter people that move, like Christmas will come, people that move out of Lagos to their hometowns is enormous. Millions of people move. So this road is needed. As far as the money being wasted, I believe strongly that the most important thing is to do the project well. I don't know anything about the costing. I will not lie to you. I haven't followed it. I've tried not to. I've tried to ignore it, because, as I always say, hey, it's our money, yes, but as long as they're spending our money for our project, we can live with it. And that's all we should do. As long as they're spending our money for our project, we're fine. But they should spend it for our project. But I'm okay. It's a good thing as long as it's done well.
This issue of coastal road, to me, they should allow sleeping dog to lie. Honestly, when you talk about road construction, most of the people that complain about these roads, some of them are not professionals. When you look at the terrain, to me personally, and as a citizen of this country, there's nothing big about the cost. When you look at that terrain, yes, Nigeria is so big, so vast, so large, that infrastructure decay is a problem now. When we look at the issue of abandoned facility infrastructure, yes, but something has to be done on that corridor. I'm not fighting for government. I'm not fighting representing the Honorable Minister for the works, for works. But at the same time, let's be realistic with ourselves. There's no big deal about that road. It's a simple arithmetic. You sit down a structural engineer who will give you every cost of that terrain. That terrain is different to ordinary road, where there's no mud, where there's no water. I mean, there's no way. Just simple arithmetic. Tell me, in any civilized country, where did you want to construct road that there will not be cost, there will not be variation? So as far as I'm concerned, it's not a big deal.
Here in Lagos, Nigeria, Destiny Momo reporting for Business Day Television News. Nigerians are asking hard questions about the coastal road, talking about the amount that is going into this very good development, 7 to 8 billion naira per kilometer. Nigerians are worried, and they're saying that transparency is not an attack. That Nigerians deserve to know the breakdown going into this project, because there are a lot of roads, Nigerian roads, federal roads, that also need attention. And they're asking, why will such an amount go into just one project when other roads that lead to economic value in the nation keep suffering?
Basically, when we got winds of the fact that the coastal road is going to be worked upon, we're all excited, I know, because we know the economic impact it will bring to this part of the country, and also to the south region. But with the comment of the Minister for Works, when he made mention of the 7 billion naira per kilometer, I was a bit astonished, because I believe that transparency should be the key, should be our watchword. Because I believe 7 billion naira in a road of that magnitude, I think, is a bit bogus. But still, we shouldn't downplay the economic importance it's going to bring to the people of Cross River, to that corridor. So I think the figure on ground, I think, is outrageous. I believe if such money is even being put into other roads, major roads in the country that needs to be looked into, I believe our roads will work better. I believe that the spate of accident and things like going on the road will be minimal because of the bogus sum.
Anything that adds to the infrastructure of the country is a benefit to the country, so it's good. Yes, there are many other roads that need work, but this one too is needed. I mean, we're a country of this size, and for me to get to Calabar, to get to Port Harcourt, to get to the east where we're from, it takes hours turning from one road to that. This will make life so much easier for millions and millions. Lagos is still the center of this country, whether we like it or not. So no people that move, like Christmas will come, people that move out of Lagos to their hometowns is enormous. Millions of people move. So this road is needed. As far as the money being wasted, I believe strongly that the most important thing is to do the project well. I don't know anything about the costing. I will not lie to you. I haven't followed it. I've tried not to. I've tried to ignore it, because, as I always say, hey, it's our money, yes, but as long as they're spending our money for our project, we can live with it. And that's all we should do. As long as they're spending our money for our project, we're fine. But they should spend it for our project. But I'm okay. It's a good thing as long as it's done well.
This issue of coastal road, to me, they should allow sleeping dog to lie. Honestly, when you talk about road construction, most of the people that complain about these roads, some of them are not professionals. When you look at the terrain, to me personally, and as a citizen of this country, there's nothing big about the cost. When you look at that terrain, yes, Nigeria is so big, so vast, so large, that infrastructure decay is a problem now. When we look at the issue of abandoned facility infrastructure, yes, but something has to be done on that corridor. I'm not fighting for government. I'm not fighting representing the Honorable Minister for the works, for works. But at the same time, let's be realistic with ourselves. There's no big deal about that road. It's a simple arithmetic. You sit down a structural engineer who will give you every cost of that terrain. That terrain is different to ordinary road, where there's no mud, where there's no water. I mean, there's no way. Just simple arithmetic. Tell me, in any civilized country, where did you want to construct road that will not be cost, that will not be variation? So as far as I'm concerned, it's not a big deal.
Here in Lagos, Nigeria, Destiny Momo reporting for Business Day Television News.
how are you today?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you. I hope to have an exciting section today.
Looking forward to it.
Hello, Mr. Bankole.
Good afternoon. Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good
It's nice to
afternoon,
have you
Esther.
here.
Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon, Mr. Adewale. Well, nice to have you all here. So I think we're starting in the next 2 minutes. I just want other speakers to come on board so we don't have to go back again. So let's just, and please, can we all put on our video so I can see our handsome and beautiful faces? Nice to meet you, Abimbola. Hello, Adiola. Nice to meet you. I can't hear you, Adiola. Hello, Mr. Adewale.
Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Bankole, good afternoon. Hello. Hope you're having a nice day. So we just need other speakers to join and we'll just start. But before that, let's just interact. Let's just say hi to your day going. So just tell me what's happening. Like, hope you're excited to be on the session. Okay, can you hear me? Because I can't hear anyone.
Sure, we can hear you.
Okay, so we just have one more speaker to come on board. Who's that speaker? Okay, Mr. Benga. We're waiting for Mr. Benga. So in the next 1 minute, if he's not online, we're going to start. So we'll just join us. Let's see them yet. Okay. I'll just put a call across to him. So let me know if he's coming now so we can start. So I'll be right back. The moderator would have handled it. But whichever way, I hope to have an exciting session with you all. So this is welcome to another session of SME Clinic. It's a session we do every month and the last Thursday of every month because we want our SMEs to be aware of the different things they need to make their business grow. And that's why we have this month as a benefit of insurance for SMEs. And in no particular order, I'm just going to call on our speakers to introduce themselves. Just introduce yourself for 1 minute. Tell us your name and what you do, the company you work with. Just introduce yourself basically. So I'm going to start with Abimbola. Hello, Abimbola. Can you please introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, my name is Onyoloka Abimbola. I work with Fast Credit Finance Company Limited. I'm the divisional head SME banking. I have over 20 years experience in banking, commercial banks, finance houses, and the likes. And I love to talk SME. I love to talk investments. I have a passion for people, developing businesses, in our quota. As an organization, we are passionate about the Nigerian consumers, consumer lending, SME lending, public sector and private sector lending, which is part of business that we're into. I'm looking forward to a fantastic session today.
Thank you so much, Abimbola. I'm also looking forward to a fantastic section. Thank you so much. Mr. Adewale, can you introduce yourself, please?
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Or good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Yeah, my name is Adewale Talal. I work with Coronation Insurance, and have been in the business of marketing for over 15 years now, especially retail SME and direct sales, that's digital marketing. So I'm glad to be here to share my idea on on today's topic. So I hope we have an interactive section.
Thank you, Mr. Adewale. Mr. Bankole, can you please introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. So my name is Bankole Banjo. So I look after the Sanlam Alliance Nigerian brand as the marketing and corporate communications manager. In a nutshell, I'm the brand's official makeup artist. I make the brand look good. So I'm extremely passionate about insurance. I've been in the industry for 10 years. I've started out in advertising. I've literally sold every and anything. The only thing I've not sold so far is a church or a mosque, but everything else I've had cause to be involved in the advertising or marketing communication. So I'm delighted to be here. I like to break down insurance in an easy to relate everyday language. So I look forward to a very exciting session this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bankole. We have Miss Adeolu. Are you still online? Because I can't see you. Miss Adeola, can you please introduce yourself? Sorry for the mistake in your name.
All right, I'm online. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adeola Olaniyan, and I'm a business systems architect, and I'm also the founder of adeolaniyan.co, which is a management consultancy where I work directly with businesses as their strategic architect. I help them build systems that are lean, smart, scalable, and investor magnetic. I've spent nearly 2 decades in operations and executive leadership across different industries like telecoms, e-commerce, renewable energy, fintech, and so on and so forth. And through those years, I've developed what I call operational intelligence, which is OI for short. So it's basically a framework for building businesses that are 90% proactive and predictive and only 10% reactive. So through this operational intelligence, I help organizations move from firefighting mode to foresight by creating structures that don't just survive, but dominate. So at the core of my work is a simple philosophy that is businesses can live forever. That's if they are built intelligently. My mission is basically to make operational intelligence and intelligence the new standard in Africa and beyond, and to show that chaos is always optional when your systems are designed right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Adeola. Thank you, everyone. We wouldn't have gotten any better speakers than you all here on this platform. Thank you so much for gracing this platform. So, we're going to start. We're just going to dive into it because we know that insurance is like a safety net that protects people, businesses, because from unforeseen circumstances, unexpected events, no one plans for what is going to happen, because if we're to plan, we always plan for the good part. Nobody's planning for unexpected events. Nobody's planning for any crisis. But I feel like a lot of SMEs don't know the reasons for insurance. They feel insurance is just like wasting money. Like, I don't know, but I think that is the more reason why we have this topic, the benefit of insurance for SMEs. So I want our speakers to help us do justice to this topic, because we have a lot of SMEs watching this online, and let them know the benefits of why they need insurance for their businesses. So in no particular order, I am going to start with Mr. Adewale. Can you please talk about the topic for 10 minutes, please? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And to say thank you for having me, and thank you for believing in us to do justice to the topic, benefit of insurance for SME. I believe in Nigeria, a lot of SME should have insurance, because insurance is not just a topic we'll just discuss and won't have a broader knowledge of what it entails and what the policy holders or who are buying things to enjoy. And first of all, I'll start with, from our own perspective, insurance means peace of mind. Peace of mind in terms of it provide the SME with peace of mind that their goods or whatever they invested their money with is protected. And also it enhances credibility and reputation for them, because as a customer, if I'm aware that the person I'm dealing with has insured his goods, and there won't be any form of damage to the partnership in terms of property damage when you are partnering with somebody and they didn't actually take insurance into consideration when you are starting a business. So it's very important. And what are the benefits to the SME themselves? We have employee protection, because it provides protection for the employee, including for the employee in total, including the owners of the business. And what are the insurances they will buy? It is a workman. Sometimes we call it workers' compensation, or we call it group life. And these two insurance policies covered are statutory. Is managed, is regulated. So it is a must for all SME. So far, you have minimum of 10 workers working under you. They must be protected. So that gives assurance to people even coming to work with you, that, oh, if I work with Mr. A, I think working with them really, I think my life is insured. I can work and leave the hassle of thinking that if anything happened to me, the people that benefit from the effort, and which is the beneficiary, have rest assured that they can be compensated after something happened to us. It also increased confidence and competitiveness among people to know that this particular SME, this particular company has all what it takes to run in Nigeria, because we all know the financial loss that arises from you not insuring your property. And as an SME person, it should be part of your plan when you are setting up any business in Nigeria, because we never can tell. Because in fact, insurance is meant to cater for unforeseen circumstances, and is also meant to return you back to where you start from. And for any reasonable or wise SME person should know that should come first when you're setting up anything. We have many things that you can benefit. We have business continuity and resilience. Insurance enhances business resilience and adaptability, ensuring SME can recover from setback. What are the setbacks? I just mentioned, for example, during NSAS, we have so many small, medium scale enterprise owners that actually lost their businesses to that event just because of their negligence to insurance. And it was an eye-opener. It's even a selling point for most insurance marketers that they refer to that incident, that you need this in case of theft, in case of burglary, in case of fire. There are so many fire incidents that have happened this year that we know that the recovery rate will be minimal, and also depending on how the person who owns the business does he even actually insure his business in the first place, in the case of maybe you are not trying to file for claims. And also, we have compliance and regulatory. Ordinarily, before you can even set up your business and everything, I see most businesses now, first thing they will ask you is, do you have insurance? Do you have everything? It must be pasted either in front of your front desk office, or so it must be available when they ask for it. You cannot ask for you cannot ask for even loans these days. They will ask you for insurance. So you cannot quantify the benefit of insurance to SME provider, because apart from you not even knowing that there is also risk involved on a daily basis to you or your workers, you must know that this thing can happen. Your neighbor can even incur the loss. So fire can start from anywhere. And if you are in that lane, you are the only thing that can save you is your insurance that you bought. And we just want to make sure that this awareness go around to everybody, because as we speak now, the penetration is still below 1%. And it's just sad for a country that we know that insurance is very important. People don't pay attention to it. Even when you reach out to them, they will tell you reason why they don't want to do it. But it's important for this kind of program to show that we preach to everybody, because you as a person, you have to benefit when you are setting up your business. Your life cover is there, your properties. We should look at the financial implication of how you set up your business. You should not take away insurance, because when it happens, what we can only tell you as a public is to send you condolence message, tell you sorry. But when you have it, the first thing that comes to your mind is to file for claim if you have a genuine insurance, because it's even very important for you to have a genuine insurance document. Not just having it, but it must be a genuine, and also you must also have it with a reputable firm. That when you file for claims, they come to your rescue under 24 hours. And before you know it, in the space of 72 or 36 hours, you're already processing your claim. And that alone will give everybody who wants to deal with you that particular person is actually ready to do business. And we all know the stability insurance brings to all businesses in Nigeria, even to people that own home owners, house owners, or people who are even renting an apartment. If you insure your property, you are less concerned about any hazard that can happen. So whatever we want to say, insurance is just for everybody. And to me, the real meaning of insurance is peace of mind. And once you have peace of mind, I think you can do business with ease without having the heartache of what will happen. So people, in fact, insurance has catered, as we speak now, the rate at which insurance help people this is that it will manage everything concerning your business. You can do, if you are taking a loan, you have insurance for it. If you are traveling abroad, there's insurance for it. You are taking a mortgage, there's insurance for it. Whatever you are doing in Nigeria now, there's insurance for everything that will take care of every unforeseen circumstances that can arise in the course of you running a business. So I will not say much. Let me allow the audience to ask that question, because if I continue, I can spend the whole day telling you the importance of insurance and what people tend to get. But all I can say is that as an SME, that to round it up, these are the key things you enjoy having an insurance in your business: risk management mitigation, financial protection and stability, business continuity and resilience, and it also increase confidence and competitiveness, compliance with regulatory requirements, protection of assets, employee protection, business growth and expansion. It enhances credibility and reputation. Also, the last one that I've been preaching, it gives you peace of mind. And that is the top of the icing to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adewale. I really learned a lot. I like the fact that you said insurance gives you peace of mind. Insurance is peace of mind. Thank you so much. So I have like a little experience when the Lagos incident happened at Lagos Island. So I have a friend that has a shop there, and apparently she didn't insure her business. So she lost a whole lot. I think that was what prompted us to have this topic, the benefit of insurance for SMEs. So because a lot of SMEs don't really know the essence of this insurance. Thank you so much for doing justice to this topic. So right now, I'm going to call on Madam Abimbola to please talk on this topic for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Esther. Salah has said so much. It was actually very interesting listening to him. And I'm bringing a perspective from the finance angle, or from the financial institution angle. So Nigeria is such a huge country with a huge economy, and we find out that SMEs are the lifeblood of our economy right now. If you look at it critically, we have SMEs forming up to 48% of the contribution up to 48% of the GDP of Nigeria, and they're large scale employers of labor, with about 84% of the labor force being employed by SME. But like Salau said, you find out that most of them have, less than 1% of them have insurance in place, because Nigerians are usually very wary about anything that concerns, spending money and engaging themselves. And they do not realize that it's not anybody's benefit in the long run. It's actually for your own good. So this is also something that the federal government has also been very passionate about, creating awareness and ensuring that there is more uptake of insurance in the society at large. So I'm going to speak from the perspective of a finance company, which I am. I work with Fast Credit Finance Company Limited, and we are into SME lending. So one thing you can never take away, one recurring issue in business really, is the issue of funding and security. If you're a business person, you can't run away from those two things. You're either going to need someone to borrow you money at some point, either to expand your business, to take care of your working capital, to take your business to the next level. And then you will need to address security, which is a major issue here in Nigeria. If you're an SME business owner in Nigeria, you are not a stranger to the challenges of accessing finance and managing the risk that you're likely to encounter in the process of the day-to-day of your business. And unfortunately, our people are not vested, or they are yet to fully trust in insurance in this part of the world, even though data has shown that it is readily available. So already we are on this fall, we have at least 2 insurance companies who are very good at what they do. And you and I, off the top of our head, we can come up with at least 10 insurance companies, or one company or the other, that is involved in insurance. And yet Nigerians are still hesitant to insure their business. Now, I was talking about SME lending, basically. As an SME, you're likely going to need funds to expand your business at some point or the other. Salau mentioned it, that when we are reviewing SMEs for lending, one of the things that we look at is, do you have insurance in place? Because that is when we know that you have been, serious with your business, and you are the kind of partner that we want to take on. We expect that SMEs will practically take up insurance themselves, because there could be a fire outbreak, burglary, death, and due to lack of insurance or proper insurance cover, you find out that a lot of businesses go out of business because they don't have this in place. Now, you cannot take a loan in Nigeria, you cannot get funding if you don't have insurance. We will also provide insurance on whatever facility that we're going to give to you, but we also expect that you have also done that preliminary work of protecting yourself, protecting your business, protecting your staff and employees from financial loss, in exchange for a fee, which, when you look at the bigger picture, it's actually marginal, the value that you get from the insurance that you have put in place. So now there are different types of insurance. There's life insurance, there's property insurance, there's fire, burglary, but all of these act as a safety net for you as an SME, especially when you lend. And we at Fast Credit Finance Company Limited, we are passionate about lending. One, we're a duly CBN licensed financial company, and it is also one of the regulations that you're going to get from any bank or financial institution that you talk to, that you have to have finance in place. So we are passionate about ethical funding to SMEs, and with the requisite, insurance banking. So we have so many products. Our products cut across, buy now, pay later, travel now, pay later, rent now, pay later, study now, pay later. We do public sector lending, we do private sector lending. Well, what we are really gung-ho about, let me use that word, is SME financing, because like I said earlier, SMEs are really the lifeblood of any economy that we are looking at. And we're always on the lookout for the best opportunities to serve our clientele best. So, that you can you can make inquiries on our website, ask for, details on our lending, and you'll find out that we will not talk about anything with you without bringing insurance first because it gives you an advantage. SME lending cannot work without insurance because why? What are the benefits of insurance really? It's going to mitigate risk for you. As a business owner, you're a trader, you're into manufacturing, you're into logistics, transportation, whatever the case may be. You can never completely ameliorate risk. But if you put insurance in place, you find out that the hit that you take is reduced. Again, for lending, you find out that when you have insurance-backed loans, your business is protected from unforeseen events. Having insurance in place also ensures business continuity. It ensures that your business can continue to operate even when there's been a challenge. You have taken a loan, you find yourself defaulting, you encounter some challenges. Sometimes you have a turnaround time that you expect a transaction. Maybe you have inventory, you want to sell your inventory and you expect that I'm going to sell it down in 90 days. And then it doesn't happen that way and you start to miss some repayments. Next thing, some bank or some financial institution starts to break down your neck. But if you have, insurance in place, you find out that those kind of things are actually sorted. It's a safety net, it's a protection for you. Again, if you have insurance in place, it helps your presentations, your requests. It helps your profile as an organization, or as an institution, or as a business, as a venture, as a sole proprietor. It gives you access to finance, which you would ordinarily not get if you do not have a proper insurance system in place. And insurance enhances your credibility. Organizations start to take you serious. They know that, you are serious about your business. It demonstrates your commitment to responsible business practices. It demonstrates your character. It demonstrates that you are the kind of business that we want to do. We want to partner with and help you take your business to the next level. So Nigerians really need to shy away from that idea that insurance is money that is going down the drain. A couple of weeks ago, I was with one of my customers at trade fair, and he was telling me about, he has a warehouse and then it's caught fire and he lost goods of over 500 million naira. And he did not have insurance. So he had to literally go back to square one. Fortunately for him, he had multiple warehouses. He's into furniture business. He brings in furniture from Turkey, from Egypt, and all of that. And imagine going from having two major warehouses and a showroom to having just one major warehouse. He was practically at rock bottom. But if you had insurance, if you had insured the goods, if you had insured the building, you wouldn't be having that conversation. And of course, he was now back. He had no choice but to take loans from loan sharks at Shylock rates, and which further worsened the situation where he found himself. And so at the end of the day, you think that you are doing yourself a favor, you think you are saving money, but by the time the risk crystallizes, everything just becomes a different kettle of fish. So it's best that you have insurance in place. One, it's also important that when you are taking a loan or you're taking financing of any sort, you ensure that you go to a credible financial institution that have, investments, yes, lending, yes, but in all of this, you are protected. There's an insurance angle to what the services that we render to you. So if you're going to come to an organization such as mine, we offer you insurance coverage as part of the lending that we give to you. We have competitive interest rates. We have flexible repayment terms. We even cater for your investment needs. So I can assure you that there's no product or service that we're going to render to you that will not have insurance packaged or bundled with it. And you can go to sleep. You can have peace. Like you and Salah mentioned earlier, you can actually have that peace of mind. Again, having insurance in place helps you to be a credit-worthy business because it demonstrates credit-worthiness to lenders, to potential partners, to potential traders. We have a lot of Nigerian SMEs now that are doing big things, partnering with companies in China, in Vietnam, and they're going to ask you for your CAC, they're going to ask you for your sun cap and all of that, and then eventually you're going to get to that conversation. Do you have insurance in place? And you find out that more often than not, there is no insurance. So if you want to put your business in the right position to expand, to grow, to be credible, to be credit-worthy, to be financially strong, you cannot escape finance, insurance, and funding. And it's a protection really for you, and it's a risk mitigant. Thank you. Sorry, Esther, it seems you're muted.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Bimbola. I've learned quite a lot. I just learned that if you don't have insurance, you cannot get a loan. So I'm hearing this for the first time. I thought you could just walk to any loan company and get loan, but I think our SMEs, they are learning a whole lot. And the fact that you have a whole lot of loan benefits for our SMEs, I'm sure they are very, very interested. One thing I realize is I think insurance companies are not creating a lot of awareness for these SMEs. And that's why SMEs find it difficult to insure their companies, insure their goods, because with the recent outrage of fire outbreak we are experiencing right now, it is very important for SMEs to insure their businesses. And I hope SMEs, you are all learning from this. Thank you so much, Mr. Abimbola, once again. I have some questions for you, but I'll come back to you later. So, Mr. Bankole, over to you. Let's hear your take on the benefit of insurance for SMEs.
All right, thank you very much, Esther. So my friend, my brother, my professional colleague, Adewale, has said a whole lot about insurance. Our finance expert has said much more. I would not like to rehash everything they have said, but there's something I'd like to add to all they have said. Insurance gives you peace of mind, yes. But above all, apart from it giving you easier access to funds, to lending, insurance actually helps you protect your profits. I am sure for everybody who does business, if you're in the SME space, your primary concern is how to protect your profit. How do I keep this profit going and increasing? Insurance helps you protect that profit in the way and manner that you might before now not see in that light. And I will explain. SME is actually at the lifeblood of the Nigerian economy, especially the private sector, right? Over 80% of employers in the private sector are SMEs. So have you wondered how the value of the value insurance brings to your business actually ties to profit making? Let's say, for example, you deal in transporting goods from anywhere in the country to Lagos. One of the ways you could actually run into debt is if your goods, while they are in transit, actually get into some kind of accident or disarray. So what do you do in that instance? You try to run around, try to get police report, try to secure those goods in that particular location, for example, so that boys, as we call them, don't, you know what I mean? Insurance has a vehicle, a mechanism that actually helps to protect that kind of incident. It is called goods in transit, right? I would like to go really practice. It's called goods in transit. What goods in transit does is that from the warehouse to warehouse, that means from where you are taking it to where you are delivering it to, it helps you cover any mishap that might happen on the road. We see trailers all over the express just getting traded with goods all over the floor, and then you begin to tell yourself, they say this person don't enter them. But with insurance, you protect that profit. No matter what happens to those goods from warehouse to warehouse, you are protected. That is protecting your profit. A lot of SMEs will tell you that the challenge they have is in terms of employee dishonesty. So you find employees cooking the books and doing all sorts of funny attitude to actually eat into your profit margin. So there's an insurance in place for that. I am very sure a lot of people do not realize there's what we call fidelity guarantee. So what that means, it helps you protect you from unscrupulous employees, right? That's again protecting your profits. Apart from fidelity guarantee, again, Adewale actually mentioned it in passing. See, we have seen it in this part of the world. When a company that is not adequately invested in insurance, maybe a member of staff dies, what is the first thing they do? Everybody comes together to begin to raise money, maybe for the partner or for the family. Say, he was a good man. No, yeah. They contribute money to give to that family. Sometimes the company dips their hand into their pocket to actually add to whatever the members of staff contribute. There is what is actually a compulsory insurance called group life insurance. Any company that has more than 5 and above employees is by law, supposed to have what we call group life cover. An SME by definition has 10 to 199 employees. So if you're an SME owner here, you do not have group life. One, you are breaking the law, you are running foul of the law. Then two, you are shortchanging yourself because life must always happen. People will say, life will not happen to me. I do Hallelujah challenge every midnight. Okay, God forbid. So if God forbid, so it is not my portion. Whose portion? Esther, is it your portion? Is it your portion, Adiola? So whose portion? But then it is some people's portion. It will always happen. Things happen every day and every time. It does not matter whatever your level of spirituality. It does not matter whatever your level of belief. Life must always happen. So insurance is that thing you put in place to institutionalize that protection that you seek. You may say, I have an uncle who is well to do now. If anything happens to me, I'll go meet Uncle Adewale who sought me 2 million naira. My business will bounce back. What if you go meet him at the point where he is at his financial low too? What happens? You begin to say he's a bad uncle. He's not been doing well, blah, 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 blah. So what insurance gives you is to institutionalize that protection that you sorely need. It means that whatever happens, you don't need to go meet any individual and be subject to their situation or their whims and caprices. You are protected by default. That's what insurance. So for anybody who runs an SME, one of the first things you should consider is to put this specific insurance in place. And if you have a business premises, shout out to my people in Lagos Island. You need to see the way these guys literally build their shop and arrange their ways to overlap each other. They are serious fire hazards. We all know that. So why are you not taking a portion of your total possible profit to insure those businesses? And let me shock you, some of the cost of insuring some of those their businesses might not be worth to the amount some of these people sell very quality lace material 5 yards. It is very interesting, but people don't see it that way. They think insurance is a lot of money. No, because it is a promise. So what is insurance? I like to talk that insurance is simply a promise. I promise you, Adewale and Sons, that if anything happens to your business, like fire, like water, like theft, like this, to make sure that everything that is stolen or lost is given back to you to the financial amount we have agreed. That is insurance. So it's almost like you protecting your risk. They say insurance is risk management. It is not chance. You know, when you say something is about chance, that is betting. When you say chance, it could be positive or negative. But risk is almost always associated with negative, right? So what insurance does is to help you protect the possibility of negativity. You are not supposed to have insurance and at the end of the day suffer a loss and you still feel at loss after insurance has affected. What do I mean? Insurance is supposed to restore you. Do you have one car before? Something happened to that your truck that you used to deliver. It was an accident, the truck is worth 4 million naira, you've insured it. Insurance is supposed to restore you to the tune of that 4 million naira truck. Right? So it is a restorer. It is not something that you benefit from. You can't have a 4 million naira truck and want to come and claim for 10 million. Insurance doesn't work like that. The whole idea is just take me back to the level I was before this disaster happened. That is insurance. So for me, benefit for SMEs, the number one and the most critical is to protect your profit. So you know that if anything happens, that my profit where they make, nothing is lost. We talk about business continuity. We talk about business interruption insurance. For people who have all those big generators, you run machineries, and you know that if this machine breaks down today, maybe I used to produce 10 of these products, I'll be able to produce 7. You have lost profit on 3, right? So insurance is supposed to help you recover the loss on those 3. So it takes you back to that particular situation that you are supposed to be. And I cannot overemphasize group life insurance too much because it is not just legal, it is actually moral too. Moral in the sense that you have employees, they are human beings. Some of them take bikes to their respective homes. What if they are on a bike and they break their leg and they can't come to the office? Or you lose the benefit of that person's productivity, then of course you lose your peace of mind in a way because this person, now what do we do? Yeah, go and greet him at home, raise money, buy this, buy that. But with group life insurance, you have protection for even temporary disability. You're able to recoup some of the money. And if the person is permanently disabled, there is something for them. So insurance is not a far-fetched, it's not that highfalutin word that you begin to throw around just because you want to make money. Insurance is that thing that you invest in, that you involve yourself in because you want to protect the money you are making. It is very important. It's very important because if all of us are able to guarantee return of our investment, it is very, very, very important that we can now begin to build on that to talk about return on investment. There are 2 different things. I put 10 naira in a business. I don't want the money to even go down. So minimum my 10 naira gets back, and that's return of investment. But return on investment is every percentage that you make on that 10 naira. So if you can guarantee return on investment first as the baseline for an SMEs, then you are in business because it means that you would break even no matter what. So what insurance does for you is help you protect your profit. And in addition to what everybody has said, I would like you to keep that at the back of your mind. Do you want to sustain that profit? You want to maintain that profit? Insurance is what you need to look into. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bankole. I've seen news from another angle. return on investment is different from return on investment. Thank you so much. I have some questions for you, but I'll come back to you. So, Miss Adiola, can we have your take on this topic? 10
All
minutes,
right.
the floor is yours.
All right. So I agree with everything that all the speakers that have spoken before me have said, and I would like to take it from a different angle. And the first thing I would say is insurance is not a nice to have, it is a must have. So a few years ago, I worked with a client who lost like an entire warehouse to fire. You know, some of the speakers have spoken about how fire is such a threat, and they had insurance actually, and they had the documents, they even had backups, but they did not have a system. And no, there was basically no operational intelligence behind their protection. So fine, you have insurance right now, yeah, and how do you go about making sure that there's a system of intelligence, of operational intelligence to the insurance that you have? So when that fire happened, what they really lost was not the building that they had, it was their time, their coordination and clarity. Everyone was basically reacting. No one was predicting. And that was when I realized that there's a huge difference between having protection and being prepared, because that moment shifted my entire perspective. To me, insurance is not just a policy. It's not just something that you need to, that is nice to have. It is a pillar of operational intelligence. It is the bridge between risk mitigation and business immortality. Because like I said earlier, I am all about building businesses that live forever. So traditionally, we've treated insurance like a safety net, you know, something that you fall into after life happens. And just like the previous speaker said, that's Mr. Bankole, but in today's world, that is not enough, because the smartest businesses are not waiting for impact. They are engineering resilience. The truth is that there will always be risks. There will always be things, accidents that will happen. You have to engineer resilience into your system, into your business systems. So the smartest businesses are using insurance. They're using insurance data, their claims history and policy structures as inputs into their operational systems. So that's why that's what I call operational intelligence, which is building systems that are 90% predictive and proactive and only 10% reactive. Now, this is not just theory. It sounds like theory. Like, what do you mean by 90% predictive and proactive and only 10% reactive? Research supports this shift. It's not just theory. According to the IFC, SMEs with structured operational systems are 43% more likely to access growth funding, right? And why? Because investors and insurers trust order. My fellow speakers have spoken about how having insurance is also a way, is necessary for you to get funding, right? So it's not just a nice to have. Basically, they trust structure and they trust businesses that think ahead. And again, PwC found that digitally mature SMEs that embed intelligence into their daily systems, it's not just something that you do once in a while, it's a daily thing, recover from any disruption 2.4 times faster. So that's what happens basically when insurance is not treated as a fallback. It's not something that is a nice to have. But when it is treated as a feedback loop for smarter operations. And here's how I see it. Insurance is one of the most underutilized sources of operational data in any business, even especially in Nigeria, right? Every claim you file tells you something about your process. Every renewal points you to patterns in your business, and every risk assessment is actually a business intelligence report in disguise. So you can predict risks and not just react to them. You can refine your systems before any disruption happens. And in fact, McKinsey in 2024, the 2024 SME risk report revealed that when small and medium-sized businesses use predictive analytics in their insurance and risk operations, they can reduce their claim costs by up to 30%. And that's not an incremental gain. That's gain. That's basically transformation, if you ask me. It is proof that intelligence doesn't just replace insurance, it amplifies it, basically. So when I work with SMEs, I never ask them, do you have insurance? That's a basic question, if you ask me. I ask them, how does your insurance strategy connect with your operations, with your data, and your decision-making rhythms? Because that's where the gaps and opportunities usually hide. For instance, are your insurance policies designed around how your processes actually work, or is just around your assets? Do your claims do your claims data inform your preventive maintenance or your employee training strategies? And do your renewal and review cycles align with your operational review timelines? And this is basically what separates companies that survive disruption from those that go through it. Because when insurance becomes a part of your operational rhythm, it stops being an expense. It's no longer a nice to have. It stops being an expense, and it becomes an enabler of your business. So disruption is no longer an event. Yeah, Mr. Bankole has reiterated that and spoken about that a lot. It is the new normal. It's a rhythm of modern business. There are disruptions everywhere. And the question is not if it will happen. It is how intelligently structured are you to absorb it as a business. And insurance on its own is very essential. But when you now embed it into your DNA, like the DNA of your operations, when it becomes part of your data, part of your decision-making, part of your design, that's when your business stops reacting and your business is proactive and starts evolving. So yes, insurance protects, and then there's another layer that you should add, which is intelligent to preserve. So because in my own world, intelligence is the new insurance, basically. And that's why that's what I basically build for organizations, systems that think and adapt. And when others fall, you are still standing. So that's how I basically build businesses that live forever. Yeah. So thank you.
Miss Adiola, it was nice having you. I've heard a lot, and I like the fact that you came in from another angle. So I like the fact that every speaker has had different angles to this particular topic, and I hope our SMEs watching, they are learning a lot, and even when they come back to watch this, they are learning one or two things from it. Thank you so much, Ms. Adiola. It was nice having you. So before we dive into the questions, we actually have a sponsor for this month edition, and our sponsor is no other than Fast Credit. And I would like to say, Miss Abimbola, can you hear me? Miss Abimbola?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so please, you have the floor to talk about the different loans, the different things you offer to SMEs, and how they can contact and reach you, because I definitely know that a lot of SMEs, they need this loan to grow their businesses. So please, the floor is yours. Okay, so after that, we'll be going into questions and answers.
Yes. Thank you so very much. Like I mentioned, we at Fast Credits, we are a finance house duly licensed by Central Bank of Nigeria. We have 8 branches across the Federation. We've been in existence for over 11 years now. So we are proud of what we've done so far. And we have a focus right now, and our focus are SMEs. Now, as part of our quest to serve SMEs, we have drawn up products that are unique and able to serve SMEs and meet their needs, both as it pertains to their business and also for their personal lives. So for instance, our most recent partnership is with the Bank of Industry, and we have come up with a product where we are able to lend to SMEs at a rate that you probably cannot get anywhere else in Nigeria. We are giving out SME loans at 9% per annum. That comes to about 0.75% a month, which, like I said, it is part of our commitment to empowering SMEs and providing business support. If you go to a commercial bank now, All loans in Nigeria are double digits. I'm sure you agree with me. Well, and you have loans going as far as high as 28, 29, 30% month. And we are offering loans for SMEs. Now, our SME lending is dependent on the size. We offer loans to medium, small, and micro companies as SMEs, the name implies. We offer loans at 0.75%. For the higher end of our loans still come at a fairly reasonable rate, which is at 4%. We do transactions between 1 million up to 100 million, depending on your line of business. Our focus is widespread. So depending on the business that you bring to fore, we are able to provide you support. So we do trading, manufacturing, services, and all across all the business facets available in Nigeria. Again, I've mentioned that we are only into insurance-backed lending. We are into ethical lending, so there's nobody that's going to come and harass you and terrorize you. And as implied by our name, our services are very fast. We pride ourselves actually on being able to receive a request and push it through in the most efficient way possible. Now, beyond lending, we also like to support our partners. So we also provide, support, trainings, educational systems. Part of what we do is for companies that are not yet registered. We provide some services where we could give you the right direction and support that you would need to make your company duly registered. And our head office is located at Motorway Center, Alausa, Lagos. We also have a branch office in Ikoyi, that's at Ikoyi Plaza, off Awolowo Road, that's on Kefi. We have branches in Lagos, Oyo State, Abuja, Port Harcourt, and across several states of the Federation. I can assure you that the products that you can get at Fast Credit also go beyond lending and beyond SME. So we are strong when it comes to investment also. And again, I can comfortably and confidently say that the investments that we do are at rates higher than what you can get at the commercial banks. So you tend to get more bang for your buck. We have interest rates from up 10% into the higher echelons, depending on the amount you are investing and the tenor of the loan that you want to take. Now, our lending products is not just for SMEs alone. We have buy now, pay later, where you can use to acquire assets, be it fixed assets or a television, an air conditioner for your business, whatever it is that you want to do, we are able to fund it for you. Beyond the buy now, pay later, we also have our travel now, pay later, where you are going on a holiday, you need to put some funds in place to secure a ticket. Yes, we do lending and we're able to take care of that for you as well. We have rent now, pay later. Renting in apartments in Lagos or even in Abuja right now comes so expensively priced. People might not be ready to take up the financial responsibilities of an apartment or a building or an office complex, or even just see an opportunity to buy a shop somewhere. I keep making reference to our trader customers in Lagos. We've had customers that have had a sudden need to acquire a shop or a warehouse, and we've been able to step in and provide the funding that they require at affordable rates and in the shortest possible time. So yes, we have rent now, pay later. We do public sector funding, we do private sector lending as well. So if you are an employee of an organization, or if you are a member of the civil service in Nigeria, we also have loan products available to you. So bottom line is that our products, our services range across lending and investments. And either way, either of them, we are strong and we provide the best service possible. So like I mentioned, our head office is our Motorway Center at Alausa, Lagos, just on the off the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Our website is www.fastcredit-ng.com. If you want to indicate interest in our SME lending, then you can send us a notification at www.fastcredit-ng.com/loan/SME, or you can call us on 0913-709-5376. I'm the divisional head SME banking, so you can also reach me directly on my mobile number, which is 0803 408 3346. And our products, our products offer support for your business to protect you, to ensure that you can have business continuity. Your products can be available to you. You're protected against default. You have financial stability. We enhance your creditworthiness. We help you to mitigate risk. We support your business expansion and other things. And we keep on coming back to the fact that you get a peace of mind concerning what you are doing and what you are chasing. So Fast Credit is that partner that you want with you on the journey to expanding your business and taking your business to the next level. We have a mobile app where you can also open an account, have a wallet, invest in our target savings products. So we have savings and investment products, and this you can download our mobile app from the Play Store or the iOS store, and log on and have a fantastic experience. Like I said, we've been around for 11 years. We love what we do. We are very good at what we do. We also love giving back to the community. So part of what we have up our sleeve is that we have a scholarship program which we do for the children of the people that learned from us. So right now we have a scholarship scheme ongoing for the children of the Nigerian Police Force officers, and we give a scholarship of 250,000 naira to 40 students. And we did it last year. We've just concluded the one for this year. We'll be going live with our results very soon. So believe me, Fast Credit is that partner that you want to have in your books, be if you're a public sector lender, a private sector person, an SME business, or just a corporate that wants the support, the necessary support. Thank you, Esther.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bimbola. Thank you to your team. You guys are doing a fantastic job. I think I know the one I'm interested in. Travel now, pay later. I want that loan.
Thank you so much. To hear from you then.
Of course, I definitely will. So you can as well just drop your numbers on the chat box so that when people come back, they can see the way they need to contact you, your email, the WhatsApp number, your WhatsApp number, the company's number, anything they can use to contact you, because it will be very useful to them. Thank you so much. So right now we're just going to go into the session of questions and answers, and in no particular order I'm going to be asking these questions. So we've talked about different angles of SMEs, and we said there are different types of insurance. And so how can SMEs choose the right insurance? How can SMEs choose the right insurance provider and policy for their needs, like for their businesses? How do they know the right insurance to choose? How do they know which one is better for them and which one is more profitable for their business? So in no particular order, I'm going to be starting with Ms. Adeola. Ms. Adeola, can you hear me? All right,
yes,
thank you.
I can hear you. Okay, so based on my own perspective, the smartest way is not just to look for the cheapest premium, because I know everybody's always about, oh, what's the cheapest premium? It's basically to look for alignment. And what I mean by alignment is your insurance provider should understand your business model, your operational rhythm, and your risk exposure points, because it's basically a partnership. It is not a transaction. And in operational intelligence, we call that a systemic fit. For example, a business with strong data systems and preventive controls should negotiate for a proactive proactive coverage incentives, because their risk profile is smarter, not riskier. And I talked about the IFC earlier, the SMEs with structured operational systems are 43% more likely to access better financial products, and insurance is included in this because they are seen as intelligent risks, basically. So I would say pick a provider who understands your intelligence and not just your industry.
Thank you so much. Pick a provider who understands your intelligence and not just your industry. I like that. SMEs, I hope you're taking note of that. Mr. Adewale, can you please do justice to the question?
Okay, thank you so much. in insurance, I believe that for any SME or any service provider, for us in Coronation, we don't just sell insurance. We identify our customers' need. We try to get what they do, and we check the visibility of their business, and how do we come in terms of risk management, because what insurance simply means you transferring the risk of your business to us. So if you sell paint, definitely we know that you need to take burglary and theft, because you might end up having a full warehouse, and how do you manage the risk involved? You should make sure that you put a burglary and theft in place in case you have funny employee who will cut away with few paints. And what if in case of burglary at night, people coming into your warehouse and also cut it away? Then the third one you need to take is fire, because those particular products are chemical in nature, and once the fire starts, it is called total loss, because it's chemical, it will be difficult for you to manage the hazard. So for anybody who go into that kind of business, we know what we advise them to take. We do a combined all risk for them. So inside that combined all risk, you have fire, burglary, theft, any associated risk that can come into play and send you back to total loss. That is what we advise you. And for those who are into importation, we advise them to take marine. And all these things we are mentioning, for example, marine is statutory also, because it's very important for anybody who's into importation. It's part of your documentation. They will check at the port before they can even clear your goods that you have marine. So you will have done that before the goods get into the country. And for those who sell cars, they take fire. For those homeowners, like for property owners in Nigeria, and I'm liking what the regulatory body is doing recently, making third-party compulsory for motorists, making property insurance compulsory for landlords, because we have seen in the past whereby when there is a fire incident, the landlord will move on. What about the tenant? Tenant in the long run at the receiving end, there be somebody who just started his life, and upon moving into your apartment, there's a fire outbreak, and then the person have to go back to village. But that is why we are in business also, to advise people, advise business owners to always make sure that they have insurance in place. Like you said in your previous statement, that the awareness. So we are doing much of our awareness in Coronation. It's all over our website. We do a lot of podcasts. We do a lot of webinars. We do a lot of radio programs to make sure that we sensitize our customers to know that you need insurance. You need insurance in all ramifications. You need insurance for life. You need insurance for property. In fact, insurance is what you need as your daily activity. You need insurance in everything you do. And for those who think that because I don't have insurance, what will happen? You need insurance, because in Nigeria, because we're a religious country, most people are covered with the blood of Jesus, and then they will tell you, "Don't worry, I will pray over it." You need insurance because we have a lot of insurance that people can even take in. Educational insurance policy in terms of life, investment insurance policy, we have them. A lot of insurance products that people can buy. All we just need to do is to identify the customer need. Oh, this person is actually talking towards child educational plan. Okay, I think we need to advise him on how to plan around that, the duration, the frequency of payment. Oh, this customer is talking about group life for his workers. We know how to do that and make sure we advise you properly. Is the person talking about personal life insurance, which is we call it individual life insurance in Coronation? We know how to advise you. And when it comes to property, goods in transit, all those kind of insurance, we know, even travel insurance. And mind you, people don't know that we buy insurance unknowingly in Nigeria just because we felt it's a documentation requirement. E.g., you are processing a visa. In your visa requirement, your travel agency person has already helped you to open a travel insurance policy for you. You don't know, but you are just paying. It is when you're not going, this travel insurance. But we ordinarily, if we market you that, you say, I don't need it now, but you pay to an agent that will reach out to us on your behalf also. So people need to know that insurance is part of their daily routine. It's what they need to do. We have micro insurance that people can key into, and the premiums are so cheap, affordable. Nigerians need to know that insurance is affordable. It's not expensive. You just need to know, you need to buy insurance according to your risk appetite. So that's what I wanted to say to the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Adewale. You've done justice to the question. So, Mr. Bimbola, can you please answer the question for us? Hello,
So
Mr.
your
Bimbola.
question was, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
So your question was about.
Should I repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Okay, I said, I said that how can SMEs choose the right insurance provider and the policy they need for their business?
Okay, so before you can talk about choosing the right insurance provider, you need to do your research. You need to do your homework. You're not just looking for, someone to give you an insurance policy. You need a partner for life, a partner for your business, depending on what you need insured. So one, you need to look at the reputation of the organization that's, the company that you are taking insurance from. Their ratings, their reviews, feedback from others. Look at their financial strength, because you're not going to go and pick a mom and pop shop insurance company. There are people that will enter the market and be telling you about insurance. Meanwhile, where's their office? You find out that it's probably just another shop inside that market, and you bought a car of 150 million, and then they are now, when it's time to pay, it becomes a problem. You need to look at the premium. Insurance there's not really much room for darkness there. You find out that the rates are about the same across board with minor differences here and there. So the premium should not really be your major motivation, but you have to look at, their claim process, their claim payment history, their support. Again, you look at the kind of insurance that you need. Do you need goods in transit insurance? Are you, a trader, you have a shop in the market? Is it fire insurance that is going to cover you? Do you have a large number of staff? Do you need credit life insurance to ensure that all your staff that travel up and down, or maybe logistics, there's a lot of activity to make sure that your staff are insured in case of anything, they are protected. And of course, you yourself, you can actually take up life insurance for yourself to safeguard your children, your family, in the case of, an act of God that happens to take your life, or something happens to you, or even you're out of business. You can even insure your job, such that if you're out of business out of work for a while, something comes in for you. And from our aspect, we ensure that our lending customers have insurance in place, such that if there's any challenge in the line of them running their business, be it fire, be it burglary, be it loss of life, there's a safety net to ensure that not all parties are protected and we do not lose out. So those are the key factors you need to look at. Who are you going to choose? Why are you choosing them? And what kind of insurance do you need from them?
Thank you so much, Ms. Abimbola. So before, you guys have really spoken on this topic, but I think before choosing the right insurance provider, there are some factors that should be considered while choosing this insurance option. So I'm just going to ask a 2-in-1 questions, right? So what factors should SME consider when evaluating insurance policy? And how can SMEs ensure they have adequate coverage without overpaying? Because I think one of the reasons why a lot of SMEs don't want to go into insurance, have insurance for their businesses, because they feel like they need to pay a lot to have this insurance for their business. And a whole lot of people don't want to lose that money. So I think a typical SME will be thinking like, okay, I'm paying this money every month, but what if nothing happens to me? I'm already losing so much. So what are those factors that SMEs need to consider? What are those factors SMEs needs to consider when evaluating their insurance policy? And how can they ensure they have adequate coverage without overpaying for insurance? So I'm going to start with Mr. Banjo. Hello, Mr. Banjo.
Hi. So thank you very much for that question. So in terms of policy evaluation, the kind of policy an SME should take. So let me shock you by stating that there are over 50 insurance companies in Nigeria, and literally all of us will sell almost the same type of plans, right? It is even almost regulated that the rates, like Abimbola said, all the rates are usually the same. The difference is just the additional you get up. Do you understand? The riders that you get. So that's what makes it different. So that then brings you to beggars the question that is it about the policy of the provider, right? You asked the question the other time, what do you look out for in insurance, in the kind of provider for you to engage? And Abimbola has actually mentioned a lot of it, but I like to summarize because I like to bring my point forward in ways that you could actually remember. So I have the acronym for this. I call it VALID, VALID. Like I said, policies are almost generic in the insurance space, but you have to have this valid point in your head for you to now select the right person to give you the right policy. Number one, V for visibility. See, there are loads of what do I call it? Briefcase insurance companies, I am sorry to say. So visibility means, can you see them? When I say see them, it might not be physical building. Do you go to their social media and see that they are socially active? You could see engagement there. You could see even their app is up and functional. Visibility, how visible are they? Insurance is a promise. Even in marriage is a contract, right? Just like insurance, there is a marriage certificate. That's why you have insurance policy. So you have a certificate from a company that you cannot even see. You don't even know how they look like, what their culture is. It's a problem. Because again, it is not a tangible product we are selling. We are selling intangibles, and that means there has to be some kind of connection, which is why most insurance sales are done one-on-one. Over 90% of insurance sales are done by somebody talking to somebody, or talk to a middleman, called a broker or an agent. So visibility, very important. Number two, accessibility. Accessibility means, am I able to pick up the phone and call them and somebody picks the call? Not that I will be kept on hold for 30 minutes until nobody's answering me. I'm able to shoot them a DM on Instagram and they're able to respond to me. Not that I'll be there, nobody is saying anything. Are they accessible? You need to have an insurer that is accessible, because life happens 24 hours of the day. You don't want an insurer that, okay, because it is Sunday afternoon, they will not respond to my name. Accessibility. Number three, for L, that is local knowledge. See, insurance as a concept itself came from abroad, right? It is not a local thing, but a lot of us are finding a way to localize insurance. That means we look at our local, our local uniqueness. We bring that unique local flavor into insurance. So if your insurance is still talking in languages over your head, then you need to reconsider. You need to think carefully, because the local nuances in insurance is very important. Or else we just be talking technical terms in insurance, and insurance is full of technical jargon. So I've spoken about V, visibility; A, accessibility; L, local knowledge. Then I call it intentionally nimble. You know, you can be nimble unintentionally, but an insurer that is able to bend back to satisfy your need. So like I mentioned, there are lots of technical jargons. There are things we call surrender value. They say your policy has lapsed, all of those jargons that they speak. You need to find an insurer that say, despite regulation or technical jargon saying this policy has lapsed, how do we ensure you still get value one way or the other? That is an insurance that is technically nimble, that is intentionally nimble. They are not doing it because, oh, this person knows the CEO, this person knows my organ. They are doing it because it is their culture to ensure that you derive value come what may. And lastly, which is very important, Abimbola mentioned it too, they have to be distinctly solvent. Solvent means there is time, they have the financial strength, they have the financial wherewithal to be able to attend to your insurance needs at every point in time. So it is not enough for them to be visible. It is not enough for you to be able to access them. It's not enough for them to have local knowledge. It's not enough for them to be intentionally nimble. In fact, they have to be definitely solvent, distinctly so, because if they do not have the financial wherewithal to attend to your risk, there is a problem. So there are a couple of insurers who you could take weeks processing your claims. It is a sign of insolvency. So, right, so when you want to choose a provider, where you need to consider them, because the provider is much more important than the policy you have chosen, right? Because a provider that is valid in this instance will always guide you right. A provider that is valid will always ensure that you get the best policy that is best fit for your district. I'm talking about an insurer that is valid. They don't come bigger than Sanlam Allianz. And I do not like to really sell the biggest brand in Africa. The brand sells itself, right? Sanlam Allianz is a measure of the biggest insurer in Africa, Sanlam, and the most recognizable insurance brand in the world, Allianz. Sanlam Allianz is in 27 countries in Africa, and we are in 32 states in Nigeria. There are very few insurers who has these valid
Okay,
credentials
thank
as
you,
we do.
Mr. Bankole. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very
Thank you
much.
so
Yeah.
Yes. So, Miss Abimbola, can you please do justice to this question? Hello, Miss Abimbola.
Hi, Esther.
Okay, so did you get the question, or we have to come back?
No, I got the question, and I was
Okay.
actually very interested in Mr. Bankole's response and his valid acronym.
Valid
Which,
for yeah.
yes, so that makes it very easy for the general public to understand what to look out for. And I think he said it all in a nutshell. Yeah, and this I had referred to it when I spoke about it earlier. What to look out for in an insurance company. Then another thing Nigerians make a mistake in doing a lot of times is they look for unscrupulous companies that will undervalue that good for them because they want to pay less. But you find out that by the time it's time for you to cash in your insurance claim, they're only going to pay you a percentage of what you've paid. So if your car is worth 250 million and you got someone to value it for you at 50 million and you paid a premium based on that, by the time you're going to have a claim, they're going to pay you based on that value, not on the actual value of the car. So I agree that yes, you should look for reputable firms who you're going to partner with when you need to put up insurance, either for your SME business or in any other area of your life.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bimbola. Ms. Adiola, do you have anything to add to this question?
Okay, yeah. So I'll just take it from the operations layer also. So I tell people like, don't just pick a provider, pick a partner in predictivity. Yeah, I like the acronyms that Mr. Bankole was using. And I also believe that predictivity should also be embedded in it. You want a provider who values data discipline, a provider that values your operational structure and also your proactivity, especially if you're a very proactive business, right? And you have proactivity embedded in your business. So you should ask some questions. You should ask like, do they analyze, like, does this insurance company analyze claim trends to help you prevent future losses? And you should also ask, like, do they integrate data tools with your systems? Like, do their data tools integrate with your own systems? You can also ask if they recognize your efforts to reduce risk through better operations. So these questions tells you who understands the intelligence, which is the operational intelligence of your business, and then who is just selling products. Yeah, so I feel the layer of predictivity is also very important.
Thank you so much, Ms. Adiola. Mr. Adewale, do you have anything to add to the topic?
Yeah, thank you so much. We understand that for every insurer in Nigeria, your strength is your claim, is your ability to pay claim. So we measure the strength from the angle of claim. We measure the strength from the angle of customer experience. We also we measure the strength. We measure the whole thing from the angle of even underwriting process, because for every insurer in Nigeria, these key things are very important. How flexible are you when it comes to managing your customers' requests? Then even when the customer now come on board, what are the things? How do you take them through that customer experience journey to make them feel part of the family? Is very key, and that is also what we need. And what we call something in claims TAT, which is turnaround time. How fast do you pay claim? If I file for a claim, is it under 24 hours? Is it under 36 hours? Those are the strengths of any insurance company you want to pick in Nigeria. And I can guarantee you that there are few that can handle that. But in Coronation, we manage all those key points. We check those boys with our customer. When we onboard them, the customer experience journey, we let them know what is happening. Even the claim process is as seamless. We have a portal that we call Claims Portal. Customer can actually file claims by themselves, process the claim, and get value for their claim. We have a retail portal, we have the customer angle, we have the claims angle. So what we are doing here is that we are making insurance very flexible and seamless for customers. And there is no customer that will go through such experience that will not want to come back. Because when you put those things in place, it gives your company edge. It gives customer assurance that, oh, if you go to this place, You don't need to interface with their staff. They have every technology that can handle customer requests on the go. For every application we have in Coronation, we also create customer application. So when we are onboarding you, we share the application with you. The customer can actually handle claims process themselves. They can handle sales process themselves. They can buy themselves, do everything. So those are the things any SME need to check. The strength of the customer, the strength of the company in terms of claim process, the turnaround time, the underwriting process, and the customer experience journey. With that, it's a win-win for both customer and the company they are dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adewale. Okay, now that you've talked about claims, this leads us to our third question. Yeah. So what are the common mistakes SMEs please do when they file for claims? So what are the common mistakes SMEs make when filing insurance claims, and how can they avoid them? Because it's inevitable, right? So since you talked about claim, let's start with you.
All right, thank you. In insurance, that is what we have this statement, or let me say a nomenclature we use that called utmost good fit. When you are starting the partnership with any insurance company or with us, we expect you to declare the worth of your goods. It is what you declare that we are going to use to process your claim. And because trust is also needed when it comes to this kind of business. If you call your property 40 million, at the back of your mind, if the property is 100 million, when you are filing for claim, our claims team will work on the 40 million you declare. So we need customers to be very transparent when they are declaring all these things for us, because it's a business of contract. I'm trying to protect, or I'm trying to cover for a goods of 100 million. Let it be 100 million. But customers these days, they come with, sometimes, in fact, we experience all these things when in the case of motor, when a car worth 40 million, because of premium payment, customer will reduce premium by themselves and say, oh, do you think I should insure the car for 30 million? You know very well that there is inflation in place. The car you bought 12 million today can be 50 million next year. And by the time you have a claim and you are buying that same particular part, you are buying higher, it will make even the proceed of the claim paid to you useless. So SMEs need to be very transparent and be truthful. Because when you are truthful, your insurance will be there. The purpose of that we call ourselves insurance, because we are managing your risk. What we are saying, transfer your risk to us and let us manage it. You just do your business. Let us start as a risk partner. But while you are doing that, we want you to be as truthful as possible and be transparent. That alone, you are good to go in insurance. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adewale. Mr. Banjo, please, can you answer the question first? Sorry.
My professional colleague has actually answered the question. The basis of insurance, the principle of insurance itself is utmost good faith. So if you run afoul of that, then everything else falls flat, right? So be honest in your declarations, be honest in your dealings with us. Rest assured that we will always meet you at the point of your honesty. So if you are 70% honest, we will be there 70% for you. And there is no way we will not know this issue, because we have risk assessors, we have people. Insurers are not they are not ghosts. They are you and I. So the average insurer knows how much this thing costs. So if you say it is costing less and they allow you to under-insure, it is at your own detriment. So it is better that you do not run afoul of the principle of utmost good faith. So that's just basically it. Every other thing else rides on that principle of utmost good faith. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Banjo. I've heard of under-insure. What about over-insure? What if I have a property of 10 million? I'm coming to tell you that, oh, my property is 50 million.
So some people do that, but that is actually one of the bases for insurance fraud. And it is illegal, right? It is unlawful. But then again, every insurance company wants its onions. Have people who go to assess the risk first.
Yes, okay.
You cannot tell us that your house in Oshogbo that we all know is not worth more than 70 million. If we begin to ask you for documents, you need to justify that amount, right? So it is. There are different layers of checks put in place to ensure that the necessary controls in place for you. So if you deliberately over-insure, like I said, the basis for insurance fraud, And I'm not sure any insurance company worth its onion will actually accept such a risk. No, they won't. So we'll always do our due diligence. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Banjo. Miss Adiola, please, can you answer the question for us?
Okay, so as usual, from the operational standpoint, and one of the biggest mistakes I have seen SMEs make when it's not even during the claim, it's before it.
Or the
And
claim.
yes, before the claim. And it's that they do not design their operations in a way that supports traceability, data accuracy, or proper documentation. From what the speakers have said previously, all of these things are important. Like that is how you can even make a claim, right? But some businesses or some SMEs don't even put this into consideration at all. Neither do they action it. So when something goes wrong, there's a lot of chaos because there's no audit trail. There's no standardized reporting. Sometimes there's even a poor record of the assets or even the losses. And that's not just an insurance problem. It's basically an operational intelligence gap. So when your business has structured data, has defined processes, you have a proactive record keeping, filing a claim becomes a systematic event for you. It's not a reactive crisis. So the real advice I would give is that you don't wait until the claim. Right now, if you've actually even, you have insurance right now, don't wait until the claim. Start building systems that make your claims undeniable.
Thank you so much, Ms. Adiola. Ms. Abimbola, please, you have anything to add to this?
No, I do not.
All right, thank you so much. So because today we don't want to waste everyone's time so that everybody can go back to their work. So far, it's been very interesting. It's like, I don't know what to say, but I've learned a whole lot. And thank you to every one of you, because without you, this wouldn't have been possible. So I'll just go over to let every speaker just tell us what's your advice to this SMEs, what they need to put in place, and also because you talked about risk mitigating. So how does this insurance help them to mitigate their risks? Because no one prays for unforeseen circumstances. So as you're answering the question, please also give a final word to our SMEs. Thank you so much. So Ms. Abimbola, I'm going to start with you. Did you get that?
I'm sorry, Esther, I didn't get you.
Okay, I said, before you give us your final parting word to our SMEs, just answer these questions for us. How can insurance help SME mitigate risks and protect their access? Because we talked about insurance as a risk mitigating factor. So that's one of the benefits they receive. So how does this insurance help SMEs mitigate risks and protect their...
watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is News Update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Wema Bank projects commodity prices to hit 6-year low on oil surplus. And CBN urged to introduce a 10,000 naira and 20,000 naira single notes. NGX Group market capitalization soars 37.7% to 141.75 trillion naira. And manufacturers record fragile growth as credit dropped 7.72 trillion naira. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Destiny Momo. Now, global commodity prices are expected to drop to their lowest level in 6 years in 2026, marking a fourth straight year of decline. The World Bank said this on Wednesday as the lender projects a 7% fall in prices in both 2025 and 2026, respectively, driven by weak global economic growth and policy uncertainty. The bank noted that the fall in energy prices have helped ease global inflation. Despite the declines, prices will still remain above pre-pandemic levels, projected to be 23% higher in 2025 and 14% higher in 2026 than in 2019. Oil markets are set to see the sharpest adjustment, with Brent crude expected to average $68 per barrel in 2025 and $60 in 2026. Food prices are also projected to ease, while fertilizer costs could spike in 2025 before moderating in 2026. And meanwhile, the report warned that commodity prices could fall further if global growth remains weak, but geopolitical tensions or extreme weather could push prices higher. And Quarters Economics has urged the Central Bank of Nigeria to introduce higher denomination naira notes to ease cash transactions and also reflect current economic realities. The call was made in the firm's latest reports released this week. And according to the analyst, the naira has lost about 94% of its value in 2 decades. They suggested denominations like 10,000 naira and 20,000 naira, arguing that the value erosion has made carrying cash impractical for many Nigerians. And Carter's dismissed concerns that higher value notes would worsen inflation, and saying price increases are driven primarily by economic fundamentals, not note size. And with prices surging, Carter says a higher value notes are now economically justified. And also Nigerians, the capital market continues its strong rebound as the Nigerian Exchange Group NGX posted a 37.7% rise in market capitalization to 141.75 trillion naira as of September 2025, up from 102.94 trillion naira a year earlier. The growth reflects rising investor confidence in NGX's focus on technology innovation and sustainability. And CEO Temi Kpokpola said the exchange's progress shows that a strong capital market depends on strong communities to support this vision. And NGX has expanded its social impact program, Project Bloom, reaching over 200 children and 180 caregivers in underserved Lagos communities. NGX has also deepened digital access to investments through NGX Invest, helping corporates raise over 2 trillion naira and making public offers more accessible to everyday Nigerians. According to Popola, NGX aims to build a market that creates wealth broadly and sustainably while strengthening transparency and investor trust. Up ahead, manufacturers record fragile growth as credit drops, and that's about 7.72 trillion naira. We'll bring you more details after this time out. Stay with us.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to News Update. Credit to Nigeria's manufacturing sector fell by 9.5% to 7.72 trillion naira in March 2025 from 8.53 trillion naira in December 2024, according to the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN. That says that the decline spread with high energy costs and FX shortages is slowing the sector's fragile recovery. MAN's Director General Segun Ajayi Kadir noted that manufacturers are struggling with 36.6% lending rates, shrinking credit access, and 1.04 trillion naira in unsold goods. The report shows the sector is still under pressure as manufacturing value dropped to $25.36 billion in 2024 from $55.9 billion in 2023, and 18.935 jobs were lost in the first half of 2025. However, exports rose sharply to 803.8 billion naira in the second quarter of 2025 from 294.4 billion naira in the first quarter, showing resilience in some sub-sectors. And while the manufacturer CEO's confidence index inched up to 50.7 points, MAN warned that most indicators remain weak and the recovery will need coordinated fiscal and monetary action to be sustained. And moving on, African maritime stakeholders said the continent needs $120 billion in transport investments by 2030 to fully benefit from the African Continental Free Trade Area. And a call was made at a Shippers Council seminar where experts stressed that logistics and infrastructure gaps must be closed to unlock AFCFTA's potential. And the trade expert Olusegun Olutayo noted that Africa's intra-continental trade is already driven by manufactured goods at 46%, showing strong potential for industrial growth. And Imasa and the Nigerian Customs Service said aligning procedures with AFCFTA will reduce trade barriers and strengthen regional trade flows. Speakers called for policies that protect local production while improving efficiency and building strong regional supply chains under it. And now, away from that story, Nigeria's push for a strong domestic steel industry has received a major boost, with the federal government signing $400 million cooperation agreement with the Stellar Steel Company Limited to build a large steel plant in Ewekoro, Ogun State. The deal was sealed in Abuja between Minister of Steel Development Prince Shaibu Abubakar Audu and representatives of the Chinese-backed firm. Stellar Steel, backed by China's Galaxy Group and Arsen Group, will begin operations by mid-2026, with the project expected to support Nigeria's goal of producing 10 million tons of crude steel annually by 2030. And the ministry pledged infrastructure support, inclusion in the National Infrastructure Plan, and access to fiscal incentives to help drive the project. With Nigeria still importing over $4 billion worth of steel annually, officials hope the new investment will reposition the country as a regional manufacturing hub. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has approved a 15% ad valorem import duty on petrol and diesel imports into Nigeria. The new tariff, which takes immediate effect, is aimed at protecting local refineries and stabilizing the downstream petroleum market, though analysts warn it could lead to higher pump prices for consumers. In a letter dated October 21, 2025, addressed to the Federal Inland Revenue Service and the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, the President directed the implementation of the duty as part of a market-responsive import tariff framework. The approval followed a proposal by FIRS Executive Chairman Zach Adedeji, who noted that the policy would align import costs with domestic market realities while supporting local refining and strengthening Nigeria's oil-linked fiscal base. The measure is also in line with the administration's renewed hope agenda, targeting energy security, fiscal sustainability, and a stronger Naira-based oil economy. And now still to come, South Africa's this came opposed a 9% rise in half-year earnings. These and more after this commercial break. Stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You're welcome back to the news update. We now head to Africa. And South African pharmacy chain and Chem Pharmacies has posted a 9% increase in half-year earnings, reflecting steady growth in consumer demand and operational efficiency across its retail and wholesale divisions. And according to the company's financial results for the 6 months ended August 31, headline earnings per share, a key measure of profitability in South Africa, rose to 73.8 cents compared to 67.7 cents in the same period of last year. The improvement was driven by higher retail sales, cost discipline, and an expanded store network, despite a challenging consumer environment marked by inflationary pressures and sluggish spending. And in line with its performance, Chem declared an interim dividend of 26.42 cents per share, reaffirming its confidence in sustained earnings growth for the remainder of the financial year. And also, Uganda's coffee exports surged 59% year-on-year in September, driven by a strong harvest in key growing regions, according to country's agriculture ministry. The East African nation, Africa's largest coffee exporters, shipped 844,949 bags of coffee in September, up from 532,212 bags during the same month last year. The ministry attributed the rise to increased production as harvesting in the central and eastern regions gained momentum. It also projects a 15% increase in overall coffee output for the new crop year that began this month. And coffee, alongside gold, remains Uganda's top foreign exchange earner. The country generated $2.2 billion from coffee exports in the 12 months to September, which is a 57% increase compared to the previous year. And now on the foreign scene, oil prices held steady in Asian trading on Thursday as investors awaited the outcome of U.S.-China trade talks, hoping for signs of progress that could ease global economic uncertainty. Brent crude slipped 4 cents to $64.88 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate fell 9 cents to $60.39. Both benchmarks had gained in the previous session on a larger than expected drawdown in U.S. crude inventories. Now, the talks between President Donald Trump and President Xi Jinping in Busan lasted nearly 2 hours. Though details remain unclear, analysts say any progress could boost confidence and energy demand. And meanwhile, the U.S. Federal Reserve cut interest rates as expected, supporting the broader economic outlook. Despite recent gains, both oil benchmarks are still set for around 3% losses in October ahead of the OPEC Plus meeting on November 2, where another production hike is expected. The yen weakened on Thursday after the Bank of Japan left interest rates unchanged, while the US dollar held firm as traders scaled back expectations of another rate cut from the Federal Reserve this year. The BOJ maintained its policy rate at 0.5% as expected following a 2-day meeting and reiterated its commitment to gradually raising borrowing costs if economic conditions improve. However, investors view the decision as cautious, with only 2 policymakers again supporting a rate hike. The same as in September, that sentiment pushed the yen down 0.15% to 152.97 per dollar and hovering near an 8-month low. The euro strengthened 0.3% to 177.72 yen, while the British pound rose 0.26% to 201.93 yen. Traders now await further signals from U.S.-China trade talks for direction in global currency markets. Up next is sports news after this break. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're welcome back to News Update, and now moving on to sports news. Liverpool manager Arne Slot has defended his team selection following the club's 3-0 Carabao Cup defeats to Crystal Palace, but admitted that his side's recent form has fallen below the club's usual standards. The Premier League champions have now lost 6 of their last 7 matches across all competitions, with Wednesday's loss at Anfield ending the Carabao Cup campaign. And Slot faced criticism for leaving out key players such as Mohamed Salah and Virgil van Dijk, making 10 changes to the starting lineup and naming a youthful bench. Speaking after the match, Slot acknowledged the team's struggle, saying it's not of Liverpool's standards to lose 5 out of 6 or 6 out of 7. And despite the setback, the manager insisted his squad rotation was necessary and expressed confidence that Liverpool will soon return to winning form. And now to end the news, the Carabao Cup holders Newcastle United will host Fulham in the quarter-finals, while Arsenal take on fellow London side Crystal Palace at the Emirates. The Magpies, who lifted the trophy in March to end a 56-year wait for silverware, booked their place with a 2-0 win over Tottenham, while Fulham advanced after a penalty shootout victory against Wycombe. And Arsenal defeated Brighton 2-0, and Crystal Palace beat a youthful Liverpool side 3-0. The upcoming clash between the Gunners and the Eagles will be a repeat of last year's quarter-final, which Arsenal won 3-2. Elsewhere, League One side Cardiff City will host Chelsea following their 2-1 win over Wrexham. Chelsea edged Wolves 4-3 in a thrilling encounter that saw Liam Delap sent off. The final tile will see Brentford travel to Manchester City after the Bees trashed Grimsby 5-0 and City came from behind to beat Swansea 3-1. And that is the much we have for you, a news update at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information. delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on quick issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another inspiring edition of Business Day Millennial Hangouts. I am your host and moderator, Ethel Adonu, and I am so glad to have you join us for today's conversation, which is one that truly resonates. Our topic for today is mental health and awareness for millennials. You know, our generation has been called many things, from the hustle generation to the burnout generation and also the always online generation. And that's because we are ambitious, constantly pushing to make things happen. But behind all those energy and passion, there is a quiet struggle many of us face, which is the pressure to hold it all together. From balancing work to personal growth and relationship in this hyper-connected world, maintaining good mental health has become more important than ever. It's not just about avoiding burnout or stress, finding balance, resilience, and protecting our peace in a world that never seems to slow down. That's why today's has a lot about breaking this, normalizing vulnerability, and learning practical ways to care for our minds and thrive in every part of life. So if you have ever felt anxious, overwhelmed, or just tired of keeping it all together, you are definitely in the right place. Thank you for joining us. As always, I am not here alone. We have got an exceptional panel of thought leaders and mental health advocates who are deeply passionate about creating awareness and helping our generations build healthier and balanced lives. So I'll be giving them brief time to introduce themselves to you all before we proceed. Now, permit me to start with Olubukola Latunji. Thank you for joining us, Ma. Please, can you kindly introduce yourself?
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Olubukola Latunji. I'm a pharmacologist. I'm a seasoned banker. I retired as a general manager of Zenith Bank. Basically, I am a wellness and health enhancer. I'm a leadership mentor. And of course, the topic of today, which is mental health, is particularly very, 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 very close to my heart because wellness is about everything. Your peace is non-negotiable. That is what I'm about. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Permit me to also call on Glory Chinecherem Uzoigwe. Thank you for joining us, Glory. Kindly introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone, distinguished guests. My name is Glory Chinecherem Uzoigwe. I am a pediatric and maternal health, nutrition and health coach. I am also a complementary medical associate. And, I am also an autism specialist, and cases and causes around mental health is one that is very, very dear to my heart because of the current, and who are currently going through these mental health issues, especially within the millennials and also around children. So I'm super excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. We can't wait to hear all you have for us today. Joining us also is Chioma Fakorede.
Right.
Thank you for joining us, Chioma. Kindly introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Chioma Fakorede. I like to go by the Vulnerability Queen. I have an NGO for mental health. I've actually been running it for 10 years now. It's called Olamakes Foundation. Basically, we raise awareness and provide support for people living with mental health conditions. And just recently, we started something like an offset of what we do, which is called Ume. Ume is an Igbo word which means breath. So we are creating spaces for women to breathe. So yeah, basically, you find me anywhere they call mental health or say mental health.
All right. Thank you for joining us today, Chioma. Thank you. The Vulnerability Queen, right? Thank you. Good to have you here. We are also joined by...
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. We're also joined by Anthony Chamaka Osiegbunam. Thank you for joining us, Chamaka. Can you introduce yourself?
Hi, okay, thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Amaka. I like to be called Amaka for short. I'm many things, but I'm a trained social worker, policy advocate. I'm also the author for a book called A Girl, Her God, and Her Mental Health. I've also been in the mental health space for close to 10 years. I run a foundation called Donville Mental Health Awareness Foundation, which has been in operation for close to 7 years. I work with adolescents, young adults, and the general population on mental health awareness. So mental health is what I do, is what I breathe and what I live.
Thank you for joining us, Amaka. Good to have you here with us. And finally, we have Chinedum Victor. Thank you for joining us, Victor. Can you introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. My name is Chinedum Victor. I am a pharmacist, a public health practitioner, and also a communication strategist. And I began my journey in community pharmacy, but majority of my career has seen me delving into mental health, especially for youths and working professionals. My work majorly sits at the intersection of health equity, mental well-being, and majority of the initiatives and the projects that I work on center around helping individuals, organizations, help even their staff design initiatives that don't just raise awareness, but actually help to make their mental health much more better, increase their productivity. At the heart of everything that I have done in the past 3 years while we're working on various mental health initiatives is to increase the access to mental health and majorly emotional wellness, considering that most of the people that I work with and most of the working class professionals that I work with are based in Lagos, and we all know how Lagos is, how stressful Lagos is. So yes, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for having me.
All right, thank you for joining us, Victor. Good to have you. And as you can see, we have got brilliant panelists here with us today who are well grounded in the area of mental health and awareness. While we proceed. And of course, I would like to thank every one of you watching us live on Business Day Television. We are thrilled to have you join this conversation. Now let's proceed with the Q&A section. But before we dive into the conversation, we'll be exploring the realities of mental health for millennials, the challenges, the stigma, and the practical ways to build balance and emotional strength in our everyday lives. So I'm going to be asking them questions in no particular order. All right, let me start with Olubukola. Okay, so my question for you, Olubukola, is we're talking about understanding mental health and the challenges around it. So what are some common mental health challenges faced by millennials and how can they be addressed?
Okay. So thank you very much for that question. Like who are millennials? Like we know people born somewhere between 1980 out the bridge between the analog and the digital. So there are people who understand, what it was when we didn't have internet. There are people who understand what it was when we now have internet. So they're basically juggling with a whole lot of things. And in Nigeria, I like to localize a whole lot, even though it was major factors actually that affect health. Issue major they will have magic, and another issue that they face is, they're old enough, so they face like family issues, in terms of whatever it is that is happening in their family, an issue that they can face for females and males. So you know how Nigerians are in terms of our culture and stuff like that, things they expect you to be able to come up with, putting you under pressure. I call it the Nigerian pressure cooker, and that can be a source of stress for millennials, and how will they be dealing with such issues. Okay, then another issue we're talking about is about basically they are coming when things are really, really feeling very, very, very stressful. People who have left, comparison as well, the things, what am I doing, and stuff, source of stress. Of course, in the digital age, so that social pressure is there too, in terms of social comparison, what we see, on social media and how it impacts on our mental health, because we kind of compare ourselves to what's happening. Then I will talk about the systemic stressors too. You know how it is, constant battle with so many things here: electricity, traffic, Lagos, Abuja, and of course, infrastructure. That is stressful to our system, okay? So that is very, very important. And then the last issue I'll talk about is the hustle of burnout. Just basically, trying to succeed in this, our challenging economy, is a source of burnout for a lot of millennials. It's a really big thing, and it's something that we really have to focus on and see how can we, how are we able to navigate ourselves around all this stuff. For me, it's about mental health is not a taboo. It is something that we have to talk about. If we're ill physically, we go to the hospital. So if we have issues too that are bothering us, we have to be able to find help to help, to sort through that. So that's very, very, very important. We must care for that. We must look at how do we put all this together to make us well holistically. I have what I will call like a mental toolkit, which I believe that all millennials should start, to implement, put in place to with how they cope with all these stressors that are around us all the time. I'll talk about what I say digital coffee. Is it possible that you say, okay, at this point in time, I have to put my phone away because it is time for me to, because an area where we can really, really to calm down and not so much. I missed out in some of the things that stress us as millennials, especially as women. If you look at it now, the millennials you have a whole lot of millennials now that are 35 that are menopause, even know how it is affecting them. And once you have hormones and stuff like that start to decline, even adds more pressure to the kind of to what they're already feeling, and sometimes it doesn't work. Okay, so in terms of the toolkit, I'll talk about what I say, intentional movement. Movement is very important. That is exercise. It have to be you're going to the gym to spend 200 hours there. No. Just be intentional about moving. Keep moving your body. If you're the kind of person who work at some certain to what it is, you look for something that very, very, very that gives you joy. Dance, always is the power of it, especially in terms of family and stuff like that. Cope with that. You can't be everybody. So you have to how to say no in terms of social and stuff like that. Yeah, the party, all kinds of financial commitments. People get stressed by that too, and you really don't know what is happening. So please, the power of no is very, very important. Okay, and you have to just engage in activities that you love. It's very, very important for us to do that. Another thing I'll talk about is, when you share a problem, it's your problem solved. Shared is problem house solved. So let us know the power of shared understanding. Let us understand that vulnerability, is the bad place of connection. Like, mentioned, it's very important that we understand what we're going through and we try to share it with somebody. It trusted a trusted friend, family, whoever, who can help us, to navigate through some of those things and seeing, that we keep carrying in our system that actually pins us down. We have to able to understand, because now it could be us on the other side of listening to some of these issues. It's very, very important for us to do. It might say that our mind is that we should invest to ensure that, okay, we do come and try to take. And in terms of the people we face, it's not as if anybody best learn that kind of things take time and it would work. Because most experts know if you are granting it to and ask when it becomes carry this. Never change this. Okay, there's physical health, so there is no sick health.
Thank you so much, Olubu. That was, you have taught this work about. Thank you. Exercise, a while ago, I saw a post where a lady, people that, missing in their question to me, what happened to other form of exercise, having to work out in your, people. I think, again, the pressure is getting, and that's why conversations like this is pretty much important. And thank you for all setting the need for people to love themselves. Love yourself, find a forge ahead and encourage. That is done. Thank you so much, Olubukola. Most speaker. I think this question will be for you, Glory. Yes. How can millennials prioritize their mental health and well-being in today's fast-paced world?
Well, okay, so thank you for that question. I think I'm going deep into conversations around nutrition for millennials, right? Because we hear people talk about the exercise, love yourself, prioritize sleep, but oftentimes the nutrition aspects of support for millennials when it comes to mental health are often neglected. People feel like it's negligible, right? But it is not. It is not. And I'm going to tell you why. There's something called the serotonin. So it is the feel-good neurotransmitter. It is responsible for our tolerance for pain. It is responsible for, how happy we are, our moods, So this neurotransmitter actually thrives on particular nutrients. So when we talk about mental health, right, it has a lot to do with our brain. And the brain has its specific nutrients that it needs to be fed. If you're not feeding it those nutrients, it will not be its efforts and the result that it is able to give will not be optimized. So when you go to the hospital, maybe someone is depressed and they go to the hospitals prescribe antidepressants for this person. Those antidepressant medications are targeting the serotonin. That's basically what they do, to go there and ensure that this particular neurotransmitter begins to function at an optimized level. But as before it gets to the point where the person is having to seek medical help, I believe it is actually preventable if we look into our diets as millennials, consuming things that are very rich in omega-3 fatty acid. This particular omega-3 fatty acid is food for the serotonin. And if this serotonin neurotransmitter is being, adequately catered for through our diet, it's actually going to now help prevent causes of this mental health before it spirals out and becomes out of control, and then the person has to now seek help and do all of that. If we are conscious enough to look into our diet, targeting specific nutrients such as this omega-3 fatty acid that you can find in things like salmon, fish, you can find in things like mackerels, there's a daily value of twice daily for seafood. So if as millennials, we're conscious enough to ensure that in every week, we are able to consume 2 DVs of these, omega-3 rich meals from sources such as, consuming salmon or consuming fish or consuming walnuts or chia seed or even flax seed, just to ensure that we are building up on these nutrients. There are also nutrients such as the thiamine, which are the B vitamins are very essential for millennials because, we do a lot of mental work. And so our brain, when we look at the brain, it's not just the brain. We're looking at a lot of things that are inside. And studies have shown that the neuroplasticity of our brain is really dependent on the value of the nutrients that is coming in our food. So when we talk about conversations around this mental health for millennials, I think millennials need to really look deeply into the meals that they are consuming, to be very intentional about the things that get on our plates, right? Especially because of the volume of
All right, thank you so much, Glory. Thank you for taking us through that angle of nutrition and why millennials need to start taking their diet serious. Thank you. I think it was just another beautiful angle to this conversation, because when we talk about mental health, we tend to like sharing the idea that sometimes our meal consumption also contributes to our total mental well-being. So thank you so much. That was very brilliant. That will take us to the next question, and it will be for you, Victor. How can we reduce the stigma that still surrounds mental health conversation? Thank you so much. I think we have to go on a very quick break, and when we come back, we're going to continue this conversation. Thank you for joining us, Anthony, in Business Day Television.
In that time, chipping is, as millennials, we can also be more empathetic towards ourselves and towards others. I look around at what today, and I think the missing spice is just empathy. People have, thrown empathy through the window, and when something happens, that's why when you see a lot of bile, when something happens, people are like going towards the negative. They're trying to go down this person. We just want to really be aggressive, and it doesn't help. It doesn't help because already as millennials, we're already going through a very difficult phase. So the more support we can get, the better our lives. So I'm just going to end it with this final thought that while we're prioritizing diet, let us also spread empathy and also consider alternative options for exercise, such as meditation, yoga, journaling, and just being present. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Glory. Thank you. That was super amazing. Thank you for taking us through that angle of nutrition and why we need to prioritize our diet. Thank you. It was super amazing. Now let's look at another question. That will be for you, Victor. How can we reduce the stigma that still surrounds mental health conversation?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. It's in our country, Nigeria, when people talk about mental health, the next thing people are thinking of is they're talking of a serious psychopathic issue, and that's like a stigma that so it makes it hard for people to open up and say, okay, and tell people, say it openly that, oh, I think I'm actually having a mental health breakdown. I think I need to get this checked out. And then you find, especially a lot of millennials, going through a whole lot, and they are not speaking out. Now, stigma falls in when three things happen together: stories, contact, and language. Now, take for example, every majority of millennials actually have family lives. You understand? Most of them are working professionals, and for a lot of them, it is hard for them to open their mouth and just talk about and tell someone, whether it be in the office or whether it's someone who is close to them, and then open their mouth and tell them, someone else, that, oh, I think I'm actually having a mental health breakdown, because that could actually be an avenue for the other person to take advantage of that. But what we miss in our current day generation is the ability for someone to tell you that, okay, or rather, like the previous speaker said, empathy, for someone to tell you that, oh, I think I'm actually having a mental health breakdown, and then you guide them, and then you tell them, okay, these are the things that you need to do. And the moment, I think the first point for us to with stigma is the moment we can start speaking up more about it, which is what most of the other speakers are doing beautifully well. The moment we can start speaking out about it and encouraging people to talk about it, that in its own way would kill the stigma. The moment we can go to schools and start talking about this to the younger ones, the Gen Zs, you understand? The moment we can have there are programs, initiatives that we organize for workplace professionals, where we put them around the corner and have them talk about how they feel. The moment we can still have more of this for millennials, that would enable or help to reduce the stigma and the mindset that they actually have about mental health. And it's not just the millennials. We have to start from those who are coming behind us, so that when they get to our age, or when they get to the age of the millennials currently, they don't actually have to face that same stigma. One of the things I also talk about in some of our initiatives is sometimes there is the idea that when someone says they have a mental health issue, they're classified as mad, or in some cases, some of them are perceived as weak. And I'm a very religious person, a very spiritual person, but then sometimes it's also referred to as the spirit of sadness. There are a lot of words and languages that are associated with mental health. And the moment people begin to associate mental health majorly with these words, the stigma attached to them would still keep on going on. But the moment we can take away those words, either madness or weakness or the spirit of sadness, the moment we can detach these words from proper mental health or any mental health issue or even mental health on its own, I think that will be another step to reducing the stigma around mental health. Also, the media plays a very strong role in the stigma around mental health. What is the media telling everyone about mental health? What are journalists saying about mental health? What are social media, our content creators? What are the people that a lot of millennials look up to? What are not even just the media? What are the pastors? What is everyone in the community society? What are they saying? What is the media pushing out about mental health? You understand? We need to start. There was a trend one time on TikTok where a content creator posted that they were thinking of committing suicide, and then they made like a I'm not minimizing anyone's struggles, but they made content and then it blew up, and then you could see a lot of people thinking that okay, maybe suicide was like a like some luxurious content viral generating USC, and those are the kind of things that we need to watch out for, because when you have content creators who glamorize suicide, you understand it makes suicide look like it's a serious mental health issue. It begins to create a different idea for people. So for the media, let's have I know there are some media shows, and there are like the other women, the beautiful people who are on this show with me, who are also doing their own bits. If we can have help clients added to as many shows as possible. If you could have some of these skit makers and music labels, some of the people in social media who people look up to, we can have them talk more and shed more light on mental health. That would go a long way in also reducing stigma. At certain workplaces that I work with, there's this initiative that I work on with the HR department or the HR managers in these organizations, where it's like a reward sensitization program. So for every time you come to speak to the HR about a mental health issue or a problem, or if you're feeling burnt out, you understand, you get some sort of reward. That way, it makes it easier for people, both millennials in the workplace. It makes it easier, even as friends of the millennials. It makes it easier for your friends or people around you to open up to you and talk to you and say, okay, this is what I'm going through, and I just need someone to talk to. I need someone to talk to with it. Things like that, behaviors like that, incentives like that would help everyone one way or the other. Millennials, Gen Zs, every single person, would enable them to open up and speak up. And this, once people can speak up about these things, because a closed mouth, they say, is a closed destiny. And if you don't speak out and if you don't talk out, no one can really know how. And many millennials grew up in an age where they were told it was the best thing to do was to keep it in. Do you understand? So the moment we can not just reduce the stigma, but enable people to talk more about it, it would help them to get the help that they need. You understand? And when they get the help that they need, it is easy to track that help and follow through with it. And you realize that once everyone begins to see, especially with the media, with how we educate people about it, the moment we begin to do that and we begin to see people talk more about it, be much more open about it, we'll see an increase in productivity, in the quality of life. And in the long run, people will begin to see that mental health is not really a bad thing. You understand? You can open up and you talk about it, and then you can get the help that you actually need.
Right. Thank you so much, Victor. Thank you very much. That was actually amazing. Thank you for also highlighting another angle, which is the spiritual aspect and also the media aspect, because a lot has been going on social media. And, I think we don't even talk about the fact that, people fear to cry out for help because they feel like at some certain level they are, people are going to shame them like, oh, you are having a certain kind of problem. Or we see a lot about celebrities coming out to cry out of having mental issues, and people are there not believing and all of that. So thank you so much. I think we need to do better. Thank you. Now let's look at the other segment, which is the digital connection. So my question would be for Chamaka. Media impacts mental health, and what strategies can millennials use to maintain a healthy online presence?
Thank you so much for that question. I think it's very important that we talk about social media because, I am always on my phone, and I know everyone here is always on their phone. Most of the times we're on Instagram, we're on Facebook, we're scrolling. And something that I find, I would say, importantly, as everyone has pointed out, is the importance of awareness. It's very important that we are aware as a generation. And I think that social media plays a critical role in that. I think Victor also spoke about how it's important because in this day of having influencers, having social media active people, it's really important that these people also speak about mental health awareness. But I also like to emphasize the importance of speaking about mental health in the right context. So many times what we do hear about a lot of the time is emotional health, which is an angle of mental health, but not as deep in that sense, because people come out and say, oh, because I'm sad. And I'm not saying that this is not me saying that you can't be depressed, but it doesn't necessarily always equate to depression. As a tool to then everybody says they're sad and they're depressed. So depression is then watered down. But there's an important factor that we talk about, the reoccurrence or the truth that mental illnesses actually exist. There are people who struggle with bipolar disorders, OCD, all sorts of mental illnesses. Depression is just one of many. And in Nigeria, where we live in, people always just talk about, the only thing we see is anxiety disorders, which are really important, or one aspect of it, or just talk about depression, while there are other mental illnesses that actually do exist and people are actually struggling with it, and people don't talk about it just because they feel like these things don't exist in Nigeria. Recently, I was having a conversation with someone who works in the same space, and we're talking about the prevalence of OCD amongst Nigerians. And surprisingly, this is someone who has worked in the field for a long time, who is an advocate, and was saying to me, I've had very few patients tell me that they or like being diagnosed with OCD. And do these illnesses exist? Yes. But do we speak about them? No. And I think the press, the media plays a major function in how much we talk about. We bring these things to the light. So if we have people who are actually creating platforms and spaces where they're talking not just about mental health on the surface, I feel like we've done a great job in the last decade talking about mental health awareness at the basic. I would say that almost everyone knows what it is. When we say almost everyone, of course, if you use social media, you've heard of people talking about, oh, my mental health is struggling, or people saying, oh, I'm struggling with my mental health. That's important. But for us as a generation, as millennials, I think it's really important that we dig deep into other parts of mental health, the critical parts, the parts of mental health that people are not really talking about. We talk about the disorders that exist and how people can also have day-to-day activities. Very recently, someone came out on social media to talk about struggling with ADHD. And someone said, oh, that was self-diagnosed. And that's also an aspect I'm going to talk about, because I think now, because of social media, people are quick to diagnose themselves with all mental illnesses. We hear people talking about, oh, I have ADHD. ADHD is actually, or people saying I have OCD, which is something that people actually tend to talk about a lot. You see someone on social media and they're like, oh, my OCD will not let me do this, or my ADHD will not let me concentrate. These are proper mental illnesses that people are struggling with, that some symptoms, if you've ever, or if you know someone who has ever struggled with any of these mental illnesses, you know that this is tough living in those situations. And sometimes if not properly managed, struggling with day-to-day activities and life. So I think that that's an aspect of, I'm just trying to paint a picture of like what we're dealing with here. And I think that's where social media comes in, because again, like I mentioned, everybody's on their phone these days. So if you want to get through to us, our generation, I think it's important that we start to leverage on these systems that are existing. People write more. People use the digital space more. They're writing books about mental health. How many people can pick up their book and read stories? Oh, I'm struggling with, say, for example, grief. I'm dealing with grief disorder, prolonged grief disorder, or I'm dealing with, I think I might have OCD. How do I cope? I'm looking for a toolkit that I can use to get by. I know someone who, or do I know anyone? And it's easy for us to say, okay, I can go on this YouTube channel, or I can pick up this book, or I can go on this radio station. Let's start having dedicated podcasts or programs that solely dependent on mental health, and not just mental health in the way that it is glamorized in some sort of way. Like I think Victor also mentioned about people who struggle with someone who said they were struggling with suicidal ideations or suicidal thoughts, and that somehow was watered down. I think it's important that we place criticality on these things, and people, when they speak, they understand that, you can't just diagnose yourself with ADHD or OCD or any sort of mental health disorder because you think that you measure up with some of the few symptoms that you've seen. I think it's important that we start to tell people that biological mental health is as important as biological health. People should be able to go to see a psychologist and a therapist. And I'm also going to talk a little bit on the stigma part of it without feeling stigmatized. If someone says I'm in therapy, or someone openly talks about it, one of our favorite celebrities or people we care about on social media, and say, oh, I'm in therapy, do we look at them as what is going on with this person? Or do we think that this is normal? Like someone saying, I'm going to see the doctor and getting prescription. Or if someone says I'm on antidepressants, do we look at them and think, what's going on with this person? I think that we start to normalize these conversations on social media. We start to create the right ample awareness, create those toolkits. And I also think it's important, and I'm just going to also talk on what meant, that we ensure that, the government knows that one of the ways, are you hearing about what people are talking about, lack of proper, adequate care for mental health? Even though we, as a nation, have not gotten to the point where we're able to integrate mental health care into primary health care, what are we doing? Do we have care centers that dedicate, psychiatric centers that dedicate aid for mental health? If someone is having a panic attack, if someone is struggling mentally, they are having symptoms that are recurrent, do we have those? Are people trained enough to manage those situations at the basic? So I think it's important that we carry our advocacy to the front. We have policy advocates who are speaking up on social media boldly. I think there are quite a few, but I also think that there's when more people are talking about these things, it becomes very important. People who are actively talking about this on social media and saying, okay, we need a government who is caring for people in terms of mental health policies. We need to leverage on social media. I think that all action starts and stops on social media and what we do with it. So I think it's really important. It plays a huge role for us as a people, and with our government, with us as individuals. I think everyone has a role to play, even with the grassroots. I'm also going to say that a lot of people might not have the privilege of being on Instagram or Facebook, but people have radios at the very least, and people have newspaper. We need more people, active forces who are having columns that are dedicated to mental health care. Do people read those things and be like, I think that maybe this might be what I'm struggling with? I've seen situations working with my foundation where people are being locked up in churches because maybe their mom or someone of the older generation was schizophrenic, and they just declared the person, quote and unquote, in Nigeria mad. So the person was being locked up in this hospital, locked up in like a spiritual home, or being flogged. This is because people are not actually, they don't know what it is. So imagine a situation where we have radio stations having a column having a spot every day where they're educating people on what mental health is, how people are struggling. With the rate of the things that are going on in Nigeria, it's almost, forgive me, it's almost unpractical that we are not talking about mental health. because I think that people are suffering psychologically a lot, not just for us as millennials, but even the older generations or even the Gen Zs. So I think it's really important that social media commits, we use social media as a tool to helping people. So.
All right, thank you so much, Amaka. Thank you for highlighting the importance of social media in this advocate for mental health, because we know that, or we have seen how social media has contributed negatively when it comes to the aspect of mental health. You talk about the pressures, the peer pressures, people wanting to, like, you talk about the financial challenges and how people are constantly being reminded of, how they have to work hard, to be able to make a living. So thank you so much. I think we just have to do more, like you said, the medias have to adopt more strategies to go local, use of newspapers and radio, just to make sure that we are constantly spreading the awareness about mental health. Thank you so much, Chiamaka. That will take us to the next question, which is for Chioma. How can millennials protect themselves from online harassment and cyberbullying? Seeing a lot of them also digital adoption. So how can they protect harassment and
everybody? Okay, so I like to start with the fact that we know that our energy is in motion, whether we meet people individually or social media. And for most of us, we do not understand that even the social media is an energy. So you see most times when you're feeling very excited, you're feeling very happy, and then all of a sudden you're doom scrolling on one blog, and then you just realize that your energy is sapping and just reducing and reducing. And before you know it, by the end of that 2 hours doom scroll, you realize that the energy that you started with and the energy that you ended with is way different. So for me, I don't follow any. I mean that would G. And I think number one, that's another thing is proper social media housekeeping. A lot of us don't do that. Now, I mentioned from the beginning that I am the vulnerability queen, so I share a lot. My motto is you cannot shame the shameless. So for me, I've shared, there's nothing that you want to shame me for because I probably have said it myself, right? And I do that. I've been doing mental health for 10 years. I've been probably sharing for 10 years, bipolar and in the psychiatric hospital. So I always say, if you need a poster girl for what mental health issues are, sometimes come and look at me. And then at the end of the day, it's not just about that. It's being able to go through these struggles, but still high achieving, still getting everything that I need to get, still having a family. I have 2 kids, I have a husband, I'm still keeping a home. Do you get? So at the end of the day, the way social media or the way life has taught us that mental health is, you don't function, you're nothing, you cannot, literally, I have to go through a psychiatrist, I have to do this, I have to do that. But at the end of the day, I'm still also functioning on the other end. But for me, one of the things that I do and I take very religiously for my social media is doing proper housekeeping. As I said, number one, I don't follow any blogs that will trigger me. If I see people that I feel like this person is beginning to pressure me on my lifestyle, they are living a lifestyle. And again, I try to, because one of the things that I've learned in my journey, even as self, is being able to understand, am I feeling jealous? Because I know that that's one thing that millennials struggle about. So if, for example, I'm saying, I'm seeing this girl's post and it's triggering me, a part of it is like, maybe it's because you're jealous. So that's why you don't want to see it. But to be honest, to thyself be true. So if you feel like that thing is triggering you to an extent where you don't feel comfortable, please block, please remove, please mute, please restrict. Thank God for social media. I think that one of the things that these social media platforms have done for us is that they also understand that we are human beings too as well. And before we didn't have the capabilities to mute, or to the highest you do is to unfollow. But now we're able to mute, we're able to restrict. And there's a reason for that, because these people are constantly doing their research too, and knowing that little things like this may be able to affect other people's emotions. So if you feel that way, please do. For someone like me who shares a lot about my struggle with mental health, one of the things that I've actually noticed is that people love real stories. People love to hear your stories. People want to engage. People want to feel like they're not alone. But then in the midst of sharing too, I've had people who I always say they're projecting. You know, they are telling you the things that they've gone through, but they're saying it in a mean way. So whenever you see bullies online, it's not because they are bullies. There are things that we say something, hurt people. So the reason why they're hurting other people is because they're also hurt too as well. So for me, I keep a clean house. If I see a comment that is uncomfortable for me, I delete, I remove. I don't, sometimes I engage you just to educate you. I'm not going to keep quiet. And then other times I just delete it. But then one of the things I also tell myself is that if I see a comment of about maybe 100 comments, I realize that maybe 95 are actually very good comments. And 5 comments are people who are, you know, trolls and are just trying to project on whatever their current situation is. But the way the human brain is wired is that most times we pick on those negative things. And then so for you, it's a place to ask yourself, why are you picking on those things? Why are you picking on things that don't matter? You have 95 comments that are good, 95 comments that are wonderful, 95 comments that are happy that you've shared, and 5 comments that are telling you something else. Delete and block. Create boundaries. The same way we create boundaries online, offline, we should create boundaries online. I liked when when Olubukola said something about saying no. No is a complete sentence. It is no is a complete sentence. Be able to say no. And if you cannot say no online, do it by deleting, do it by blocking, do it by restricting. Whatever it is that you do, your no is your no, right? Another thing again, you know, on how we can reduce cyberbullying is that I always tell myself truth over algorithm. And you know, we can get so hung up in we want to have the numbers, we want to have the people that, and I'll give an example. So I started writing very well. I used to write, but I started being very intentional about my writing maybe around May after I just had a baby. And I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm taking a break from work, but I still want to do things that would feel good to my soul. And I started writing and I saw how beautifully blew up, right? But then I realized after a while that I started to chase algorithms. So it's like from, oh, you get 200,000 views and you feel happy. And, you know, you went from, I'm just doing this because I want to make an impact to how many people are liking this, how many people are commenting, and we can get so caught up in that. We can get so caught up in that life of trying to chase algorithm. So for me, I always tell myself impact over algorithm. The reason I'm doing this is not because I want, if it is only 2 people that likes whatever it is that I'm doing, it's okay. My message has been passed to those 2 people. If it's only 5, fine. If nobody does, it's still okay. So I keep reminding myself every time, impact over algorithm. And at the time when I now believe that, okay, this thing is becoming overwhelming, I cannot even be, I'm trying to do impact over algorithm, but the human side of me is also taking over where, you know, I'm just caught up. I remove my social media. I think my followers are so used to me that you just realize that I've taken a 1-month break. And I have built myself in such a way that whenever I come back, I see messages like, oh, Choma, we just wanted to check on you. We know that you're doing your 1-month break. We know that you're doing this, your break. And so it is that lifestyle that I've placed in such a way that people are not having, I carry myself offline the way I carry myself online. If I feel like something is disturbing my peace, I just take a break and just go somewhere else, you know, 1 week break, 1 day break, whatever. And that I put that to my social media. The voice in your head, your mind is supposed to be greater than whatever it is that your environment is pushing to you. That algorithm, you have to be good for you to give others. You have to, they always say, don't pour from an empty cup. You cannot pour from an empty cup. So you have to feel yourself enough to feel for other people. And then so, if it is a 1-day break you need from social media, fine. Olukola said it, take your curfews. If it is by 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, you need to just go off. Please go off. I don't pick up my phone till like 10 o'clock. I intentionally do it because the moment you open your phone and you start feeding off the energy of social media. So yes, it just starts to drain you. So for me, I believe that some of these ways are ways that you can manage, you know, online harassment, cyber, just being in control. I think being in control of your social media space, taking breaks when you feel like it's overwhelming, cutting off anybody who you feel like is taking off your energy, even if it is your friend. Your friend is, but then again, you could also ask yourself questions because I believe that sometimes when you feel jealous, it might be something that you feel that is not in you, that you're seeing in the other person that you need to improve on. So ask yourself questions. I think for us, social media, again, has its goods and its bad, but again, we are in control of our lives. I always say, never allow your mind be the master of you. Always be the master of your mind. So if you're in a situation where you cannot control your mind, then there's something to think about. But if not, be aware, be intentional, and, you know, protect your space. I think that's the most important thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chioma. Thank you so much. Thank you. You actually overshared everything. Like you said, you don't get keep. Thank you. I think we just have to do a lot more about, defining who we are, and also matching the same energy that we do offline in terms of defining our space and, creating what makes us happy. Also, we should also do that online in terms of filtering the information that you want to take at a time and knowing when to just draw the boundary, because a lot happens on social media, and if you're not able to draw the boundaries, you are always caught up in a situation where you are scrolling endlessly, and then you unaware, you just see yourself thinking about your life. Is it that I'm not doing better, or what is it that I need to do? And I think we just have to do more with filtering our information and the kind of information that we consume online. Yeah, thank you. So let's now look at the next question. That will be for you, Olubukola. How can mindfulness and meditation be used to reduce stress and anxiety? Having to have said a lot today, yes. I think we stressed on anxiety and also stress and all of that. And you also mentioned something about meditation and journaling.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. In short, this particular question is really something very close to my heart because it's something that I practice. So I know that it works. I mean, mindfulness is just about taking time to know that this time is just for me. This time is, I'm just focusing on something that would benefit me. It's very important. See, I always say self-care is not selfish. Self-care is mandatory. And that's where it comes from. You must care for yourself, because if you don't care for yourself first, how will somebody else care for you? If you don't love yourself first, how will somebody else love you? So that has to come. And that is a really big issue for a lot of people, because it's such a subconscious thing that we don't even think about. See, this power of saying no, it's about self-care. Most people don't know that when you care for yourself, you know what does not work for you, and then you say no to it, it has already elevated your mind. That is mindfulness. Now, I'll quickly give some solutions, right? There's one, mindfulness and meditation. Of course, meditation is just you taking time out to focus on something so that you can your body can relax. And how does your body relax when you meditate? It's really about activating your parasympathetic nervous system. Now, you have the sympathetic nervous system or the autonomous nervous system, and you have the parasympathetic nervous system, which is what you call the rest and digestive part of us. Meaning, for all these stressors that we see, that we feel, for you not to let it get into your system, your body and mind has to be at rest. And that parasympathetic nervous system that nature has already bestowed upon us is always quiet unless you activate it. So you must do things that would help you activate it. And these are part of the things that would happen, that will work. There's something I call the traffic jam meditation, which is very quick. It's about really your breathing, learning how to breathe. There is a way that you breathe that activates your parasympathetic nervous system. Let me make it quick. I'll call it the 4-4-8 form of breathing. What does it mean? If you're sitting in traffic and you're getting upset, or anything that is acting to make you upset, take a pause and say, you know what? I'm going to breathe in and out on this. What do? You breathe in, count 4. You hold your breath, count 4. And then you breathe out slowly, counting 8. Just try that. So it's called the 4-4-8 breathing technique. So you do that and you see that you're seated, because it activates that parasympathetic nervous system that helps your body to just relax and you don't feel stressed. Because a lot of these mental health issues is really from our cortisol level that spikes and stays up. Now, what is cortisol? Cortisol is just our stress hormone that responds to all the stressors around us. And is the thing that will help you run if there's an attack on you. Is the thing that will help you fight if you have to. But then these are supposed to be momentary and they go down and you relax. But when it is constant, when you have all these stressors in our lives that is keeping it constant, that's where the problem starts from. So When you activate your parasympathetic nervous system through meditation, it helps you bring down your cortisol and you will feel much better. Another technique that is, it's a specific kind of meditation technique that I call the 5-4-3-2-1 technique that helps with your senses. We have those 5 senses, which are the senses of, sight, feel, hear, smell, and taste. So when you are in those kind of states, what do? Think about 5 things that you can see very quickly, just like a 5-minute break. Think about 4 things that you can feel, like you can feel your shoes, like you can feel your clothes on you, Think about 3 things that you can hear. Think about 2 things that you can smell, and think about 1 thing that you can taste. Just doing that calms your system down, and you see that it will help you. It's very, very important, okay? Then, what you call keeping your urge of surfing down, keeping it away, keeping your urge of doing funny things down. Like now, you're craving to check your phone, you're eating to eat junk food, or and something just makes you very anxious, Instead of you fighting with it, just sit with that sensation. Notice how it feels in your body. Don't do anything. You will observe that sensation will peak at some point in time. And then you just go away. Meaning, instead of you going to eat that junk food, remember somebody talked about nutrition? Junk food is bad for you because junk food would never bring that serotonin out. If anything, it depresses it, and, you will not get the kind of cortisol lowering that you need. So just sit through it and you find that you will not have to act on those funny things that would affect you. Another solution for mindful chores is decide on something physical to do at some point in time. So it could be, because of, all the things that have been happening in our world with the technology. There's so many things that we're not doing that, we should have been doing. We just go through the motions very quickly. Let me give you an example. People don't like washing dishes, but do you know that washing dishes, especially like we Gen X's, in those days that we didn't have dishwashers, we had to wash, but it was those kind of exercises were like helping to, like, how would I put it now? We're helping to trigger our brain to help us at some point in time that we can be mindful. So if you're feeling anxious, go start washing dishes. It's very important. You'll see that your brain will calm down and you feel a lot better. Okay, so it's very important. One other thing that I do is what I call the structured meditation. Somebody mentioned an app called Calm. Apparently, I do use Calm because when you are in perimenopause, you need to always be remembering about mindfulness and meditation, because that's one thing that will help with your stressful system, calm anxiety down, help you have clarity of your brain. And what do? Just take like 3-4 minutes, okay? And focus on something. And then breathe. You breathe in, you breathe out slowly, and just listen. And you just find that your body will start calming down gradually. So we cannot overemphasize the importance of meditation and mindfulness, because what it does is just to like cut you off from those stressors for those few minutes. And that's really what you need, because those few minutes that you're cut off would help you, activate your parasympathetic nervous system, and that would help you relax and you'll be able to be calmer and do the things that you want to do. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much, Olubukola. Thank you. That was amazing. Like you just totally summarized everything. We could go on and on and on and talk a lot more about mental health and trying to raise awareness. It has been an awesome conversation so far, and because time is no longer on our side, we just have to try to cut some things short. So I'm just going to go briefly around the room to get one last message or one word of encouragement or advice from each and every one of our speakers to our listeners today, or every millennial out there struggling with mental health right now. So let me start with Glory. Just briefly share one word of encouragement for anyone struggling with mental health right now.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. So my final thought to anyone who is struggling with, mental health, be it millennial, be it a caregiver who is navigating life with a child who probably has a mental health condition, would first of all be to remember that you have to tap in to yourself, like stay conscious, be aware of when, because when you're aware, you know when you need to cry out for help. When you are aware, you know when you need to speak up and say, oh, this is what is going wrong. When you are aware, you know when to unplug, you know when to log off. Like Ms. Choma rightly said, she said she knows when to do social media housekeeping. But you can't even do social media housekeeping if you don't realize that your home is due for housekeeping. If you don't realize that this thing is bringing a lot of negative energy to me, or this peer pressure is getting to me. So we have to stay conscious, be aware of, yourself, your surrounding, stay conscious of how things make you feel. Because when you can understand how maybe a post makes you feel, or how a meal that you have consumed has altered your mood, or left you bloated, you are able to know when to seek for help. The second message I'm going to be leaving them with is consider your meal at every time. So you're going to also be conscious of what you are consuming. You're very conscious of the diet. You're very conscious of your food. Do not grab quick fixes. Be intentional about what you are consuming around the clock for every day you wake up. And then lastly, be empathetic towards yourself and towards someone else, towards people around you, towards how you go about your daily activities, your workplace, your maybe your colleagues, everyone, your home, your children, because children can actually, be a handful. And sometimes we've seen mothers go into different kind of mental health states just by trying to help raise their children. So prioritize support, prioritize asking for help. At every point in time when you feel overwhelmed, you can ask for help. And don't feel too, ashamed or too shy to speak up. Don't push the stigmatization or, whatever sad feeling will come out of you seeking for help. Show it away and just speak up, because the earlier you get help for mental health, the faster the road to recovery. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Glory. Thank you for, highlighting that important point. From Glory, you have to prioritize your mental health. You have to also be self-aware, practice self-awareness, and also take your diet very serious. Thank you. Now let's also get to hear from Victor. Let's get to hear one last point on this matter.
Okay, so thank you very much. To anyone who is listening to this right now, and your heart feels heavy, to those who smile in public, but in their rooms and their private places they break down, or to those who have been carrying pain that no one actually notices, I want them to know, if you're watching this right now, that you are not weak and you are not alone. Mental health challenges does not mean that you failed, and if anything, they actually mean that you are actually a human, and you have been a human in a world that does not pause. Even the strongest minds can bend under too much weight. And sometimes the people that you see who look the most put together are the ones who are fighting the hardest battles silently. The truth is that help exists and healing is possible. Depression, anxiety, ADHD, trauma, these are not moral flaws. They are medical realities and you need to understand that they deserve a lot of care. You need to know that you deserve care, not shame. So the same way anyone would treat malaria or hypertension, that is the same way you can and should treat your mental health. That is all I'd have to say at this point. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Victor. That was amazing. Thank you very much for that soothing word from you. Thank you. Now let's get to hear from Chioma also.
Okay, thank you everybody for having me and for listening to me. I would just like to say, as I said, vulnerability. It's not weakness. Leadership and vulnerability can coexist. You can be a leader and still be vulnerable. You can be a leader and still be struggling. Taking care of your mind is not a luxury. It is a responsibility. It is your responsibility. And I think that we need to start being responsible for that part of ourselves. I'm always very thankful when I see corporate institutions putting things like this together, because it means that we're getting to the point where we're having conversations that really matter. So let's continue to build workplaces, homes, and communities where mental health is not an afterthought, but it's the foundation and the core of everything that we do. And then healing is not a destination. It is going to keep happening. It's not linear. It would happen. It will, So let's just listen to our minds. Let's just listen to our hearts. Whenever we feel that we're off, please seek help. Help exists. There are NGOs that are doing wonderful work out there if you cannot afford it. There are specialists who are willing to do pro bono if you cannot afford it. And, let's just keep this conversation going, because your mental health matters. It really does matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chioma. That was amazing. Thank you for your, giving us that final word of encouragement. Thank you. Now let's get to hear from Chiamaka.
Thank you. I just want to say, to encourage everyone, in addition to what everyone else has shared, every other speaker has shared, your biological health, your mental health is as important as your biological health. So I want to encourage you to prioritize it. I also want you to normalize therapy, normalize, no matter what anybody else says. I need you to put you first. I think that's what everyone else has also touched on. You are important as a person, and people might not exactly understand what you're struggling with. Your struggles might be unique, your trauma, your experiences, everything that you've gone through, that's essential to you. You're the only one that knows the rhythm of your body. So I want to encourage you to please seek help if you need help. There's nothing wrong in being in therapy. And like Chioma said, healing is not a destination, it's lifelong. So I want you to give yourself grace through that journey, whether you fall back into a relapse or you feel like it's nothing is happening. I promise you, healing is messy. It's not straightforward. It doesn't always look like the way that we see it in the movies or the way that we expect it. Is tough. So I need you to give yourself grace. Grace is really important to us as millennials and as adults. I also want us to also import for people who live with people who are struggling mentally, to be kind to them, to also learn how to offer them help when they need help, and also to respect their boundaries as well. So that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Amaka. Thank you. That was really amazing. Thank you. And that will bring us to the end of today's discussion, because we have actually exhausted our time. I want to quickly say thank you to all our amazing panelists. Thank you, Bukola. Thank you, Olubukola. Thank you, Glory. Thank you, Chioma. Thank you, Chiamaka. And finally, thank you, Victor. Thank you so much for sharing your experience, wisdom, and heartfelt insight today. And to everyone who have joined us live, I want to quickly say thank you for being part of this important conversation. Let's continue to spread the word about mental health. Let's continue to raise awareness. Let's continue to keep sharing, and also, let's also continue to encourage each other, because mental health is not more like a one-person journey. We have to keep raising the awareness. Thank you so much. I still remain your host, Ethel Adorno, here on Business Day Millennial Hangout. Thank you for joining us, and always remember that you matter a whole lot. Thank you and have a great day.